A Season of Borrowed Diamonds, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.
Prologue. Lady Juliette Harcourt stopped on the graveled drive, one boot lifted, hesitation catching her mid-step. The chill wind cut through her thin shawl and bit at her skin like a reprimand. Ahead, Harcourt Manor loomed against the pale sky, a relic of Henry VIII's reign, its stone walls weathered by centuries of secrets and sighing wind. The air smelled of damp stone and wood ash, old and unyielding, as though the house itself exhaled. Generations of Harcourts had lived and died within these halls, their stories etched into the drafty corridors. For months after Charles's death, she had avoided stepping back inside, as if the walls themselves were complicit in the silences that had filled their marriage. But now, with her decision made and her purpose clear, she reminded herself that she no longer needed to dread the manor's cold welcome. "You are mistress here, Juliette," she thought, lifting her chin and willing strength into her limbs. There was no room for hesitation anymore. With deliberate grace, she ascended the steps and nodded once at the waiting footman. He opened the heavy oak door, the creak of the hinges sounding like a groan of discontent. His gaze lingered on hers a beat too long, one brow lifting with an insolence that passed for deference, a look she had come to expect since Charles's death. Juliette looked away, determined not to show the shiver that traced down her spine. The cold air followed her inside, lingering in her skirts as though reluctant to let her go. She stepped inside, the entrance hall as grand and cold as she remembered. Shadows pooled in the corners, softened only by the glow of a fire burning low in the hearth. It smelled of smoke and aged oak, a reminder that the house itself was as weary as she was. The footman lingered, his eyes following her as she moved toward the sweeping staircase. Her morning gown, unrelieved black, hastily commissioned after Charles's unexpected death, rustled against the polished wood of the balusters. It fit her better than any dress she owned, tailored to her slight frame and enhancing a youthfulness that seemed almost incongruous with her station as a widow. Something stirred beneath her ribs, defiant, unbidden. "There is life in me yet," she thought, even if marriage was a closed door she would never open again. The footman's eyes burned a hole in her back, and she straightened her posture, each step deliberate as she ascended. She would not give them reason to think she was afraid, even if their smirks cut as sharply as the wind outside. A streak of pale sunlight filtered through a tall window, casting shadows across the portraits lining the gallery. Painted eyes seemed to follow her as she passed. Her husband's ancestors. The warriors, the ladies, the steely-eyed men who had once commanded armies or whispered secrets into the ears of kings. She had studied their expressions often, trying to read the stories locked within them, but today they seemed only to mock her. Juliette stepped into the drawing room and let the heavy door close behind her, the click of the latch a relief. The room was one of the few spaces she had claimed as her own, with its view of the wild, tangled gardens she had spent the past year tending. She sat at the tambour frame, fingers moving to the needle and thread, if only to busy her hands. A knock on the door pulled her from her concentration. Lavinia Pembroke swept into the room, skirts swishing against the doorframe. Her cheeks flushed from the cold corridors and her eyes alight. "Jules, there you are." Juliette gave a faint smile. "You'd have found me sooner if you'd thought to check the gardens." Lavinia's mouth dropped open, incredulous. "In this weather? You truly are mad, Jules. Let me see your slippers. Are they damp? I swear you'll catch a chill, and then where will I be?" Juliette's smile grew wry. "I'm afraid there are worse fates than damp slippers." Prologue. Lady Juliette Harcourt stopped on the graveled drive, one boot lifted, hesitation catching her mid-step. The chill wind cut through her thin shawl and bit at her skin like a reprimand. Ahead, Harcourt Manor loomed against the pale sky, a relic of Henry VIII's reign, its stone walls weathered by centuries of secrets and sighing wind. The air smelled of damp stone and wood ash, old and unyielding, as though the house itself exhaled. Generations of Harcourts had lived and died within these halls, their stories etched into the drafty corridors. For months after Charles's death, she had avoided stepping back inside, as if the walls themselves were complicit in the silences that had filled their marriage. But now, with her decision made and her purpose clear, She reminded herself that she no longer needed to dread the manor's cold welcome. "You are mistress here, Juliette," she thought, lifting her chin and willing strength into her limbs. There was no room for hesitation anymore. With deliberate grace, she ascended the steps and nodded once at the waiting footman. He opened the heavy oak door, the creak of the hinges sounding like a groan of discontent. His gaze lingered on hers a beat too long, one brow lifting with an insolence that passed for deference, a look she had come to expect since Charles's death. Juliette looked away, determined not to show the shiver that traced down her spine. The cold air followed her inside, lingering in her skirts as though reluctant to let her go. She stepped inside, the entrance hall as grand and cold as she remembered. Shadows pooled in the corners, softened only by the glow of a fire burning low in the hearth. It smelled of smoke and aged oak, a reminder that the house itself was as weary as she was. The footman lingered, his eyes following her as she moved toward the sweeping staircase. Her morning gown, unrelieved black, hastily commissioned after Charles's unexpected death, rustled against the polished wood of the balusters. It fit her better than any dress she owned, tailored to her slight frame, and enhancing a youthfulness that seemed almost incongruous with her station as a widow. Something stirred beneath her ribs, defiant, unbidden. "There is life in me yet," she thought, even if marriage was a closed door she would never open again. The footman's eyes burned a hole in her back, and she straightened her posture, each step deliberate as she ascended. She would not give them reason to think she was afraid, even if their smirks cut as sharply as the wind outside. A streak of pale sunlight filtered through a tall window, casting shadows across the portraits lining the gallery. Painted eyes seemed to follow her as she passed. Her husband's ancestors. The warriors, the ladies, the steely-eyed men who had once commanded armies or whispered secrets into the ears of kings. She had studied their expressions often, trying to read the stories locked within them, but today they seemed only to mock her. Juliette stepped into the drawing room, and let the heavy door close behind her, the click of the latch a relief. The room was one of the few spaces she had claimed as her own, with its view of the wild, tangled gardens she had spent the past year tending. She sat at the tambour frame, fingers moving to the needle and thread, if only to busy her hands. A knock on the door pulled her from her concentration. Lavinia Pembroke swept into the room, skirts swishing against the doorframe. Her cheeks flushed from the cold corridors and her eyes alight. "Jules, there you are." Juliette gave a faint smile. "You'd have found me sooner if you'd thought to check the gardens." Lavinia's mouth dropped open, incredulous. "In this weather? You truly are mad, Jules. Let me see your slippers. Are they damp? I swear you'll catch a chill, and then where will I be?" Juliette's smile grew wry. "I'm afraid there are worse fates than damp slippers." Lavinia, undeterred, flopped onto the settee with all the casual grace of a girl who had not yet known the true weight of loss. The cushions sighed under her slight frame, her vibrant presence momentarily softening the room's somber atmosphere. "Still, I don't like it. You've been so different since—" She paused, biting her lip, her gaze darting to the dark silk of Juliette's gown. "Since everything changed." Juliette's needle hovered above the fabric. The tremor in her fingers lasted only a moment, before she forced her hand steady again. The room seemed to contract around them, the only sound the faint pop of a log settling in the hearth. "Dwelling on the past helps no one, Vinnie. We must look forward." Lavinia leaned forward, her hands clutching the edge of the settee. "You're impossibly brave." Her eyes glistened with unshed tears. "I wish I could be more like you, Jules. You always seem so certain, so strong." Her fingers loosened their grip, and she glanced toward the door. "The servant said that Mr. Blackwood left this morning. Is it true?" The words tumbled out before Juliette could answer. "Good riddance." Lavinia's expression darkened, her brows knitting together in a rare show of defiance. "I never liked him. He always stared too much, and not in the polite way gentlemen are supposed to." Juliette allowed a tight smile. "Yes, it's true. I saw to it that he had the best carriage and horses." Lavinia's hands twisted in her lap, wrinkling the delicate fabric of her gown. "Why should you bother, after everything?" Her chin lifted. "If I were you, I'd have sent him away with nothing but the clothes on his back. Juliette picked up her embroidery again, each stitch tight and deliberate. Because it was the right thing to do. The past year had taught her that doing the right thing often cost more than it gave. Lavinia's gaze lingered, searching. But now that he's gone, what will we do? Juliette set her embroidery down and held Lavinia's gaze. I've decided we shall sell the manor. Lavinia's lips parted as if to protest, but no sound came. Her hands flew to her mouth. Sell Harcourt Manor? But it's been in the family for centuries. Can you even do that? Juliette met her gaze without wavering. Yes, I can and I will. The decision had taken months to solidify, but the words came easily now. Sir Edmund Fairfax spoke to me after Charles's funeral. He expressed interest should I ever choose to part with it. Lavinia crossed her arms. That pompous magistrate? I wonder you even speak to him after he all but accused you during the inquest. Juliette's jaw clenched, and a memory threatened to surface. Edmund's probing questions, the way he had stared at her as if searching for guilt. The recollection pressed at her chest, but she kept her expression smooth. It was his duty, Lavinia. Charles's death was sudden, and questions had to be answered. It is not Sir Edmund's fault that the answers did not satisfy every tongue. Lavinia pursed her lips, still unconvinced. But where will we go, Jules? To one of the cottages? Juliette moved to the window, the gray light falling across her shoulders. No. She looked out at the wild landscape beyond. We are going to London. Lavinia's voice cracked, disbelief warring with excitement. She leapt to her feet, clutching the edge of the settee as if to steady herself. London? You're serious? Juliette turned back, a rare smile lifting her features. Yes, Vinnie. I've given it much thought. You're going to have a season. Lavinia's hands flew to her mouth, eyes wide with shock. Her excitement bubbled over in a nervous laugh, but it faltered as doubt crept in. A season? How could we possibly manage that? We have no connections, no family in town. Even as Lady Harcourt, you? Juliette crossed the room and sat beside her sister, taking her hands. You have me, Vinnie, and that will be enough. We shall take a house in Mayfair, commission gowns fit for a debutante, and attend every event worth noting. You will have the opportunity to make a match that secures your future. Lavinia's smile trembled, tears welling in her eyes. But what of you, Juliette? You cannot mean to remain a widow forever. Juliette's chin lifted, her gaze going hard as polished jet. The weight of her decision settled on her chest like a stone. I do. There will be no second marriage for me, Lavinia. My concern is you, your happiness, your security. That is all that matters now. The firelight flickered, catching on the smooth planes of Juliette's face, revealing the resolve that had become her armor. Lavinia swallowed, her excitement tempered by worry. If you believe it's possible, then I trust you. But what about the servants? Will you dismiss them all? Juliette stood, her black skirts trailing like shadows as she paced. They will stay on under Sir Edmund's care. I will only take what we need. Lydia will not come with us. She was appointed by Charles, and it is time I choose a maid who understands the fashions and demands of London. Lavinia watched her from the settee, eyes wide. You've changed so much, Jules. Juliette turned from the window. Yes. Her gaze held her sister's. Far more than you realize. She crossed to the bell pull and gave it a sharp tug, the sound carrying through the house like a proclamation. Now, my dear, we shall plan. London awaits, and we will not keep it waiting. Chapter 1. The Drury Lane Theatre glittered under the glow of chandeliers, their light catching the gilt moldings and polished brass. The mingling scents of wax and perfume hung in the air, charged with anticipation. From the pit to the gallery, the Grand Theatre was packed with London's most fashionable set, all eager to see the celebrated soprano Isabel Montclair in her acclaimed role as Ophelia. A murmur of conversation rolled through the crowd, punctuated by the occasional burst of laughter or the rustle of a silk gown. In a prominent box that commanded a view of both stage and spectators, the Countess of Winterbourne sat flanked by a coterie of London's most discerning socialites. Vivian Fairchild, resplendent in deep sapphire silk trimmed with silver, tapped her elegantly carved ivory fan against her lips, her eyes as sharp as the edge of a duelist's blade. Vivian's lips twisted. Old Kingsley's after Lady Radcliffe again. Her fan resumed its lazy tap. Will the fool ever tire of chasing her fourth husband? The Countess's companions burst into laughter, led by Lord Carlingdale, a notorious fop with golden curls and a penchant for bright waistcoats. He tipped his wineglass in a mock toast. Ah, Lady Radcliffe's appetite for matrimony is only rivaled by her passion for scandal. He settled deeper into his chair. One wonders if she sends engraved invitations for such pursuits. Vivian's eyes, shrewd and glinting with amusement, swept the theater's gilded expanse. She snapped her fan open. Speaking of invitations, did anyone catch sight of Arabella's coiffure tonight? It could pass for the Tower of Babel itself. I expect to see birds nesting in it by the first act. The party dissolved into mirth, as a few heads turned discreetly to locate Arabella and her architectural marvel of hair. Vivian's gaze, sharp as ever, roved over the boxes, pausing when she caught a flash of black silk and diamonds that shimmered like captured starlight. Her fan stopped mid-tap. She narrowed her eyes and raised her quizzing glass. Who is that? The woman's black silk and diamonds suggested wealth, but her sharp bearing set her apart from the fluttering debutantes and preening matrons. Lord Carlingdale shifted forward, the tightness of his breeches forcing him to lean rather than sit. Oh, indeed, Lady Winterbourne. He craned his neck toward the far box. You mean the vision in black, surely? Exquisite, isn't she? Lady Eliza Fairfax pressed a gloved hand to her tower of powdered curls, which wobbled precariously with the movement. I've no notion who she is. But I'd pay dearly to find out. Vivian's dark eyes glittered with annoyance. She flicked her fan open with a sharp snap. Impossible that I wouldn't know her. The ivory slats blurred between her fingers. Those diamonds speak of title, not trade. Lord Carlingdale sighed dramatically. My dear Countess, your diamonds are more magnificent naturally. Vivian arched one perfectly drawn brow. Quite so. She folded the fan against her palm with a decisive click. Still, I own myself intrigued. Her companions exchanged glances, unsure whether to laugh or murmur in agreement. A few managed both half-heartedly. Lord Winterbourne strolled into the box with the ease of a man accustomed to commanding attention, his deep burgundy brocade catching the candlelight. He took a generous pinch of snuff from an enameled box and surveyed the party. Ah, but I am one step ahead of you all. Vivian turned her sharp gaze on him, arching a brow. I might have guessed that where an attractive new face is concerned, you'd already done the legwork, Edgar. Do you have the layout of her bedchamber committed to memory yet, or shall we allow you until the interval? Their companions chuckled, one of them, a gentleman with a powdered wig slightly askew, nearly spilling his wine. Lord Winterbourne pressed his lace-edged handkerchief to his lips in a pantomime of modesty. Not yet, my dear, but the night is young. His eyes glinted above the lace. Lady Eliza clasped her hands together, her precarious coiffure bobbing dangerously with the movement. Come now, Winterbourne. You must tell us. We're all consumed with curiosity. Lord Winterbourne affected a long-suffering sigh and let his gaze drift across the theater. It settled on the mystery woman in black, and for a heartbeat she seemed to meet his eyes. He bowed as was proper, but she made no move, not even the smallest flicker of acknowledgement. Lord Carlingdale fidgeted in his seat, the deprivation of gossip clearly unbearable. By all means, keep us in suspense no longer. Winterbourne raised an eyebrow, savoring the attention. I shall tell you, but only if you agree that I have first claim on the lady. Gentlemen? The men exchanged glances, smirking conspiratorially. Lord Warrington smothered a grin behind his wineglass. Agreed, but you'll need to outpace the rest of the ton, old man. What time will she have for a bosky old rake like you? Vivian tilted her head, amusement flickering behind her fan. Indeed, Edgar, by morning, every eligible buck in London will be at her door. What use has she for you, who must rely on rouge and flattery to maintain his looks? Winterbourne pressed his hand to his chest in mock offense. Not everyone shares your withering assessment, Vivian. Vivian tapped the fan against her teeth. Poppycock. I am merely honest, and we both know it. Winterbourne leaned back, affecting boredom. Oh, very well. He paused just long enough for the anticipation to sharpen. The lady, my friends, is none other than Lady Juliette Harcourt, widow of Sir Charles Harcourt. A ripple of surprise coursed through the party, eyes widening as they took in the elegant woman across the theatre. Lady Eliza pressed her fingers to her collarbone, gasping with theatrical concern. So young to be a widow. Winterbourne's eyes flicked to her with irritation. Eliza, if you must interrupt, at least do so with something worth saying. She covered her mouth with her fan, a giggle escaping. Pray forgive me. The fan waved in what she likely thought was a coquettish manner. Do go on. Winterbourne inclined his head. Lady Juliette has taken a house in Queen Square. It seems she intends to introduce her younger sister to society this season. Lady Winterbourne's eyes narrowed with intrigue. A house in Queen Square? She must have some resources, after all. Lord Warrington turned his wine-glass between his fingers. Indeed, but does anyone know this Sir Charles Harcourt? The name rings no bell. Vivian lifted one shoulder in an elegant shrug. A member of the rustic gentry, perhaps, but if she is truly his widow, it will be my obligation to call on her. Her husband's eyes danced with barely concealed delight. Naturally, my dear. And I am certain the whole of London will follow suit. Mark my words, every gaze in this theatre is already fixed on her. Vivian smiled behind her fan, an expression that promised she would be the first to make the acquaintance. And I shall make it my business to know every detail about Lady Harcourt by morning. Lord Carlingdale laughed, tossing back the last of his wine. It is settled then. This evening shall not be remembered for Isabel Montclair's performance, I suspect, but for the debut of our enigmatic widow. The chandeliers dimmed as the orchestra began its overture, but Vivian's eyes lingered on Juliette Harcourt's box, curiosity burning as brightly as the diamonds at her throat. She brought the fan close to her lips as the first strains of music swelled. Yes. A breath. This shall indeed be a most diverting evening. Lavinia Pembroke leaned forward, her eyes wide as she drank in the glittering figures draped in silks and jewels. Chandeliers cast a golden glow, illuminating the murmuring crowd. The scent of beeswax candles mingled with the sharp tang of perfumes, creating an air thick with both elegance and expectation. Lavinia could barely contain herself, her gloved fingers gripping the velvet edge of their box. Oh, Jules, this is the most exciting evening of my life. The sparkle in her eyes rivaled the diamonds at her sister's throat. Lady Juliette Harcourt cast a knowing glance at her younger sister, a hint of a smile curving her lips. The weight of the diamonds at her throat felt heavier tonight. It wasn't the first time she'd worn them, but their presence served as a reminder. They were meant to dazzle now and sustain her later. It may well be, my dear, but remember, excitement is for the stage. Here, we must exude nothing but ennui, or at the very least, mild interest. Lavinia stifled a giggle behind her fan. Utter boredom? Jules, how can you be so calm? The very walls seem to buzz with talk of us. And the idea that we are more of a spectacle than Isabel Montclair herself, well, I should perish from it if I let myself think on it too long. A flash of mischief crossed Juliette's dark eyes. And why not? We should expect no less. This is our first night out after all, and I made certain we would not go unnoticed. Her voice carried an ease that masked the hours spent ensuring tonight's appearance would achieve exactly this effect. Everything, from the cut of their gowns to the jewels gleaming at her throat, was part of a carefully orchestrated plan. She leaned closer. Do not assume all eyes are on me. The young gentleman to our left hasn't looked away from you for a quarter of an hour. Lavinia's cheeks turned a becoming shade of pink, and she dared a glance, only to drop her eyes with a shy smile. I never imagined anything could be so thrilling. The words barely carried past the edge of their box. Juliette reached over and placed a gentle hand over her sister's trembling fingers. This is only the beginning, Vinny. This is the first step of many. Soon there will be countless opportunities for you to meet men of wealth and breeding, men who will make excellent husbands. Lavinia's giggle, soft and sweet, fluttered behind her fan. Oh, Jules, I wouldn't know the first thing to say to any of them. Juliette's smile deepened, a touch of indulgence there. A smile and a graceful nod will do for now. Believe me, that's all most of them will require. A dreamy quality settled over Lavinia's expression. I've dreamed of this moment for so long, but I never could picture it being so perfect. Juliette's hand paused over her sister's, diamonds catching the low light. I pray your dreams will remain as sweet as this night, dearest. Lavinia squeezed Juliette's fingers. How could they not? Everything is even more wonderful than I had imagined. Juliette's gaze drifted toward the far boxes, a shadow of thought passing over her face. We should have taken a house in Mayfair. The words were barely audible, more confession than conversation. Lavinia's brow creased, confusion briefly clouding her joy. But Mayfair or not, our home in Queen Square is the finest I've ever seen. It's beautiful, Jules. Juliette smoothed the silk of her glove, the cool edge of determination returning to her bearing. You will see much finer homes before long. Before Lavinia could respond, she caught sight of a woman in a towering wig that seemed ready to topple with every turn of her head. The lady's gaze was sharp, her eyes lit with calculation as they scanned their box. Jules, who is that? She looks as though she could command armies, and she's staring at us as though we've stolen her crown emeralds. Juliette's eyes followed Lavinia's, and locked onto the formidable countenance of Lady Winterbourne. She felt the weight of that gaze, a tangible force that sent a chill over her skin. I have no idea, but it seems she is someone we are destined to know. Your diamonds, Jules. I could never look so fine, no matter the gown. Lavinia's eyes flicked over to Juliette, admiration laced with awe. You were always so beautiful even before Sir Charles, but now with Paula's skill in fashioning your hair and gown, oh, you could be the envy of the ton. Juliette laughed softly, a sound that did not quite reach her eyes. You flatter me, Vinny. London is full of beauties, some of whom are here tonight, I assure you. But Paula is a treasure, and I was fortunate to find her when I did. The low murmur of the theater shifted as the orchestra struck the first note, signaling the start of the performance. Conversations dulled, but the rustle of silks and the occasional burst of laughter from the pit continued unabated. Juliette's box, however, remained the focal point of more than a few lingering stares and whispered speculations. As the curtain rose, Juliette felt the pressure of the theater's gaze, a silent promise that their appearance tonight was only the beginning of a storm yet to come. Early risers by habit, Juliette and Lavinia were awake before most of London the morning after their debut at Drury Lane. The early sunlight filtering through the lace curtains of their rented house in Queen Square had a crisp golden quality, catching the frost that clung stubbornly to the window panes. The air in the breakfast room carried the faint aroma of fresh brewed tea and warm scones as the sisters shared a quiet meal. Lavinia nibbled on a delicate piece of toast, a sparkle in her eyes. Jules, I still cannot believe we were there, amidst all that splendor. I doubt I shall ever forget last night. Juliette sipped her tea, the porcelain cup warming her fingers. London is full of splendor, Vinny. Drury Lane is only the beginning. Lavinia's excitement seemed to bubble over as she reached for a fresh strawberry, her fingers lingering on the delicate fruit. But everyone was watching us. You must have seen their faces. We were more interesting than the performance itself. Juliette's dark eyes twinkled over the rim of her teacup. I would be disappointed if we weren't, dearest. I intended us to be a topic of conversation. Lavinia set her strawberry down, momentarily forgetting it. Sometimes, Jules, I do believe you're part witch. How else could you make people bend so easily to your will? A slow smile curved Juliette's lips. The trick, my dear, is not to show how much you care that they do. Indifference is the most powerful tool a woman has. Lavinia shook her head, the admiration on her face unfeigned. I shall never learn to be indifferent, Jules. I was far too thrilled by the attention. The laugh that escaped Juliette was rare and warm, filling the room like the sunlight spilling through the lace curtains. Then we must practice. London is a stage, Lavinia, and every one of us plays a part. After breakfast, the sisters embarked on their customary morning outing. The carriage rolled down Oxford Street, the early throng bustling with vendors and well-to-do patrons. The air was sharp with the chill of early spring, and the scent of horses and fresh bread mingled in a way that was uniquely London. Lavinia leaned out, face alight as she took in the window displays of milliners and jewelers. Her expression shifted, a crease forming between her brows. I do feel rather guilty, Jules. We've spent a small fortune of Sir Charles's money since we arrived. Juliette leaned back against the deep blue squabs of their smart new carriage, the corners of her mouth tilting upward. The diamonds that had turned so many heads last night would soon be gone, and with them, the last tangible anchor of her former life. Still, it had been worth it. If a glittering facade was what it took to ensure Lavinia's future, she would polish it until the very end. If Charles were here, he'd say we hadn't spent enough. He was never one to deny himself. Rest easy, Vinnie. We do what we must. They returned to Queen Square as the church bells marked the hour, their cheerful peal echoing through the narrow streets. The head footman, Timmins, met them at the door, his expression marked by the practiced neutrality of someone who had seen more than his share of society's dramatics. He held a silver tray toward Juliette, a neat stack of calling cards arranged upon it. My lady, several visitors called while you were out. Juliette removed her hat, dark curls bouncing free, and handed it to the waiting maid. Lavinia's hand darted toward the tray. Let me see those. She fanned the cards between her fingers, eyes widening. Jules, look. Invitations from Sir Gregory, Lady Harwick, and a rout at the Winterbournes in Manchester Square. Juliette arched a brow, her expression serene in the face of her sister's escalating excitement. No more than I expected, dearest. We created quite a stir last night. Invitations will become as frequent as gossip in this city. Chapter 2. The morning sun warmed the drawing room, its light gilding the edges of a dozen calling cards scattered across the mahogany table. From the street below, the rattle of carriage wheels and the cry of a flower seller drifted through the half-open window. Lavinia leaned forward, her gaze sweeping the embossed names. How can you be so calm, Jules? It's as if the whole of London is about to invade our drawing room. She clasped her hands in her lap, awe and nervous anticipation written across her face. One would think you planned it all from the start. Juliette's smile turned sly. In a sense, I did. Why storm society's gates when a gentle nudge opens them? Lavinia shook her head in mock exasperation. You are a scheming minx, Jules. She waved a hand at the cards littering the table. And to think we weren't even home when they called. Juliette's fingers grazed one of the cards, eyes narrowing thoughtfully. Precisely the point, Vinnie. Not being here has only inflamed their interest further. Lavinia's laughter rang out, but a furrowed brow of worry cut it short. You will accept, won't you? The invitations, I mean. You don't plan to refuse them, do you? Juliette's expression softened, a glimmer of warmth cutting through her usual composure. Yes, we shall attend every last one. But there is no harm in adding a little mystery while we're at it. Lavinia looked at her sister, a sudden newfound wonder in her gaze. You could be a duchess, if you put your mind to it. Juliette's laughter was rich, but a shadow crossed her features as she reached for her sister's hand. I am more than content to see you rise as high as a duchess, Vinnie. Before Lavinia could respond, Timmins returned, holding a gilt-edged card with the reverence one might show a royal missive. My lady, the Earl of Winterbourne begs a moment of your time. Juliette's eyes gleamed with amusement as she took the card, tapping it thoughtfully against her wrist. I wonder what peacock this one will be. Lavinia's fingers curled around the arm of her chair, speculation brightening her expression. Perhaps he's not a fop. She dropped her voice. He might be the gentleman who watched us from the next box. Juliette raised an eyebrow, but her lips quirked in a half-smile. Timmins inclined his head. His lordship awaits your pleasure, my lady. Juliette rose gracefully. Show him in. She smoothed the front of her skirt. Let us see what the Earl wants. Lavinia pressed a hand to her collarbone, her voice dropping low. What shall we say, Jules? I'm certain I'll make a fool of myself. Juliette cast a glance over her shoulder. Let him speak first, Vinny. She turned back toward the door. All we need do is answer. The room quieted as the footman opened the door. The Earl of Winterbourne entered, resplendent in burgundy brocade, his powdered face marked with several beauty patches that bordered on ostentation. He swept into a bow so low, it seemed a miracle he did not topple. The thick gallantry in his voice hinted at practiced flirtation. Lady Harcourt, you honor me immeasurably. Juliette dropped into a deep curtsy, Lavinia following her lead. She straightened and gestured gracefully. The honor is ours, my lord. A half turned toward her sister. May I present my sister, Miss Lavinia Pembroke? Winterbourne's gaze flitted to Lavinia for barely a second before returning to Juliette, his eyes bright with admiration. Charming? A roguish grin split his powdered face. And even lovelier in daylight, Lady Harcourt. Juliette's eyes lowered demurely, though a flicker of amusement lurked beneath her lashes. You flatter me, my lord. I am overwhelmed. He dabbed at his powdered face with a lace-edged handkerchief. Not at all, my dear, only the simple truth. Won't you sit with us, Lord Winterbourne? Juliette gestured to a chair, notably a few feet from where she and Lavinia sat. The Earl's disappointment was fleeting as he sat, a slight wheeze escaping him as he settled. I was pleased to learn you received our invitation. It is my sincerest hope you will both attend the rout. The corners of Juliette's mouth quirked up, as she watched him fumble for a pinch of snuff. We are only just arrived in London, my lord, so our calendar is still quite accommodating. She folded her hands neatly in her lap. You can be assured we will make every effort. He sneezed delicately into his handkerchief, blinking as if startled by his own frailty. Splendid. I dare say you will be a sensation, Lady Harcourt. Your presence will make any gathering brilliant. Juliette inclined her head. You are too kind. Winterbourne's eyes shifted, lingering on Lavinia before returning to Juliette, his expression softening. I understand you are recently widowed, my dear. My condolences. Juliette's smile faltered only slightly. Thank you, my lord. It is a truth I carry with me. A speculative glint entered his eye. But you are so young. He leaned forward in his chair. There will be much pleasure in your future, I am sure. Juliette's gaze hardened imperceptibly, though her voice remained as smooth as silk. My focus is on Miss Pembroke, my lord. Winterbourne nodded, clearly choosing to misinterpret her meaning as noble selflessness. A most admirable sentiment. Juliette stood, signaling an end to the visit. Lord Winterbourne, it has been a pleasure, but I'm afraid my sister and I have another engagement awaiting us. The Earl rose with a slight grimace, his age betraying him in the stiffness of his movements. Ah, I shall not keep you longer, Lady Harcourt. It was gracious of you to receive me. I trust we shall meet again at the rout? Juliette offered him a smile that was as polite as it was distant. You may count on it, my lord. With a final bow, one less elaborate but still punctuated with a flourish, the Earl of Winterbourne took his leave. Timmins opened the door for him, and the echo of his footsteps in the hall slowly faded into silence. The moment the door clicked shut, Lavinia let out a long breath and turned to her sister, disbelief written plain across her face. Jules, how could you dismiss him so calmly? That was the Earl of Winterbourne. I could scarcely believe it when he sat right before us. Juliette's lips curved into a wry smile. Calm is the only way to handle men like him, Vinny. Lord Winterbourne is a practiced rake, and if we wish to thrive in society, we mustn't appear too eager. He will be back, I assure you. Lavinia's eyes sparkled with both awe and mischief. He was quite obvious, wasn't he? I half thought he might carry you off. Juliette laughed, a low melodic sound that seemed almost foreign in the room. He certainly wanted to. But rest easy, dearest. I can handle men like Lord Winterbourne. His gaze holds no power over me. A note of uncertainty crept into Lavinia's voice. I suppose I will have to learn how to do that, won't I? She twisted her fingers together in her lap. To sit and speak without showing how nervous I am. And not blush like a foolish girl whenever someone so much as glances at me. Juliette reached over and took her sister's hands, squeezing them lightly. You will, Vinny, and soon enough it will become second nature. Lavinia nodded, a new resolve taking shape in her expression. I can scarce wait for Tuesday night and the rout. Will we be able to dance well enough for a crowd like that? Juliette's smile warmed. Monsieur Fournier assured me that our lessons were exemplary. She tucked a loose curl behind Lavinia's ear. You need not fear. Our steps will be as graceful as any debutante's. And if they are not, she added with a conspiratorial wink, we shall laugh and pretend we meant it to be so. Lavinia giggled, her earlier tension melting away. You make it sound so simple. Juliette stood and glanced out the window at the carriages clattering down the cobbled streets. The city hummed with life, a promise of the season's opportunities and perils. It is as simple as deciding it shall be. She turned back. Now go put on your new blue bonnet. We shall ride in Hyde Park for the benefit of those who did not catch us at Drury Lane last night. A bright smile lit Lavinia's face as she jumped to her feet. Oh, Jules, this season will be the greatest fun, won't it? Juliette's eyes softened, a rare vulnerability glimmering behind their dark surface. She reached out and brushed Lavinia's cheek. Yes, dearest. The words carried the weight of determination. This season will be unforgettable. As Lavinia dashed from the room, Juliette stood for a moment longer, the laughter and warmth fading from her features. She glanced down at the calling cards strewn across the table, fingers brushing over the gilt edges. Each name was a potential ally, danger, or stepping stone for Lavinia's future. A reminder of all Juliette must navigate and endure. No, Juliette had no intention of letting anyone claim her heart or tether her to another marriage. Her resolve was set, as firm as the diamonds that glistened at her throat. This season, she would play the part of the clever widow, orchestrating her sister's triumph while keeping her own secrets locked away. With a deep breath, she lifted her chin and rang the bell for Timmins. The game had only just begun. Chapter 3. Lord and Lady Winterbourne's grand home pulsed with life, a glittering spectacle of silk, velvet, and diamonds under the blaze of 100 candles. The air hummed with conversation, perfumed by rosewater and colognes as the orchestra's strains drifted through the room. The expectation was palpable, heightened by the presence of the ton's most prominent figures. Juliette Harcourt entered the room, her emerald silk gown whispering with each step. Diamonds at her throat and wrists caught the light, casting dazzling flashes that drew every gaze. She was aware of the looks that trailed her, sharp and speculative, assessing the newcomer who had dared to captivate London with one appearance at Drury Lane. A calculated entrance, and it was paying dividends. Beside her, Lavinia Pembroke looked both awed and flushed, her cream brocade gown a modest counterpoint to Juliette's brilliance. The pearls at her neck gleamed softly, lending an air of innocence to her otherwise luminous excitement. Lavinia's eyes swept the room, eager and bright. She leaned closer to Juliette, her voice trembling with excitement. Jules, everyone is staring. Juliette's lips curved, the smile not quite reaching her eyes. Let them stare, dearest. Their curiosity is our invitation. The heat from the crowd pressed against them, the hum of voices rising and falling with the clink of crystal glasses and shuffling shoes on marble. The air was thick with the scent of wax, and the faintly smoky undertone of the fireplace in the next room, its glow casting flickering shadows that danced over the crowd. Juliette scanned the room, noting the clusters of card players, the dancers in the salon, and the couples who leaned too closely in whispered exchanges. She caught sight of Lady Winterbourne, her imposing figure wrapped in crimson silk, watching her with the hawkish eyes of a woman who resented not being at the center of attention. Juliette's smile widened by the barest fraction. The Countess's disapproval was a testament to Juliette's success. Lord Winterbourne swept across the room like a ship on a favorable tide, his coat of deep burgundy brocade rich with embroidery, golden epaulets gleaming. He reached Juliette's side with practiced ease, offering a bow that was more of a flourish. His voice carried deep and smooth across the space between them. "Lady Harcourt, it seems my evening has taken a turn for the better." Juliette met his gaze, her expression politely indifferent, though a spark of amusement glinted in her dark eyes. "I should hope the night had not proven dull before now, my lord." His eyes twinkled with roguish mischief. "Ah, but compared to your entrance, everything else pales." The scent of snuff clung faintly to him, mingled with bergamot and cedar. He extended his hand. "Would you do me the honor of this set?" The dance had already drawn onlookers, the floor a canvas of gowns that shimmered like jewels. Juliette inclined her head, letting him lead her forward. The music swept up, a lively tune that set their steps in motion, and she moved with practiced grace, aware of every eye that followed. The lines around Winterbourne's mouth deepened with a knowing smile. "I cannot fathom why you've kept yourself hidden away in the country." He guided her through a turn. "A woman of your charms must find London far more diverting." Juliette's smile was a carefully constructed facade. "Sir Charles preferred the country, my lord, and I obliged him." The words were smooth, rehearsed. They needed to be. The truth was a tangle of regret and secrets best left untouched. Winterbourne dropped his voice. "Ah, a man wise enough to guard his treasure." His grip on her hand tightened the slightest degree. "But surely the city's allure will keep you from fleeing to the country?" Her steps faltered imperceptibly, a flicker of something crossing her face before she forced a serene smile back into place. Each word landed with careful weight. "Harcourt Manor holds too many sad memories." The faint scent of jasmine from her hair tickled her senses, a reminder of Paula's deft touch that morning. To her surprise, Winterbourne's expression softened, eyes misting as if caught by emotion. "My poor dear lady." A chill skittered down her spine, despite the warmth of the crowded room. The Earl of Winterbourne's practiced sympathy felt as hollow as a theater stage. She tilted her head just so, drawing the light across the line of diamonds at her collarbone. "The season is still young, my lord. Lavinia and I intend to enjoy it fully." His eyes lingered there a moment too long before he chuckled, the mask of emotion slipping back into charming frivolity. "And so you shall." "I am delighted to hear it." Juliette's eyes flicked to Lavinia, whose cheeks were rosy with excitement as she spoke animatedly to her partner, a young man with a warm, easy smile and auburn curls. He was handsome in a way that was not ostentatious, and for that she was grateful. Noticing her glance, Winterbourne leaned closer, his breath warm on her ear. "Ah, young Mr. Fairburn has caught Miss Pembroke's attention. A good sort if not overly burdened with wealth. But his connections to the Devonshires lend him some credit." The name sent a ripple of tension down her spine, but she kept her voice steady. "The Devonshires? Are you certain?" He took a pinch of snuff and dusted the remnants from his coat. "Quite. His mother was a cousin. A vicar's son now, with little more than an inheritance of manners and charm." A practiced shrug. "But worry not, Lady Harcourt. The ton is full of eligible men eager to court your sister." A speculative light entered his eyes. "And perhaps her sister too." Juliette's smile chilled a degree. "I have no intention of remarrying, my lord." He laughed, not in the least deterred. "Ah, a challenge. It shall only make you more sought after, I assure you." Before she could reply, a figure standing apart from the throng caught her attention. He leaned against the far wall, arms crossed, eyes as dark as midnight, watching her with a cool detachment. The rest of the room seemed to blur, the candlelight dimming as she met that unflinching gaze. He wore no wig or paint, his hair tied back with a simple black ribbon, and his clothes, while impeccably tailored, were devoid of ornament. A curious thrill rushed through her veins, warmth tightening beneath her ribs. She managed a tentative smile, testing the waters. His face remained unmoved, but a flicker of something, an acknowledgement perhaps, passed through his eyes before they returned to an indifferent gaze. Winterbourne's voice pulled her back into the present. "Lady Harcourt?" He offered his arm. "Might I escort you to supper?" Juliette blinked, forcing the curious encounter from her mind. The practiced poise returned to her voice. "I would be honored, my lord." As Winterbourne guided her through the throng, the murmurs followed, trailing behind them like a shadow. She caught Lady Winterbourne's steely gaze, colder than the diamonds at her throat, and met it head-on, a silent declaration of war. Whatever games society intended to play, Juliette was ready. But as the mysterious man's gaze lingered on her mind, Juliette forced herself to remember that he was of no consequence. Her purpose in London was clear, securing Lavinia's future, and she could not afford any distractions. Juliette thrashed beneath the weight of the dark dreams that clung to her like a shroud, cold sweat trickling down her neck as she struggled to escape their grasp. The four-poster bed, elegant and vast, seemed to close in around her, making her feel impossibly small. Fragmented images sharpened, Sir Charles's accusing voice, polished boots, and the chill of an unwelcome touch. Though these nightmares had become less frequent, their sudden presence still pierced through her with the force of a blade. The previous evening's rout at the Winterbourne estate had been a triumph by any social measure. Lavinia's eyes had sparkled like diamonds, her voice still bubbling with excitement as they rode home. Juliette had listened with a careful smile, offering words of encouragement while her mind raced elsewhere. Lord Winterbourne's relentless pursuit was more than an irritation. It was a complication she could not afford. Yet she knew too well that the favor of influential patrons was necessary to secure Lavinia's future. For that, she was willing to endure much. But how far was too far? Paula, her diligent maid, had helped her out of her gown and unwound her hair with soothing fingers before slipping away to her own rest. Juliette had collapsed into her bed, hoping for the comfort of oblivion. Instead, she clawed herself awake, breath ragged and body taut as a bowstring. The silence in the room was suffocating, broken only by the ragged echo of her breathing. She blinked, disoriented, and reached for the candle at her bedside. The flame flickered to life, casting a warm glow that pushed the shadows back but failed to banish them. Her gaze darted to the heavy curtains that framed the window. They stirred gently, a movement that sent unease prickling along her skin. Paula had closed them. Juliette remembered that with absolute certainty. A damp, biting chill raised gooseflesh on her arms. The open window whispered against her skin, the candle's flame wavering. The room was never left exposed to the night's chill. It was an unspoken rule ingrained from her time at Harcourt Manor. The thought crystallized, and panic flared to life in her chest, tightening like a vice. This was not an accident. Before she could fully process the realization, the curtain shifted again, and a figure emerged from the darkness. The force of her own heartbeat nearly knocked her sideways, and she gripped the bedpost for balance. "Lord Winterbourne." The name burst from her lips, sharp and disbelieving, carried on a breath that trembled. His voice came slurred, the odor of brandy clinging to him like a cloud. "Hush, my dear." He swayed on his feet. "We don't want to wake the entire household, do we?" He stepped forward, unsteady and flushed, his powdered wig askew and cravat undone, the rich chipery of his cologne tainted by alcohol. A sick, twisting dread coiled in her stomach, mixing with the hot surge of anger that flared in her chest. Juliette's gaze hardened. What is the meaning of this intrusion? The question was a sharp demand, but she could feel the tremor in her own voice, betraying the fear that ran beneath her fury. Winterbourne's lips curved into a smirk, and he took another unsteady step. "No need for dramatics, Lady Harcourt. Your modesty is endearing, truly, but unnecessary." The insinuation sliced through her like ice. Before she could react, he tossed something that sparkled as it landed on the coverlet. The diamonds and emeralds of a bracelet caught the flickering light, each gem a testament to the excesses of wealth and power. She recognized it instantly, the bracelet he'd won from Lady Worthington at cards, a prize of outrageous indulgence. His voice turned syrupy with false tenderness. "I won this for you, a token of my devotion." The audacity stole her breath for a moment. Memories of Sir Charles's domineering presence flooded back, ghosts of a past she'd buried deep. But here in this room, that past clawed its way back, mingling with her present terror. Juliette's chest heaved as she fought for composure. Fury steadied her voice. "Lord Winterbourne, you will leave this room at once." His eyes flashed, a mix of irritation and determination. He stepped closer, his movements clumsy yet deliberate. "Oh, come now, my dear. You were made for this, for me. Admit it. I can see the fire in you." Juliette's ears filled with the roar of her own blood, as the flickering candlelight caught the sweat on his brow and the predatory glint in his gaze. Her muscles coiled, every instinct screaming for her to flee. But where? Before he could reach her, she sidestepped, her fingers groping beneath the pillow where she kept her small pistol. The cool metal against her palm grounded her, and she raised it with both hands, the muzzle pointing directly at his chest. The shock in his eyes was immediate and gratifying, but she knew better than to let herself feel safe. Her voice cut sharp despite the faint tremor in her hands. She locked her jaw, willing her body to stay steady. "Stay back." His face went slack with disbelief. "Juliette." He raised both palms. "It's I, Lord Winterbourne." Each word fell clipped and lethal. "I know exactly who you are, my lord." The pistol did not waver. "And you will leave this room the way you came, or I swear I will use this." The silence stretched taut between them, punctuated only by the hiss of the candle and the thunderous drumming of her heartbeat. Winterbourne's gaze darted from her face to the pistol, the realization settling like a heavy stone in the air. A muscle in his jaw worked as he raised his hand slowly, a sneer marring his flushed features. The words were more for himself than for her. "You wouldn't." But the glint in her eyes told him otherwise. The steel in Juliette's voice did not waver. "Try me." Defeat clouded his expression as he took a stumbling step back. He hesitated, pride battling with self-preservation, before he pivoted and made for the window. His hands fumbled as he hoisted himself over the ledge, the night wind biting at the disarray of his clothes. He paused, casting a final look back at her, confusion and fury warring in his eyes. Juliette's voice sliced through the dim room with cold precision. "One last thing, Lord Winterbourne." She held the pistol level. "If any of your acquaintances dare attempt what you just did, they will be met with the same threat and the same resolve. Make no mistake, my lord, this is not a warning but a promise." He muttered a curse, then disappeared into the night, the sound of his boots scraping against the iron of the balcony before silence fell like a shroud. Juliette stood motionless for a moment, the pistol still raised, as if expecting another shadow to emerge. Only when her arm began to ache did she lower it, the cold metal slipping from her grasp and landing softly on the bed. Her knees buckled as she sank onto the bed, trembling as the rush of fear and fury drained from her limbs. A raw shudder coursed through her, the weight of the night pressing on her chest. The scent of his cologne lingered, cloying and vile, mingling with the faint lavender perfume she wore, now bitter in her nostrils. Juliette buried her face in her hands, the pistol a cold sentinel beside her, as she willed her breath to even out. Sleep was a distant, impossible thing. The rest of the night would be spent with eyes wide open, staring at the dark, with the taste of fear sharp on her tongue. And yet, through the terror, one thought anchored her. She had protected herself, and she would do it again if she had to. Chapter 4. Juliette's sleep had been a tangle of restless dreams. She could still feel the weight of Winterbourne's grasp, hear the insufferable whisper of his voice. Dawn was just breaking as she sat upright, blinking into the dim, her pistol a comforting presence under the pillow. Even the massive bed felt tainted by his presence. She shivered, wondering if sleep in this city would ever feel safe again. When Paula entered with a cup of chocolate, Juliette was already at the vanity, a determined line to her mouth. The maid's eyes widened at her mistress's unusual briskness. Paula drew back the curtains, flooding the room with golden morning light that did little to brighten Juliette's expression. "Well, good morning, ma'am?" Juliette's gaze darted to the balcony, a reluctant check for any lingering intruders. Paula headed to the wardrobe, her voice cheerful despite the question in her eyes. "Which gown shall it be?" No doubt she was puzzled by her mistress's wakefulness. Juliette's fingers curled against the vanity's edge. The brown tabby. Simple, sturdy. She had no stomach for frills or finery today. "Shall I powder your hair, ma'am?" The red would go perfectly with the brown. Juliette shook her head. "No powder, Paula. Today, we'll let it be." She glanced at her reflection, hating how the dark circles under her eyes told the story she was determined to conceal. As Paula laid out the gown, Juliette picked up the emerald and diamond bracelet, Winterbourne's repugnant gift. It sparkled in the morning light, as if his hands hadn't tainted it. Wrapping it carefully in linen, she held out the bundle, mouth twisting. "Send this back to Lady Worthington, with Lord Winterbourne's compliments." Paula's brows rose, but she only nodded as she took the bundle. It was obvious she had questions, but Juliette had no intention of addressing them. Alone again, she pressed her fingertips to her temples. As strong as her resolve was, she couldn't ignore the creeping fear. Winterbourne wielded influence like a sword, and a single flick of his wrist could sever the fragile ties she'd been weaving in London. The entry she and Vinny had made, the painstaking way she'd maneuvered them into society's embrace, could all fall apart with one malicious whisper. But she would be damned if she allowed Winterbourne to make her a pawn in his sordid game. Her sister's future was paramount, and she would see it secured with their dignity intact. A knock pulled her from her thoughts, and a maid entered with urgency. "Lady Harcourt, Miss Pembroke begs to be excused from activities today. She's feeling unwell." The bracelet, Winterbourne, and his influence vanished from Juliette's mind. She hurried to her sister's room, worry spurring her on as she found Vinny lying pale against the pillows, her normally bright eyes dull. Juliette pressed a hand to her sister's forehead. "Dearest, what ails you?" The skin beneath her palm was cool, no fever, and the knot in her chest loosened a fraction. Vinny gave a wan smile. "It's nothing, Jules. I believe it's the result of too much food, wine, and dancing. I'm not used to such gaiety." Juliette's frown deepened. Vinny was hearty, hardly one to be struck down by a night's indulgence. "Well, London's air is vile enough to weaken a saint, and we're wise to take precautions." "Oh, Jules, don't fuss so." Vinny laughed softly. "I only need more sleep. Truly, it's nothing more than fatigue. If there's no improvement by afternoon, I'll call a physician. And not just any quack hawking cures from the back of a carriage." Her tone was brisk, but her worry betrayed her in the way her fingers lingered on her sister's wrist, taking her pulse. Vinny's laugh, weak as it was, brought a hint of color to her cheeks. "We've had nothing but the best since we arrived. You spoil me, Jules." The faintest smile softened Juliette's features. "Always. Rest, darling. I'll fetch something. A bit of tonic will have you feeling fit as ever." Vinny's eyes brightened. "Mercy, Jules, no tonics. I've no doubt it's the result of last night's excesses. The deviled crab alone was a marvel. And that duckling? I could hardly restrain myself." A grin spread across her pale face. Juliette's own grin broke through her worry. "Greedy girl. One might think you'd come to London to devour all the delicacies." Vinny sat up a little straighter, her spirits visibly lifting. "Someone had to. But enough of my supposed greed. You were quite the focus of attention last night yourself." Juliette's expression shuddered, the memory of Winterbourne's unwelcome attentions sharp behind her eyes. "Oh well, diverting perhaps." Vinny raised a brow, her eyes gleaming with mischief. "Diverting? Jules, Lord Winterbourne was practically crawling on all fours for you. I'll never understand how these society types flit about, married or not, as though fidelity was a quaint notion best left in novels. When I wed, it will be for keeps." Juliette's gaze softened, her voice lowering. Of course you will, dearest. You'll have the fidelity you deserve. But in this world we must learn to accept a certain looseness in the ton's views on loyalty. Vinnie reached for her sister's hand, her expression earnest. What about you, Jules? Surely someone worthy will sweep you off your feet. Perhaps the right man would make you want to throw your cap over the windmill. For the briefest second, Juliette's mind flickered to the dark-eyed gentleman she'd noticed leaning against the wall last night, his gaze one of genuine indifference, unlike the practiced fawning she'd been subjected to all evening. But she pushed the thought aside, a wry smile twisting her lips as she looked away. We're not here for that, Vinnie. You know that. Vinnie's voice, soft but insistent, followed her as she turned to leave. But you can't mourn Sir Charles forever, Jules. The words hit harder than Juliette cared to admit, but she kept her voice steady. She paused at the threshold, one hand on the doorframe. Rest, my love. I'll find something to set you right. And don't you worry, I've no intention of mourning anyone longer than I must. Once out of sight, her composure cracked just enough to reveal a flicker of emotion, but by the time she reached the medicine chest, her resolve had firmed once more. The sick room smelled of lavender water and stale linen. Juliette sat beside Vinnie, her sister's face flushed and her brow knit with discomfort, the sheets twisted beneath restless hands. After a lengthy sleep, her condition had only worsened. The fatigue of the previous evening was now coupled with waves of nausea, and worry warred with the dawning reality that she'd need to call for a physician. But which one? Who among London's fashionable practitioners could be trusted not to offer overpriced tonics that promised miracles but delivered little else? Just then a footman appeared at the door, his manner particularly grave. Lady Harcourt, the Countess of Winterbourne has arrived and is awaiting your pleasure. Juliette felt her stomach lurch, not entirely unlike her sister's. She took the calling card, reading the elegant script as if it might somehow vanish if she blinked hard enough. Lady Winterbourne here now in her home. The very last person she wanted to receive. The strain of the words pressed against her teeth before she released them. Tell her ladyship I am not at home. Before the footman could so much as turn, however, Lady Winterbourne's voice cut through the hall like a well-sharpened knife. Lady Harcourt. You're a sight indeed, and what luck I've found you in. Juliette winced, setting her shoulders and glancing briefly at Vinnie. Rest, darling. I'll manage her. She stood and gathered herself for the inevitable encounter. Lady Winterbourne stood at the base of the staircase, leisurely removing her gloves. Her gaze swept over Juliette with sharp intensity, leaving nowhere to hide. If she had hoped to go unnoticed, it was already clear that Lady Winterbourne had no intention of permitting that. Juliette summoned as much poise as she could, and gestured toward the sitting room. Lady Winterbourne, how lovely to see you. Won't you come in? The Countess allowed Juliette to lead her in, her smile smooth as polished silver. Why, thank you, Lady Harcourt. Once settled by the fire, Lady Winterbourne's eyes swept the room with practiced discernment. Her chin lifted. Charming? Though her tone suggested it was a mildly interesting painting, she had little desire to acquire. Juliette, acutely aware of every delicate thread in her hostess' skills unraveling, felt her cheeks flush. She broke the silence with what she hoped was appreciative sincerity. I must thank you again for the splendid evening. Your rout was magnificent. The Countess's eyebrow rose ever so slightly, her expression as inscrutable as a marble statue. One does one's best, Lady Harcourt, though it seems the task grows more challenging with each passing season. Every hostess in London seeks to outshine the last, and quite frankly, it's all becoming rather like a parade of one-upmanship. Juliette laughed politely. I cannot imagine anyone surpassing your brilliance, my lady. A subtle smile touched the Countess's lips, her gaze lingering on Juliette with a shrewd glint. A lovely sentiment. But you seem rather unsettled, Lady Harcourt. One wonders if my visit is inopportune. Juliette's fingers pressed against her skirt, though she kept her voice light. Oh, not at all. My sister is somewhat indisposed, which has made for a rather disquieting morning. Lady Winterbourne's eyes narrowed. Miss Pembroke was in particularly fine spirits last night. I dare say it cannot be too severe. Juliette hesitated, glancing down. I don't believe it is, but I have considered summoning a physician just to be certain. Lady Winterbourne's gaze softened slightly. If I may suggest, Lady Harcourt, you ought to call upon Dr. Bentley. He has a reputation for expertise, if not precisely orthodox in his methods. Juliette opened her mouth to refuse but stopped short, realizing it might be wiser to accept the offer. After all, there was no harm in currying favor with Lady Winterbourne, especially after last night's events. That is exceedingly generous of you, Lady Winterbourne. I would be most grateful. Lady Winterbourne's sharp eyes sparkled. Not generous at all. I have come, after all, to congratulate you, Lady Harcourt. Juliette blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Congratulate me? I confess, I'm quite at a loss, my lady. The Countess's lips curved into a smile both genuine and slightly wicked. My dear, don't play coy. My husband confessed to me, in rather colorful detail, that he attempted to make you his conquest. Juliette felt her face grow hot, and she lowered her gaze, mortified. He told you? Lady Winterbourne let out a rich, uninhibited laugh that filled the room. Oh yes, and he's treated the matter as an enormous jest. But do not fear, Lady Harcourt. I am thoroughly on your side. Juliette's embarrassment softened into tentative relief. Your support is most unexpected, Lady Winterbourne. Lady Winterbourne leaned in, her fan tapping the arm of the chair. My dear, my husband is long overdue for a lesson. His antics have embarrassed me enough. Year after year, he pursues any pretty chit without a shred of dignity. You, Lady Harcourt, are the only woman I know of who has refused him outright and treated him as he deserves. A hint of amusement finally crept into Juliette's voice. Hardly an accomplishment, I assure you. And I believe Lady Worthington will soon enjoy her bracelet back, courtesy of Lord Winterbourne's compliments. Lady Winterbourne laughed again, a gleeful sparkle in her eyes. Well played, my dear. A most satisfying return indeed. You are certain to be the talk of the ton within days. Juliette, though beginning to feel more at ease, could not keep the disbelief from her tone. But that was hardly my intention, Lady Winterbourne. The Countess's expression carried a warmth Juliette had not expected. Perhaps not, but it has nonetheless earned you respect. Society adores a woman who can both defend her honor and play the game with clever wit. You may well find yourself becoming a favorite of the ton. Juliette exhaled, stunned by the upside-down rules of this world. One misplaced word, and she could be an outcast, yet the refusal of an indecent proposal had somehow elevated her. You've been exceedingly kind, Lady Winterbourne. I assure you that was never my object. My only purpose in London is to see my sister married. The Countess rose, her bearing regal. And married she shall be. From now on, Lady Harcourt, consider me your ally. I shall see to it that you and Miss Pembroke receive invitations to every assembly worth attending. Juliette rose as well, feeling as if she were still spinning from the unexpected turn of events. You are most generous, my lady. Lady Winterbourne cast her a critical, yet approving look. You have taste, my dear. A discerning eye for fashion, though you have been rusticated. She glanced at the hem of Juliette's gown. Your mantua maker? A Mademoiselle Céline in the Strand. She's recently arrived from Paris. Lady Winterbourne nodded, intrigued. Mademoiselle Céline. Well, do inform her that Lady Winterbourne shall soon require her services. The right patronage, and she will be the talk of Bond Street. I am honored, Lady Winterbourne, and I am certain she will be as well. Lady Winterbourne paused in the hallway as the footman handed her gloves back, and she smiled at Juliette with the warmth of a newfound accomplice. Have no fear, my dear. Dr. Bentley will be here within the hour to see to Miss Pembroke. Juliette inclined her head. Your generosity means more than I can say. Nonsense. I'm certain this is only the beginning of what shall be a most enjoyable friendship." She gave a nod, then swept from the room with the grace of a woman who ruled her world without question. Once the Countess had departed, Juliette allowed herself a laugh, genuine, surprised, and utterly relieved. Running up the stairs, she entered Vinny's room, her eyes gleaming. "Vinny, you'll never believe what's just happened." Chapter 5. Juliette paced Lavinia's room, the creak of the floorboards marking each turn. Worry tightened her chest. Pembroke rarely fell ill, yet here her sister lay, wincing as she settled back into the pillows, her cheeks pale and her eyes a touch too bright. A sharp knock at the door interrupted her thoughts, and a footman stepped in. "A Dr. Bentley has arrived, Lady Harcourt. He says he's expected." Juliette straightened, relief and worry tangling in equal measure. "Show him in, immediately." She smoothed her skirt, steadying herself. "Lady Winterbourne's efficiency is quite remarkable." Lavinia managed a faint smile. Lady Winterbourne is nothing if not persuasive. No one, it seems, would dare deny her wishes. Except perhaps Lord Winterbourne. At that, Juliette chuckled, but her amusement evaporated as she turned and caught sight of Dr. Bentley in the doorway. The confident figure from the rout now stood before her, amusement flickering in his dark eyes as he noted her surprise. His voice was smooth and deep, a slight smile quirking his lips as he surveyed her. "Lady Harcourt?" His gaze rested on her for a moment longer than she expected, and the faint quirk of his lips gave her the unsettling impression that he was appraising more than just her words. Juliette snapped out of her momentary reverie, forcing her gaze up from his broad shoulders and how his dark coat framed them. Yes, I'm Lady Harcourt. Lady Winterbourne informed you of my sister's ailment, I assume?" His gaze flickered to Lavinia, his expression softening slightly. "Indeed. I understand Miss Pembroke has been unwell all day." He was professional, but his brow furrowed just enough to betray genuine concern. Juliette gestured to the bedside as he moved forward, his strides measured, his posture impossibly assured. As he approached, Juliette noticed the precision of his attire, not overly adorned, yet the fit of his coat accentuated the firm lines of his body. Beneath his breeches, the strong muscles in his legs flexed with each step, a testament to his physical strength, not something one expected in a physician. His voice held a note of curiosity. "You seem remarkably calm under the circumstances. I've encountered few who take their loved ones' ailments in stride. Most would be less composed." Juliette's brow arched. "Panic serves no one, least of all my sister." The response came with practiced ease, but she could feel the tightness in her chest, an unspoken weight she refused to show. Composure, after all, was her only armor. She shifted the subject with deliberate precision. "A dose of mercury water had no effect, Dr. Bentley." At this, Bentley's head snapped toward her, his brows lifting. "Mercury water?" He bordered on incredulity. "How fortunate that it didn't. I'm surprised it hasn't done more harm than good." Juliette stiffened, her fingers curling slightly at her sides. The sharpness of his critique struck a nerve. "It is a noted remedy, Dr. Bentley, one that many have employed successfully." "A remedy?" His lips quirked as he looked her over, as though gauging her with newfound curiosity. "Perhaps a remedy for someone wishing to do away with themselves quickly." "Mercury water cures nothing, Lady Harcourt. At best it does nothing at all, at worst." He trailed off, shaking his head with a rueful smile. "Allow me to suggest something a little less medieval. Daffy's elixir, for instance, won't kill her. Though it does little else." Her awareness sharpened, not from anger this time, but something harder to pin down. Why did his calm certainty prick at her so? And why, despite her irritation, did she notice the precise way his hand gestured as he spoke, or the quiet authority in his voice? She forced herself to suppress the thought, brushing it aside like a stray thread. Her gaze turned challenging. "I hardly think it's appropriate to make light of a well-known treatment. And perhaps a touch of humility would suit you, Dr. Bentley." Bentley held her gaze for a moment, his lips curving faintly. His voice was softer now. Humility has its place. But so does truth. I trust you prefer the latter, even when it's unpalatable. Lavinia, watching the exchange with a faint smile, interjected. I think he's right, Jules. I've seen no one improve from mercury water. And his elixir sounds harmless enough. Bentley grinned, glancing back at Lavinia. Ah, Miss Pembroke, the voice of reason. And do you feel very unwell? Lavinia gave a weak laugh, though her cheeks gained a hint of color. Quite. And it is unlike me. We Pembrokes are generally as resilient as farm horses. His words brought a touch of amusement to Lavinia's eyes. Even horses fall ill, occasionally. He reached out and pressed a hand to her brow, his touch gentle. You've no fever. And no cause for alarm. He glanced at Juliette, who stood stiffly by the bed. Juliette's gaze was unwavering. You're certain? Bentley inclined his head. Quite. 2 days rest, beef broth, and she'll be up and about in no time. His eyes flicked back to Lavinia. I'll return in 2 days' time to check on you. Juliette fell into step beside him as he made his way to the door, her mind racing. Is that all? No medicine, no bleeding? Surely there's something more you could do. Bentley paused, his gaze steady as it met hers. More isn't always better, Lady Harcourt. Bleeding her might satisfy convention, but it would hardly aid her recovery. His lips curved in a smirk that set her teeth on edge. Or perhaps you'd prefer a second opinion, from a more conventional doctor. One who might prescribe every remedy in the book, regardless of necessity? Juliette's lips pressed into a thin line, and she lifted her chin defiantly. I simply wish to ensure my sister receives proper care, Dr. Bentley. Bentley's smile softened, his gaze a touch warmer as he inclined his head. Then trust me to provide it. He glanced around the room. It's rather stuffy in here. You might crack a window, let in some air. Juliette's brow creased. The London air is hardly known for its healthful properties. He raised an eyebrow, barely concealing his amusement. I've been breathing it all day, and I'm still standing, Lady Harcourt. Perhaps you can risk it for your sister's sake. Juliette's mouth opened, an indignant retort hovering, but his steady, unyielding gaze silenced her. Instead, she pressed her lips together and gave him a curt nod. Very well. He reached the door and paused, turning back to her with a faint smile. Your sister will be quite fine, Lady Harcourt. Overindulgence, his voice dipped low, is far more common than illness here in London. Juliette's chin lifted. Overindulgence? You mean to suggest that Miss Pembroke has simply had her fill of rich foods and too little rest? Yes, precisely. His eyes held a hint of amusement as he continued. A bit of restraint in the future may serve her well. The infuriating tilt of his smile made Juliette's cheeks flush anew. She kept her voice crisp as the air he suggested letting in. Thank you, Dr. Bentley. We shall take your advice under consideration. He swept her a low bow, one eyebrow arched in playful acknowledgement of the slight. Your servant, Lady Harcourt. And with that he strode off down the corridor, his footsteps echoing in his wake. The moment he was out of sight, Juliette whirled back into the room, her face flushed with frustration and something she wasn't prepared to name. Lavinia laughed weakly from the bed, her eyes twinkling. Jules, I rather like him. He doesn't believe in all those dreadful treatments, and besides he did seem to know what he was about. Juliette, gathering her composure, summoned a servant. Ask cook to prepare beef broth for Miss Pembroke. She turned to Lavinia, her tone brisk. We'll follow his advice this time, though I'm hardly convinced. Lavinia giggled, a hint of mischief lighting her face. Oh, I think after your treatment of Lord Winterbourne no one would dare contradict you, Jules. Juliette rolled her eyes, unable to fully disguise her smile. The scent of hothouse flowers, a dozen posies crowding the hall table, drifted into the drawing room. Juliette raised an eyebrow as she watched Lavinia pace across the floor, a slight flush coloring her cheeks. Her sister's enthusiasm had returned with full force since Dr. Bentley's visit, and though Juliette was relieved, she was both amused and faintly irked by his remarkable accuracy. When she'd heard his voice downstairs, she'd quickly excused herself to avoid another interaction that might, she suspected, do more to fluster her than she cared to admit. Instead, Lavinia had received him alone, a call Juliette suspected was both brief and unceremonious. Lavinia dropped onto the sofa with renewed energy. "Good news, Jules. Dr. Bentley says I'm fit for Lady Worthington's ball tomorrow." Juliette eyed her sister's newly revived energy with a touch of skepticism. "Only if you're certain, Vinny. I'd rather not have you fainting in the middle of a waltz." "Oh, Jules, you needn't worry. I'm quite cured. And I've certainly learned my lesson. No more overindulgence, no matter how tempting the dishes may look." She laughed softly, smoothing out the folds of her gown. "We've always eaten so sensibly at Harcourt Manor, and now I know better. Truly, I think Dr. Bentley is rather brilliant." Juliette gave a nonchalant shrug, focusing on her embroidery. "Brilliant or merely fortunate? Besides, it's just as well that your malady wasn't more severe. If it had been, I wouldn't trust his strange methods to see you through." Lavinia shot her a mischievous grin. "Oh, stop pretending, Jules. I know you'll call him again should I so much as sneeze." Juliette bit back a retort, her needle halting briefly in the fabric. "I suppose that remains to be seen. Besides, I noticed a rather striking number of posies in the hall for you while you were abed." Lavinia's cheeks tinged a deeper pink as she looked away, feigning disinterest. "They were all from Mr. Fairburn." Juliette raised her brow, then returned to her needlework. "Oh? And you like him, do you?" Lavinia nodded, then turned to her sister with a smile that was half shy, half daring. "Yes, quite a bit more than anyone I've yet met in London." Juliette's hand paused mid-stitch, an uncomfortable flutter running through her. She had worked so carefully to secure Lavinia's entrance into society, only for her sister to latch onto a gentleman they barely knew. "We've not been here very long, darling. You're hardly out of options." Lavinia's voice was small but insistent, and she glanced down at her hands. "Mr. Fairburn is no rake. He's thoughtful and well-spoken and serious-minded. I'm not like you, Jules. The other men here, well, they're rather frightening. If someone like Lord Winterbourne had come into my bedchamber, I know I would have swooned." Juliette smiled wryly, her grip tightening on the embroidery frame. "That's precisely why you have me, dearest, to ensure no such gentleman even considers darkening your door. Besides, you've barely scratched the surface of this season's possibilities. I've no doubt you'll encounter 100 eligible young men before all is done." Lavinia's eyes shone with a hint of hope. "Do you really think so? But they're all so polished and intimidating. And none have shown the kindness that Mr. Fairburn has." Juliette tilted her head. "Kindness? Or just impeccable manners?" A smile crept over Lavinia's lips. "Well, perhaps a bit of both. But he is a gentleman, I am certain of it. We've even received an invitation from his mother. A card party at their house in Bloomsbury Square." Lavinia's voice softened with a hopeful note. "Would we accept the invitation? I'd so love to attend. It could be such a pleasant evening, don't you think?" Juliette glanced at her sister, an indulgent smile playing on her lips. "We can hardly afford to turn down invitations at this stage, Vinny. Our position here is delicate, and every appearance is a chance to strengthen it. So yes," she nodded, her tone both reassuring and practical, "we'll attend. But remember, it's as much strategy as it is pleasure. We're here to make an impression, not just idle away the evening." Lavinia's face lit up, her excitement barely contained. "Of course, Jules. I'll remember. Still, I'm so glad we're going." She leaned back thoughtfully. "Of course, everyone seems utterly taken with you. No wonder. You're stunning and, well, you have that way about you." Juliette gave a modest shrug, though the corners of her mouth lifted in amusement. "Apparently, the talk is of little else, but who might be the first to sway my favor? From what I've heard, bets have been placed across half the gentlemen's clubs on who will succeed." She arched a brow. Those fools may as well prepare to lose their money. Lavinia giggled, her voice dropping conspiratorially. Oh, Jules, surely there's one among them you find at least tolerable? Juliette's amusement faded, and she shook her head firmly. Certainly not. And I hope you won't get any romantic notions about your elder sister. But, Lavinia persisted, her voice softer. Not even for someone worthy? Not as a lover, but as a husband? The needle slipped, pricking Juliette's thumb, and she sucked on it absently. No, dearest. That's not why we're here. I intend to see you well settled. My own prospects, well, they aren't the priority. Lavinia's blush deepened as she bit her lip. Perhaps I'm imagining things, but I feel Mr. Fairbairn's attentions are sincere. He has made his intentions known in his way. Juliette's eyes narrowed, her thoughts flickering to the narrow world of eligible men and the expectations swirling around them both. Mr. Fairbairn may indeed be kind, Lavinia, but we've hardly had time to truly know him, or anyone else for that matter. The season is young. Believe me, you'll fall in love many times before you make a final choice. Lavinia's eyes widened. Do you really think so? Juliette gave a small, reassuring smile. Yes. And as for your lack of aristocratic antecedents, that is of no concern. It does seem to matter, Jules. Everyone asks such pointed questions. Juliette lifted a shoulder. Let them ask. We've nothing to hide, and no one expects you to come from a line of titled landowners. She added with a smirk, after all, what fun would society be if they didn't have something to speculate about? Lavinia looked momentarily reassured but then ventured, I know Mr. Fairbairn may not be the brilliant match you've imagined, Jules, but if he were to propose someday, would you truly consider him? Juliette's face softened, and she set the embroidery aside. When that time comes, if it ever does, I won't stand in your way. But for now, Vinny, take your time. Don't rush into anything. We're here to give you options, not narrow them. With that, Lavinia nodded, looking content for the moment. Juliette turned back to her embroidery, her stitches steady even as her thoughts wavered. Chapter 6. The scent of beeswax and tuberose hung thick in Mrs. Fairbairn's grand salon, the warmth of 100 candles pressing against bare shoulders and gloved arms alike. Chandeliers cast the room in honeyed light, and the strains of a lively gavotte wove through laughter that carried from every corner. Silk gowns and glittering jewels caught the light at every turn, and beneath the music ran the particular hum of ambition that marked every gathering of the season, a current as palpable as the heat rising from the crush of bodies. Juliette's attention settled on Lavinia, radiant as she danced the gavotte with Nathaniel Fairbairn, who had clearly monopolized her evening. The corner of Juliette's mouth lifted, amusement tempered by caution. Mr. Fairbairn was certainly attentive, possibly a bit too much so. She noted his hand lingering on Lavinia's waist just a moment longer than necessary as he led her through the steps, his smile warm and unguarded. Lavinia, for her part, seemed to glow, her cheeks flushed with excitement, her laughter clear and bright. Lavinia's success this season was her priority. Yet a slight wariness tempered her pleasure. Fairbairn, while charming and well-bred, was perhaps too eager, and his continued attention, though pleasing to Lavinia, would require a vigilant eye. Watching her sister laugh and glide through the steps of the gavotte, something in Juliette's chest loosened. This was what she had worked so hard for, to see Lavinia happy, free from the worries that had consumed Juliette since their father's death. The cost of the season, both financial and emotional, had been steep, but it was worth it if Lavinia could secure the future she deserved. Across the room, Alexander Bentley leaned against the doorframe, the bass notes of the gavotte vibrating through the wood at his back. His brother's home was as grand as ever, the air sweet with pomade and champagne, filled with all the pomp and glitter the Tun seemed to thrive upon. He'd attended these sorts of gatherings countless times, yet they never failed to remind him how little he belonged in this gilded world. Tonight, however, his attention was not on the crowd, but on one particular figure who, much to his annoyance, refused to leave his thoughts. Lady Harcourt. Amid sparkling gowns and elaborate coiffures, she stood apart, commanding attention through quiet elegance. Her every movement seemed calculated, not to beg for attention like so many others in the room, but to deflect it. And yet, she commanded it all the same. Lavinia danced with carefree delight, a striking contrast to Juliette's watchful composure. Lavinia was open and luminous, her joy unguarded as she laughed at something her partner whispered. Lady Harcourt, by contrast, stood like a sentry, her expression sharp and measured. It wasn't difficult to imagine her throwing herself into the path of any threat to her sister's happiness. That protectiveness piqued Alexander's curiosity, and something more. What had forged that iron will and an unwavering sense of purpose? Most women in her position might have sought comfort or indulgence in the arms of a powerful man, yet she seemed determined to remain untouchable. He wondered how much of that was by necessity, and how much by choice. His lips twitched into a half-smile as his thoughts wandered to what he already knew or thought he knew of her. Juliette Harcourt was the subject of no small amount of gossip, though most of it had reached him secondhand through Lady Winterbourne's sharp tongue. The rumors weren't enough to explain his intrigue. It was her unflinching composure, her wit, and the puzzle of why an intelligent woman would resort to mercury water. Mercury water. The very thought set his teeth on edge. What desperation, or ignorance, had driven her to such a remedy? The ton was rife with absurd medical practices, but Lady Harcourt did not strike him as a fool. It wasn't just the mercury water, it was how she'd spoken of it, with conviction that belied the act's absurdity. There was a story there, one he couldn't help but want to uncover. He looked at her again, and the weight of his own scrutiny startled him. She was not the first woman to catch his eye, yet the intensity of his interest in her was unsettling. He shifted against the doorframe, willing himself to look away. But then there was the matter of that incident. His brother's recounting of it had been delivered with all the swagger of a man used to taking liberties without consequence, but Alexander hadn't been able to dismiss the image. Juliette Harcourt, alone in her chamber, holding a pistol steady enough to send his brother scurrying like a whipped dog. The thought brought a wry twist to his mouth. The ton might see her as a widow with ambitions for her sister, but Alexander suspected there was far more steel to her than anyone realized. "You'll burn a hole through her if you keep staring," a wry voice cut through his thoughts. Alexander turned his head to find Lady Winterbourne at his side, her fan held with practiced elegance, as her sharp eyes flicked knowingly between him and Lady Harcourt. Vivian's lips curved into a conspiratorial smile. "Alexander, you surprise me. I never imagined you'd take such an interest in a lady of the ton. I must say, though, your choice is intriguing." Alexander's smile deepened, though he resisted the urge to shift under her scrutiny. He folded his arms and let his shoulders settle more firmly against the frame. "Merely observing, my dear Vivian. Surely even you can admit that Lady Harcourt stands apart." Vivian arched an elegant brow, her fan tapping lightly against her wrist. "Indeed she does. That woman is no simpering debutante. Her pistol-wielding rejection of my husband was the talk of the week, and I dare say my favorite scandal in years." A laugh broke from him before he could stop it, his attention straying back to Juliette. "I must admit I find her remarkable." "I can see that." Vivian glanced toward Juliette, then back to him, her expression turning thoughtful. "But Alexander, take care. Lady Harcourt has her priorities, her sister's future chief among them. I doubt she has time for distractions." His brow lifted at her choice of words. "And I am a distraction?" Her fan rose to hide the sly curve of her mouth. "Oh, you'd be more than that. You'd be a complication. And I imagine Juliette Harcourt isn't one to welcome complications lightly." Alexander chuckled, though his expression grew more pensive. "You think I'd disrupt her carefully laid plans?" Vivian's tone softened, the teasing giving way to something more careful. "I think that if you're not careful, you could challenge her in ways she's not expecting. Whether that's good or ill remains to be seen." Her words carried an edge of encouragement, and Alexander studied her for a moment. You approve of her?" Vivian tilted her head, a spark of admiration in her eyes. "I do. She has fire, Alexander. And if you ask me, she'd be a good match for you. She's clever, resourceful, and unflinching, qualities rare among the women in these rooms. If anyone could keep up with you, Alexander, it's her." Her expression sobered, though her smile lingered. "Just proceed with caution. Juliette Harcourt is not a woman to be trifled with, and I'd hate to see either of you hurt." Alexander nodded, the hint of a smile returning to his lips. "Your faith in me is reassuring, Vivian." Warmth colored her voice. "Always, my dear brother-in-law. And if anyone can navigate this, I believe it's you." She left him with a gentle pat on his arm, gliding back into the throng with her usual grace. Alexander remained where he was, watching Juliette. Vivian's words rang in his ears, "She has fire." That, he realized, was precisely what captivated him. But as he watched Juliette Harcourt command the room with her quiet strength, he couldn't help but wonder whether he'd be able to stand the heat. As Lady Winterbourne disappeared into the crowd, Alexander turned to watch Juliette speaking with another guest, her features composed but her posture subtly wary. He let out a slow breath, a twinge of self-recrimination stirring within him. He'd been here before, intrigued by a woman of standing, only to be dismissed when his work became an inconvenience. The memory of Lady Eleanor Mayfield surfaced unbidden, her honeyed words and icy precision. She'd seemed like a dream until she made her ultimatum clear: abandon his work at the dispensary, or abandon her. The sting of that rejection had lingered far longer than it should have. He'd been drawn in once before by charm and cleverness, only to learn it came at a cost, one he wasn't willing to pay again. No, he reminded himself firmly. Lady Harcourt was no different. She might tolerate his presence now, but once her world collided with his, she would inevitably draw the same line. And yet, despite himself, his attention drifted to her once more. She was a mystery, a storm wrapped in silks and diamonds, and against all reason, Alexander was tempted to step closer to the tempest. Lady Worthington sidled up beside Juliette, her fan tapping thoughtfully against her wrist, as she followed Juliette's line of sight toward Lavinia. Her eyes twinkled, and a sly smile deepened the lines around her mouth. "Ah, quite the pair, aren't they? Your sister and young Fairburn seem positively inseparable." Juliette managed a gracious smile. "They do appear to be enjoying themselves." Lady Worthington arched a brow. "But you, my dear, surely you cannot be content to merely act as chaperone this season? It's hardly fitting for a lady of your charm." Juliette's smile tightened. "Lady Worthington, I assure you, my intentions this season are solely focused on Lavinia's success. Beyond that, I have no aspirations of my own." A familiar voice cut in, smooth and laced with mischief. "How commendable." Juliette turned to find Lady Winterbourne beside her, a glint of amusement in her eye. At her side stood a tall, striking young man with sharp, assessing eyes and an expression that hovered somewhere between polite admiration and curiosity. Lady Winterbourne gestured elegantly. "Lady Harcourt, allow me to introduce my son, Viscount Beasley." The Viscount took Juliette's hand and bowed over it with practiced elegance, his eyes glinting with admiration as they met hers. His voice carried a warmth that bordered on familiar, his attention lingering on her face. "Lady Harcourt, the pleasure is all mine, I assure you. I've heard much of your unique talents." As he released her hand, Juliette noted an odd sense of familiarity in his bearing, though she couldn't quite place it. There was something in the angle of his jaw, and the intensity in his eyes stirred a vague memory. Lady Winterbourne beamed with pride, and cast a sidelong glance at Juliette. "My son has a particular appreciation for fine horses. He was most intrigued to learn you were behind that rather splendid team of greys in the drive." Juliette inclined her head, warmth touching her expression. "Your mother is very kind, Lord Beasley. I confess I take great pride in choosing only the best stock." Beasley's brow quirked, clearly impressed. "A discerning eye indeed, Lady Harcourt. A rarity, to be sure." Might I claim a dance with you later this evening? Her polite agreement given, Beasley took his leave, though not without a lingering look that left Juliette faintly amused. He was certainly charming, though her thoughts drifted almost against her will, to a certain doctor who had proven less than accommodating yet somehow far more captivating. The warmth and music of the ballroom pressed close as she made her way toward the card room. Yet a familiar figure stepped into her path, and her stride faltered. Dr. Bentley stood before her, his expression an intriguing blend of amusement and challenge that warmed her skin from the inside out. She willed herself to ignore the unsteadiness in her chest, but there was no denying it. The man had a maddening ability to undo her composure. His bow was shallow, perfunctory, a man who observed social forms without being ruled by them. "Good evening, Lady Harcourt." His voice carried the smooth ease of someone accustomed to unsettling others. "I see Miss Pembroke has made a remarkable recovery." Juliette raised her fan, half masking her smile. "Indeed, Dr. Bentley. She attributes her recovery entirely to your, shall we say, unorthodox methods." His brows lifted, and something warm crept into his expression. "Refreshing to hear. At least one member of your family places faith in my methods." Juliette lifted her chin, a glint of amusement in her dark eyes. "Oh, I'm inclined to believe your methods show potential." She held his attention a beat longer, the weight of it settling against her like the press of a warm hand. "Though I'm reserving judgment until I see the results more conclusively." For a heartbeat his eyes dipped to her mouth, and the gesture carried the weight of a touch. A blush crept to her cheeks before she could stop it. "Gratitude then, however reserved? I consider myself fortunate, Lady Harcourt." His voice dropped low enough that the words belonged only to her. "It's rare to encounter such direct appreciation." Her fan snapped shut. "I wouldn't call my gratitude direct." She turned the ivory handle between her gloved fingers. "It's earned with effort." Bentley's smile sharpened. "Effort has never dissuaded me." A measured pause. "I enjoy it." She tilted her head, her attention sweeping the breadth of his shoulders beneath his coat. "Do you now?" The faintest challenge edged her voice. "And here I thought your profession was all about alleviating discomfort, yet you seem rather adept at causing it." A low chuckle escaped him, pitched for her ears alone. "Not all discomfort is unwelcome. Some aches are enjoyable, don't you agree?" Juliette's throat went dry. His words slipped beneath her guard, unsettling and thrilling in equal measure. She was acutely aware of his nearness, the scent of clean linen and something beneath it, something sharper and less civilized, clouding her senses. She straightened, lifting her chin until they were nearly eye to eye. "Your dedication to patient care is almost inspiring, Doctor." Her fingers curled around the closed fan at her side. "Perhaps I should commission you to treat a particular affliction of mine. What would you prescribe for an elevated pulse?" He didn't look away. Something in his expression shifted, darker, more deliberate. A physician never reveals his cures all at once. He leaned fractionally closer, and the space between them shrank to something dangerous. "But I'd be willing to make an exception, for an intriguing case." She laughed lightly, willing herself to appear composed even as her ribs tightened around each breath. "Ah, but I'm not one to reveal symptoms so easily. A lady must keep some mystery, don't you think?" He leaned back, but the distance did nothing to diminish the charge. "Perhaps." One shoulder lifted, a concession wrapped in confidence. "But I've found that mysteries are often best solved through close observation." "Then you are fortunate, Doctor." She met his look with steady composure. "I imagine there's hardly a person here you haven't already examined thoroughly." He tilted his head, his smile deepening. "But you, Lady Harcourt, are unlike anyone else in this room. And I don't make a habit of leaving intriguing mysteries unsolved." Before she could respond, an unwelcome voice intruded, breaking the moment. Winterbourne's heavy tread preceded him, and his voice carried across the room with the confidence of a man accustomed to commanding every space he entered. "Bentley. Trying to keep Lady Harcourt all to yourself, I see." Dr. Bentley straightened. His jaw tightened, barely but enough for Juliette to notice, and his attention remained on her a fraction longer than necessary, something unfinished passing between them. "Merely ensuring her health, my lord." His tone was perfectly civil, but something in his bearing, a squaring of the shoulders, a refusal to step back, held a possessiveness Juliette could not ignore. It sent a thrill through her, even as she tried to dismiss it. Winterbourne stepped forward, his eyes narrowing as they swept over her, assessing, appraising, as though she were another of his acquisitions. "Well then, Lady Harcourt, join me for the next set." Juliette's grip on her fan hardened as Winterbourne loomed closer. Men like him had always assumed they could take whatever they pleased. She'd seen it with Sir Charles. His charm had masked a rot beneath, one that had eaten away at her trust. Never again, she vowed. She would not trade one set of gilded chains for another. She drew herself to her full height. "Thank you, Lord Winterbourne, but I find I'm resting this evening. A few rounds of piquet will be my only indulgence tonight." Winterbourne let out a laugh that carried more edge than mirth. "Tired?" He turned to Bentley, with the air of a man seeking an audience. "Did you hear that, Bentley? Our lovely Lady Harcourt claims she's tired. What's your remedy for that, eh?" Dr. Bentley hadn't looked away from her. His expression was unreadable, save for the faintest curve at the corner of his mouth. "For Lady Harcourt?" The words carried an undercurrent meant for her alone. Nothing more than a restful evening, though a touch of excitement beforehand might ensure that rest is well earned. Warmth prickled across Juliette's skin. She met his look without wavering. "Thank you, doctor. But I assure you, restful evenings are highly sought after and in short supply." Alexander's expression shifted, something warmer than mere amusement surfacing. A sharp tongue and sharper wit. He inclined his head. "London is full of artifice, Lady Harcourt, but you are refreshingly precise." Juliette arched a brow, amusement flickering in her dark eyes. "Precision has its uses, Dr. Bentley. One must be exact when dealing with society, and I imagine with your patients." His lips curved into a slow, deliberate smile. "True." He paused as though weighing his next words. "But precision also leaves little room for error. Don't you ever tire of being so exact?" "Tired? Never. Exactitude is what keeps the world in order, doctor. Without it, everything would fall apart." He leaned slightly closer, bridging the distance propriety demanded between them. "Order. A beat? But not all disorder is unwelcome, is it?" Something in her chest tightened for a fraction of a second before she recovered, squaring her shoulders with practiced grace. "That, Dr. Bentley, is a matter of perspective." Winterbourne stepped closer still, too close, his bulk looming over her. Now, Lady Harcourt, surely you wouldn't dismiss a gentleman so readily? I think you could use a bit of diversion." His eyes traveled over her in a way that made her skin crawl. Juliette's knuckles whitened against her fan as she met Winterbourne's look. "Lord Winterbourne, I am quite adept at choosing my diversions. Yours is not one of them." Winterbourne's brows lifted, clearly unaccustomed to such a response. A flash of irritation crossed his face, and she felt a surge of satisfaction, mixed with a thread of unease. Bentley stepped forward, his posture shifting from observer to something more deliberate. "Lady Harcourt knows precisely what she wants, my lord. I'd suggest we respect her wishes." Winterbourne bristled, but Juliette seized the opening before the moment could curdle further. "Thank you, Lord Winterbourne. Perhaps another lady would better appreciate your charms." With a tight nod, she turned and walked away, her composure held together by will alone. She could feel Dr. Bentley's attention on her back like the warmth of a fire, steady, intent, impossible to ignore. A sense of triumph unfurled beneath her ribs, a reminder that she was not at any man's mercy, least of all Winterbourne's. As she reached the card room, she allowed herself a steadying breath. But her thoughts refused to settle. It wasn't Winterbourne who lingered, it was Bentley. The directness of his attention, the way his words had wound beneath her defenses, leaving her unsettled in ways she was not prepared to name. She ought to have dismissed it, a fleeting exchange and nothing more. But the truth simmered beneath the surface. His words had settled into her bones, carrying a weight she did not wish to examine. Each encounter with Dr. Bentley drew her closer to an edge she hadn't known existed. And if she was honest with herself, she was no longer certain she wanted to step back. Chapter 7. The card room welcomed Juliette with the low hum of conversation and the smooth rhythmic snap of cards against bays. The air here was quieter, warmer, scented with tea and the lingering ghost of tobacco, and mercifully free of the ballroom's press. Each man, Lord Winterbourne with his predatory assurance, and Dr. Bentley with his uncanny ability to provoke a thrill she had no wish to examine, had unsettled her in his own way. Here, among the ladies of the ton, she could breathe. Piquet held no terrors, only the promise of lively gossip and mildly competitive play. Laughter and the shuffle of cards greeted her as she joined the room's lively games. The Duchess of Darnley, resplendent in heavy rouge and an elaborate gown, was her partner. Juliette, mindful of the Duchess's influence, resolved to play with tact. As they settled in, the Duchess peered at her through a quizzing glass, curiosity sparking in her eyes. A sharp smirk settled on her painted mouth. "So you're the young lady everyone's whispering about." Juliette returned a demure smile, though her eyes sparkled with amusement. "I do not doubt it, Your Grace. Though I confess, I cannot imagine what interest I could hold for anyone." The Duchess barked a laugh, her quizzing glass lowering just enough for Juliette to catch the glint of approval in her expression. "Oh, come now. Do you not? What a lark." She leaned in closer, eyes narrowing. "Your diamonds, my dear, are quite splendid. Tell me, are they Pembroke stones or Harcourt jewels?" Juliette's chin lifted a fraction, pride surfacing beneath her composure. "Harcourt, Your Grace." A glance at her diamonds. "The Pembrokes, while respectable, lack such resources." The barest hint of approval softened the Duchess's painted mouth. "I like your style, girl. And I must say it's refreshing to see a young lady of your intelligence in the game." Juliette's composure remained intact. "You're too kind, Your Grace." The Duchess's expression sharpened. "You're of the Yorkshire Pembrokes, I presume? I seem to recall their pockets were often found empty." Juliette studied her cards, the faintest smile at her lips. "No, Your Grace. The Gloucestershire Pembrokes. I assure you, we led a quiet life." The Duchess tilted her head, her expression momentarily thoughtful. "Quiet lives are good for little. Sir Charles did well to make you his choice." Juliette inclined her head. "I am grateful for the fortune that brought us together." But the ache in her chest echoed the truth. There had been little romance in her arranged marriage. Another lady nearby pressed a hand to her breast, her expression sympathetic though curiosity brightened her eyes. A romantic tale indeed. And more so due to the tragic ending. The Duchess hummed in agreement. "A success this season, nonetheless. Miss Pembroke is faring quite well, I understand." Juliette smiled, a hint of satisfaction beneath her composed exterior. "Yes, Your Grace. It has been quite gratifying, I must say." The Duchess chuckled, tapping her cards against the bays. "And you've no thoughts for yourself? No inclinations toward marriage, hum?" Juliette's lips quirked as she glanced at her hand. "My sister's happiness is my primary concern, Your Grace. Beyond that, I am quite content." The Duchess set down her cards with a satisfied nod. "How refreshing. Too many young ladies these days throw themselves at any dandy who passes by. Such imprudence." Juliette smiled, a sparkle of mischief in her eye. "True, Your Grace, though I dare say we often know what is not best for us." The Duchess looked startled for a moment before erupting in laughter, her mirth contagious, as several other ladies joined in. Another woman at the table tapped the edge of her fan against the cloth, in approval. "Well said, my dear. You've wit enough for a dozen suitors." The Duchess raised her glass in an imaginary toast. "And keep that pistol close, Lady Harcourt. Admirers will come soon enough." Juliette gave a wry smile. "I certainly intend to, Your Grace." One of the ladies leaned forward, curiosity sparking in her eyes. What could make you so resistant to their charms, Lady Harcourt? It puzzles me greatly. Juliette's expression gentled. I am newly widowed. She offered nothing more, and the table required nothing further. One lady hid a knowing smile behind her cards. Perhaps the gentlemen in question simply do not meet Lady Harcourt's standards. Such fastidiousness is to be admired, if not always understood. The conversation might have slipped into more provocative territory had the Duchess not suddenly looked up, her quizzing glass swinging toward the doorway. Mr. Bentley, I had no notion you were inclined toward picket. Will you join us? Something caught beneath Juliette's ribs at the sound of his name. She hadn't realized he'd been watching. Alexander Bentley was always watching, wasn't he? Quiet, observant, impossible to ignore. Her attention caught on the line of his dark coat as he inclined his head to the Duchess, that maddening awareness spreading through her before she could prevent it. That infuriating half-smile settled on his mouth. No, Your Grace, I think not. He clasped his hands behind his back, the picture of studied ease. Picket, I fear, is a ladies' game. I wouldn't dare intrude. The Duchess laughed, a throaty sound. Wise indeed, Mr. Bentley. I dare say we'd make quick work of your purse. Dr. Bentley inclined his head, his eyes touching Juliette's for a breath before moving on. That is exactly my fear, Your Grace. With a bow he drifted away, his dark coat and steady stride cutting a singular figure against the clamor of the room. Juliette's eyes followed him longer than they should have. Lady Harcourt? The Duchess's voice drew Juliette's attention back to the game. I believe it's your turn. Yes, of course. She gave a faint smile, her thoughts reluctantly settling back to the present. Dr. Bentley attended my sister recently. She was unwell, and Lady Winterbourne was gracious enough to recommend him. Another lady nearby nodded with a knowing look. Ah, I thought as much. Miss Pembroke certainly looks well now. Juliette's laughter drifted from the card room, bright as crystal struck, a sound that pulled Alexander's attention before he could prevent it. He stood near the doorway, one shoulder against the frame, the polished wood cool against his sleeve, the mingled scents of pomade and candle wax hanging in the corridor. The ladies of the ton had an extraordinary gift for turning the mundane into scandalous entertainment, a skill that both amused and bemused him. Tonight, however, it was one lady in particular who held him in place. Seated at the Duchess of Darnley's table, Juliette seemed both part of the crowd and apart from it. She commanded attention without demanding it, a skill most women of the ton would kill to master. But there was something more, something entirely unstudied, about the way she moved. It struck him that her sharpness wasn't armor but necessity. Her laugh, light yet restrained, reminded him of a bird's call, beautiful but far too fleeting. She was more at ease here than in the ballroom, he realized. Away from Winterbourne's advances and the prying eyes of ambitious suitors, she seemed freer. It struck him then how carefully she balanced her roles, devoted sister, dutiful widow, and something else entirely. He suspected that beneath her carefully crafted facade lay a woman who defied easy categorization, one who had long ago learned the cost of trusting the wrong person. His attention lingered, as the conversation at the table turned to him. He caught snippets, his dispensary, his patients, Lady Winterbourne's patronage. It wasn't the first time he'd been the subject of gossip, nor would it be the last. Yet tonight, with Juliette seated among them, the question surfaced unbidden: how did she view him? Did she see him as the women at the table did, an eccentric doctor with questionable priorities? Or did she see something more? When her eyes drifted to the far side of the room, to where he stood, something tightened in Alexander's chest. Did she notice him, even amid the lively chatter? Or was he simply another shadow in her periphery, no more significant than the flicker of a candle? He should leave, he told himself. This world of cards and jewels was not his. And yet his feet remained rooted, his attention fixed on the woman who, despite her elegance and composure, seemed as much an outsider as he. Juliette's attention strayed to the far side of the room, where Dr. Bentley, now stood in conversation with Lady Winterbourne's pretty young daughter. She was laughing, no, practically sparkling, under his attention, appearing at ease, as if he were the most delightful of company. Juliette turned her attention back to the table, though she fought a pang of something uncomfortably close to jealousy. She's fully recovered. She examined her cards with more care than they warranted, though I doubt it was entirely due to his treatment. One of the women tilted her head, interest sharpening her features. Not fond of his manner, Lady Harcourt? Juliette chose her words carefully. Perhaps he's simply too forthright for my tastes. The woman inclined her head, conceding the point. Oh, he is certainly not obsequious. But he's highly regarded, apparently a Fellow of the Royal Society. Lady Winterbourne mentioned he studied anatomy in Edinburgh, under Dr. Tertius, if you please. An eccentric name, but one that sticks in the memory. The Duchess cut across the table, her eyes narrowing. Nonsense. I can attest to Dr. Bentley's skill. When my dear Hector was gravely ill, Dr. Bentley prescribed foxglove tea, a treatment I thought absurd. But by some miracle, Hector recovered within the week. Now, whenever his chest tightens, I brew it again, and it never fails. Juliette's eyebrows lifted despite herself. I'm impressed, Your Grace. Another woman leaned forward, her eyes bright with maternal pride. When my son fell ill, Dr. Bentley advised fresh air and goat's milk, a scandal to the nursery staff, but I followed his advice. And now my James is the picture of health. She beamed. I dare say I'd do anything to keep him well. The game forgotten, the ladies dissected Bentley's unconventional methods with an enthusiasm that surprised even Juliette. She was reluctant to admit it, but fascination had taken hold, deeper than mere curiosity, and growing with each revelation. Her interest only deepened as the conversation drifted to Lady Winterbourne's close connection with the doctor. Juliette set down a card, the thought escaping before she could catch it. I cannot conceive why she would sponsor him so heavily. The ladies erupted into laughter. The Duchess wiped at her eyes, laughter still shaking her considerable frame. Oh dear, Lady Harcourt. You truly don't know. Juliette's cheeks warmed. Have I said something humorous? The laughter around the card table showed no sign of abating, and comprehension crept over her as she recalled Lady Winterbourne's eldest son, the Viscount who had been introduced so proudly, with those same sharp eyes and that same angular jaw. Oh, indeed. The realization settled over her like cold water. Lady Winterbourne and Dr. Bentley must be lovers. The Duchess's expression turned delighted, her eyes glittering with amusement. Lovers? A rich, indulgent laugh rumbled from her chest. They could be for all we know, but it is, in fact, much simpler, and perhaps more complicated. Dr. Bentley is not her lover, dear Lady Harcourt. He's her brother-in-law. Juliette's brows shot up, her hand halfway to her mouth in stunned surprise. He's the Earl's brother? The Duchess dealt a fresh hand, a glint in her eye. Indeed, the Earl's youngest. Ah, the facts of the ton can be stranger than fiction, can't they? Juliette shook her head, still turning this revelation over. Now you are surely jesting. But the mirth around the table indicated they were quite serious. Another lady leaned in with the satisfied air of one imparting a delicious secret. No jest at all. Bentley is the family name. And as you can see, she gestured airily, they share far more than mere blood, though they are as unlike as brothers could be. A bewildered smile crossed Juliette's face, her thoughts tumbling as she tried to reconcile the untamed, taciturn Dr. Bentley with the dashing, affable Lord Winterbourne. I cannot credit it. They seem to inhabit completely different worlds. The Duchess's tone softened, though amusement still played at its edges. Oh, you wouldn't be the first to notice the difference. But yes, it's true. The Earl, as the eldest, inherited the title, while young Alexander had little choice but to make his own way. It's an Irish title, you see, and their coffers are not what they once were. So Dr. Bentley became a physician, and a celebrated one at that. A pang of admiration, and something that might have been sympathy, flickered in Juliette's chest as she glanced toward the doorway where Dr. Bentley had disappeared. How wrong she had been in her assumptions. The Duchess lowered her voice, conspiratorial now. Winterbourne secured his fortune upon marrying Vivian, the daughter of a marquis no less. Quite a scandal at the time. Her family disapproved, but Vivian wouldn't be dissuaded. She chuckled, her shrewd eyes studying Juliette. A very charming man, our Lord Winterbourne. You've likely seen him demonstrate his charms. Juliette schooled her features into a polite smile, ignoring the flush that crept to her cheeks. Thank you, ladies, for enlightening me. I should have hated to commit a faux pas due to my ignorance. The ladies chuckled, and the Duchess patted her hand kindly. You will soon become au fait with all the Audits, my dear. It's simply a matter of time. Juliette inclined her head, managing a gracious smile even as her thoughts danced from Winterbourne's rakish pursuits to the private and enigmatic Dr. Bentley. The question slipped from her before she could think better of it. I notice that Dr. Bentley's wife is not present tonight. Does she not attend these gatherings? The Duchess gave her a conspiratorial smile. Dr. Bentley is unwed, my dear. Though it's likely he shall marry an heiress one day. He would have to, for otherwise. She trailed off, leaving Juliette to imagine the shabby affair it would be. Juliette kept her tone carefully neutral. Yet physicians are well paid, are they not? The fee I paid him was, I must confess, rather generous. Another lady leaned forward, eager to impart more. Sir James is as rich as Croesus. She dropped her voice. But Dr. Bentley? He spends every penny on his dispensary for the poor. The Duchess's cards lowered. Have you been, Lady Newton? Lady Newton shook her head. No, but I've heard it is a most curious place. Quite the operation really, scrubbed to within an inch of its life. Even the patients are scrubbed. She gave a horrified little laugh. Dr. Bentley himself insists upon it. Truly eccentric. Juliette's chin lifted, admiration coloring her words despite herself. How else should the poor be treated? They cannot afford a physician's fees. Several women looked at her with surprise, some amused, others indulgent. Lady Newton waved a dismissive hand. Oh, he could treat them without the scrubbing. He's hardly without opportunity. His connections alone secure him entry into the finest circles. It's a choice, my dear. He's free to do as he pleases with his time. She gave a mock shudder. Still, they say everything there is immaculate. Even his assistants boast that it's the cleanest establishment in all of London. A younger woman beside Lady Newton leaned in, her voice hushed with scandalized fascination. And they say he keeps an anatomizing room, a proper one, with specimens and instruments. For teaching his apprentices, of course, but still. The Duchess's eyes gleamed. Anatomizing, you say? How very intriguing. I must arrange a visit. She shot Juliette a sidelong look, clearly relishing the prospect. It could be quite a diversion, don't you think? Juliette suppressed a smile, marveling at the range of the ton's curiosity, from patronizing music to contemplating a visit to a dispensary. But the thought of seeing Dr. Bentley's world lingered, a faint curiosity deepening into something she was not yet ready to name. The conversation shifted, and as the announcement of refreshments rang out, the Duchess tossed her cards aside with a satisfied sigh and beamed. A pleasure playing with you, my dear. You and Miss Pembroke must attend my musical soiree next month. Warmth bloomed through Juliette's chest. We would be delighted, Your Grace. The Duchess's attention shifted as a handsome silver-haired marquis approached. Ah, there's Lord Trumbull. A low, rumbling laugh. Here to see you into supper, no doubt. Not that anyone bothers to escort me these days. Juliette rose gracefully, accepting Lord Trumbull's proffered arm with a smile as he led her toward the supper room. She cast a quick glance around the crowded space, searching for Lavinia. She fully expected to see her sister with Nathaniel Fairburn, who had been her constant companion all evening. But what she saw stopped her cold. Across the room, her sister stood in lively conversation, not with the attentive, ever-doting Fairburn, but with none other than Dr. Alexander Bentley. He leaned toward Lavinia, his posture relaxed yet intent, his attention fixed on her as though she were the most fascinating creature in the room. Lavinia, for her part, appeared utterly at ease, her cheeks flushed, her laugh unguarded, as though she had known him all her life. A peculiar tightness settled in Juliette's chest. She told herself it was concern, that Lavinia's openness left her vulnerable to charmers who might not have her best interests at heart. And wasn't Dr. Bentley precisely the sort of man who would revel in such a conquest? His earlier remarks had been bold, his manner provoking, leaving Juliette both thrilled and unnerved. Was this simply his way? Did he flit from one woman to the next, leaving each with the memory of his maddening half-smile and disarming wit? The thought sent a prickle of unease down her spine. Juliette had seen men like him before, men whose charm concealed a carelessness that could wound without remorse. Sir Charles had been one of them, though his manners had been cloaked in a more calculated veneer. Was Dr. Bentley a rake of the worst kind, capable of whispering incendiary words to one woman while effortlessly beguiling another? Her fan pressed into her palm as jealousy flickered unbidden. No protectiveness, she told herself. That's what it was, her sister's innocence, her future was her duty to guard. And yet, she couldn't help but wonder, was it protectiveness or was it something else entirely? Was it concern for Lavinia, or the hope that Bentley's interest lay elsewhere? Lord Trumbull's touch at her elbow drew her back to the present. Lady Harcourt. I hope you've saved room for the delights within. She managed a smile, though her attention caught on the scene across the room, her sister and Dr. Bentley, tilted toward each other with an ease that tightened something beneath Juliette's ribs. Was Lavinia feeling the same pull? The thought unsettled her and thrilled her in equal measure. She kept her voice light. I have a reasonable appetite, Lord Trumbull. But even as they moved toward supper, her awareness remained tethered to the curious scene she could not quite bring herself to leave. Chapter 8. The scratch of a nib on parchment competed with the rattle of carriage wheels beyond the window, as Juliette tallied the week's invitations. 23, and it was only Tuesday. The drawing room smelled of beeswax and the fading sweetness of hothouse lilies, their petals curling at the edges where they crowded the mantel. Thoughts of Dr. Bentley's dispensary had surfaced and slipped away again, crowded out by the relentless pace of the season. This was Lavinia's time, and Juliette intended to fill every hour of it. Juliette, however, seemed to draw as much attention as her sister. Married noblemen, brazen in their desires, continued to attempt their flirtations, though none were as bold as Lord Winterbourne had been in his pursuit. And with nearly equal fervor the bachelors swarmed her with proposals, many of them from men with perfectly respectable titles and pedigrees. She accepted their compliments, even found amusement in their flowery words, but gave none of them cause to hope. Yet she knew it was not merely a lack of feeling that cooled her interest. Though 20, an age that hardly set her apart from the other young women filling London's ballrooms, Juliette had already known the reality of marriage. Her year with Sir Charles had been enough to strip her of the illusions most débutantes still held, leaving her with a maturity her suitors seemed too young to match. And those of suitable maturity? They were already bound to others. Though flattered, Juliette felt a flicker of impatience for Lavinia's sake. She wished that more of these eager gentlemen would direct their attentions toward her sister. But Lavinia, oblivious to anyone outside her chosen circle, gave her affections almost exclusively to Mr. Fairburn. At every ball, every assembly, the pattern repeated, Lavinia and Mr. Fairburn dancing as if they'd already exchanged vows. Juliette set aside yet another gilt-edged card, watching the season she had designed for her sister narrow into a singular focus on one man. But fate seemed intent on rattling her plans. Dr. Alexander Bentley began to appear in Lavinia's orbit. Juliette noted the shift almost unconsciously, as though the sight of Bentley with Lavinia pricked at some nerve she'd been unaware of. At first it had been a mere coincidence, catching them in conversation at a ball, a polite exchange at Mrs. Fairburn's card party. But soon, his attention grew more intentional. She observed them closely, the memory of her own dances with him surfacing unbidden. His steady hand at her waist, the unreadable depth in his eyes as they danced. The memory surfaced before she could quell it, the warmth of his hand as they spun in time with the music, the way his gaze had seemed to penetrate every well-constructed wall she had erected around herself. But she pushed it away quickly, refusing to dwell on the disconcerting pull he seemed to have. He was no more than a man prone to pointed observations and an arrogance that matched his skill. Still, it was Lavinia's apparent ease with Bentley that most troubled her. Her sister, usually so reserved, had taken to laughing openly with him, even dancing when he asked. The fact that Lavinia had finally shown interest in someone other than Mr. Fairburn would have pleased Juliette, except Dr. Bentley was not the gentleman she had in mind. And with every night they attended some glittering ballroom or genteel soirée, Juliette sensed his interest in her sister intensifying. What grated most was something the Duchess of Darnley had casually remarked. Dr. Bentley, she'd said, must eventually marry an heiress. And though Lavinia's dowry was respectable, the idea that her sister might be pursued purely for her wealth unsettled Juliette. Yet as she looked around at the vibrant world of London society, she allowed herself a small indulgence. They were enjoying themselves as never before. If she could make one season perfect for Lavinia, the rest was a detail she could set aside. That peace shattered one bright spring morning, when Juliette returned from an early ride in the park to find a letter from France on the mantel. As she unfolded the letter, the blood drained from her fingertips where they gripped the page. Arthur's handwriting, sharp and slanted, seemed to sneer up at her. The ink smudged beneath her trembling touch as she read. My dearest cousin. It would be a shame for such a fine lady as yourself to find her standing questioned by the ton. Of course a gentleman like me has no wish to stir up trouble, but we all have our limits, don't we? Your previous generosity has been most appreciated, but alas, circumstances compel me to reach out once more. Surely you wouldn't want certain whispers to find eager ears, my dear. Expenses abroad have proven unexpectedly burdensome. I trust you shall be most generous. Juliette folded the letter tightly. Arthur's demands were a dagger cloaked in courtesy. Foolishly, she'd hoped that the last payment would end it. But Blackwood was like a weed. No matter how often she cut him down, he found a way to grow back. Lavinia appeared in the doorway, radiant and full of light. Good morning, dearest. She crossed the room in a rustle of muslin, the scent of rosewater arriving a step ahead of her. How you put me to shame, up and abroad so early while I languish in bed. Juliette managed a smile, sliding the letter beneath a stack of invitations. I do not sleep as soundly as you. But I'm glad to see you're in such fine spirits. Lavinia's laughter rang bright and uninhibited. Oh, I feel it in my bones. It's going to be a perfect day. Juliette tilted her head, studying her sister. You seemed to enjoy yourself last night, didn't you? Lavinia's cheeks colored. It was sublime. She glanced dreamily toward the window, then back at the partially hidden letter in Juliette's lap. You know, Jules, I've come to rather enjoy London. Though I still find it hard to believe I'm here like this. She gestured to her gown. Juliette pressed a hand to her chest in mock astonishment. Well, you're becoming quite the socialite, my dear. Lavinia shrugged, her eyes dancing. Well, as you often tell me, I must make the most of this season. She grew wistful. Tomorrow, I may awaken to find myself back at Harcourt Manor. A hard edge crept into Juliette's expression, one she struggled to keep from her voice. That will never happen. Lavinia seemed unaware, lost in her reverie. Did you see Mr. Fairburn's face last night, after Dr. Bentley engaged me for 2 sets? She laughed, a tinkling sound that felt like a blade to Juliette's nerves. Juliette's gaze cooled. Mr. Fairburn was understandably put out. You're becoming a bit of a minx, Lavinia. If you're not careful, people may start calling you a flirt. Lavinia's smile widened. But you did tell me, Jules, to broaden my acquaintance and not settle on one man too soon. Juliette's spine straightened. Are you saying Dr. Bentley is now under consideration? Lavinia blushed, and for a moment she looked uncertain. He makes me feel at ease when I am overwhelmed by the crowd. But he has given me no reason to expect an offer. She shrugged, her face softening. Besides, even if he did, my heart belongs to Mr. Fairburn. I am not a flirt, Jules. I wouldn't dare compete with you. She smiled, teasing but sincere. Relief, irrational and potent, swept through Juliette, though she struggled to understand why. She let out a light laugh and turned her attention back to the letter. I'm pleased to hear it. For I'm persuaded Dr. Bentley is a fortune hunter and nothing more. Lavinia's brows furrowed, her expression deflating. But surely he must be wealthy from his fees? Juliette met her sister's gaze, feeling an odd mix of pity and protectiveness. She smoothed a crease from her riding skirt. Perhaps. But his work at the dispensary eats into that income. Even if he wanted to, he couldn't afford to provide bonnets, ribbons, or support a wife in any kind of style. Lavinia's face fell, her hope visibly dimming. Her gaze dropped to her hands. Even if that were true, I have no illusions. I am not like you, Jules. No gentleman would marry me were it not for my portion. Lavinia? Something caught in Juliette's chest, sharp and unbidden. But Lavinia only shrugged, her fingers twisting the sash at her waist. Mr. Fairburn? I believe he cares for me. And all I want is a man who is kind and loves me. Is that so much to ask? Juliette's face softened into a smile, her fingers reaching out to clasp her sister's hand. It isn't too much, dearest. It's all I want for you as well. Inwardly, however, she couldn't help but marvel at the irony of it all, that her gentle, dreamy sister would favor a man as plain as Nathaniel Fairburn over the dark intensity of Dr. Bentley. But perhaps, she reasoned, Lavinia's heart knew what it wanted. She just wished her own wasn't so unsettled every time she thought of the good doctor. As her thoughts drifted back to the letter in her hand, Lavinia's voice broke through. What do you have there, Jules? Another invitation, perhaps? Oh, let me see. Before Juliette could reply, Lavinia had taken it from her. She glanced at it, then gasped. Why, it is from Mr. Blackwood in Paris. She read it eagerly, and then her back went rigid with indignation. Oh, all the gall, Jules. To ask you for money. I should send him away with a flea in his ear. Juliette shot her a look, though she could hardly contain a smirk. Lavinia. Must you employ such vulgar expressions? We are ladies, after all. Lavinia blushed, her lips quirking into a guilty smile. Forgive me, Jules. I do forget myself on occasion. Juliette lifted one brow. Well, I hope not in Mr. Fairburn's company. A stifled giggle escaped before Lavinia could stop it. Perhaps once or twice, but I think he finds it endearing. Her smile softened as her eyes sparkled with amusement. Honestly, I've been surprised to learn that even ladies of quality sometimes let slip such surprising words. But as she glanced back at the letter, her amusement faded. All the same, this letter is a complete impudence. Juliette took it back and, still clad in her riding habit, walked to the window, considering Blackwood's demands as she gazed out at the street below. It's not so unusual. Mr. Blackwood simply finds himself in a spot of bother. I'd rather he address it to me than to some other poor soul. Lavinia crossed her arms, still frowning. But you cannot mean to send him any money. Juliette shrugged, a faint, rueful smile tugging at her lips. Only a small sum, just to tide him over. It's hardly worth much thought. And he is, after all, Sir Charles's cousin. She turned, giving her sister a soft smile, hoping to ease Lavinia's look of disapproval. Lavinia's shoulders dropped, conceding defeat. You're far too kind-hearted, Jules, but I suppose I am rather prejudiced against him. Mr. Blackwood always had a way of making my skin crawl. She wrinkled her nose. All that fawning and flattery, and his talk of Parisian fashion as if he were the queen herself. Juliette laughed, tucking the letter away. Indeed, his charms are wasted on me as well, but let us hope that one payment will see him safely on his way and out of ours." Her smile turned wry. "For he won't find me quite so generous on a second occasion. I'm not a rum cull, as father would have said." She slipped an arm around Lavinia's shoulder. "Now, enough of Mr. Blackwood's dramatics. Let us break our fast together, and be off to the bank." Lavinia's face instantly fell, a glimmer of dismay in her eyes. "Oh, I quite forgot to mention. Mrs. Fairburn invited me to join her for a visit to the zoo this morning." Juliette arched a brow, fighting a smile. "And no doubt Mr. Fairburn will be present?" Lavinia nodded eagerly, unable to hide her anticipation. "And one of the Devonshire girls, too. May I go, Jules?" "Of course you may." Juliette's smile softened, though a playful glint lingered in her eyes. "A visit to the bank is no match for the zoo, I'm sure." She laughed, releasing her sister from her gentle embrace. "Go, enjoy yourself, and remember—" Lavinia's grin turned mischievous. "Don't let Mr. Fairburn's attentions distract me too thoroughly." Juliette chuckled, warmth in her gaze, as Lavinia darted away in a flurry of skirts and youthful eagerness. "Something like that." She watched her sister disappear around the corner, and turned her thoughts back to the day ahead, a fresh resolve settling within her. She'd protect Lavinia's happiness with every ounce of her being, even if that meant sparing a coin or two for a certain bothersome cousin abroad. Chapter 9. Juliette stepped out of the bank and into the sunlight, momentarily blinking against the brightness. The weight of the bill of exchange pressed heavier than the parchment itself. Blackwood would have his funds soon enough, though she feared it might only encourage further demands. The thought unsettled her, though she quickly pushed it aside. She'd deal with that problem when and if it came. The busy street bustled around her, as she glanced up and down the curb. Delivery boys shouted back and forth as they unloaded barrels of ale at a nearby tavern, and the clatter of horses' hooves and coach wheels filled the air. Her footman extended a hand to help her into the carriage. The driver touched the brim of his hat. "Where to, my lady?" Juliette hesitated, her gaze drifting absently out the window. The day was still early, and for once her schedule was clear until the evening. A flicker of indecision passed over her, until out of the corner of her eye she caught sight of a street sign. Cannon Lane. The name struck a familiar chord, and she frowned slightly, letting her mind sift through the connection. Cannon Lane, of course. Dr. Bentley's dispensary. The idea came swiftly, and her curiosity rose to the surface, sparking a thrill that surprised her. Sitting forward, she tapped lightly on the window. "Take me to Cannon Lane Dispensary, please." The driver gave her a slight, surprised look, but nodded and urged the horses onward. The carriage rolled through increasingly narrow streets, and Juliette took in the unfamiliar surroundings with growing interest. The buildings here were older, leaning close to one another as though held up by mutual support, and the lively sounds of the city gave way to a different sort of noise, murmurs of people gathering on corners, soft cries of children weaving between groups of loiterers, and the faint, bitter scent of coal smoke hanging in the air. She felt the carriage slow as they passed through a cramped, shadowed alley lined with soot-streaked brick and pale, watchful faces. From the carriage window, she could see people huddled in doorways, their eyes weary, their clothes worn and patched. Her instinct to turn back flickered faintly. This wasn't the world she typically inhabited, nor one she often ventured into, but another part of her, a far braver part, urged her to press on. She wasn't one to shy away, and this was as good a time as any to see Dr. Bentley's so-called dispensary, and understand perhaps what drew him to this place. They came to a stop in front of a small, unassuming building, its sign weathered but readable, Cannon Lane Dispensary for the Poor. Taking a steadying breath, she allowed her footman to assist her down, glancing up at the building with a mix of curiosity and something deeper, something that tightened her grip on the handle of her reticule before she released it. Paula, her maid, let out a gasp of dismay. "Surely, my lady, you do not mean to go in there." Juliette smoothed her gloves, her tone light but resolute. "I'm merely curious to see the place. After all, if I find it worthwhile, it could become a cause to patronize." Paula edged closer, her eyes darting toward the entrance. But ma'am, there's bound to be contagion inside. I beg of you to reconsider. Juliette turned toward the door. You may wait here if you prefer, Paula, but I am going in. Paula's eyes went wide. Oh no, ma'am. I couldn't possibly let you go in there alone. Despite her reluctance, Paula followed as Juliette led the way, pressing open the heavy wooden door. The moment they stepped inside, a wave of sounds and sights overwhelmed her. The crowded room teemed with worn figures, hollow-eyed and exhausted. The air hung heavy with the sharp tang of unwashed bodies and the muffled cries of children clutching their mothers. The sheer intensity of it made Juliette pause, momentarily uncertain. But Paula, with unexpected determination, pushed her way through the crowd. Out of the way. Her voice rang louder than Juliette had ever heard it. Let my mistress through. The heads that turned toward them bore faces lined with hardship, and Juliette pressed forward in Paula's wake. She nodded slightly, giving permission to continue, though the grim scene around her stirred an unsettling mixture of compassion and discomfort. Paula led her through to a door at the far side of the room, pushing it open to reveal a smaller chamber. Juliette stepped forward hesitantly, her gaze fixed on the scene unfolding before her. Here, amid rough wooden walls and under dim light, a large, formidable-looking woman held down a writhing man on a narrow table, while Dr. Bentley worked with fierce focus, attempting to set the man's obviously broken leg. Alexander braced his forearm against the man's shin. Hold him tighter, Nell. Give him more brandy if you must, but keep him still. The man thrashed in pain, his cries echoing in the small room, as the woman forced more brandy to his lips to dull his agony. Another woman, waiting by with bandages, dabbed sweat from his forehead, her own expression taut with worry. Paula turned quickly to her mistress, the color draining from her face. Please, my lady, this is no place for you. Let us come back another time. Juliette kept her gaze on the table, her fingers tightening on the doorframe. Later would make no difference. There will always be pain to witness here, I think. She could feel Paula's hesitation beside her, but Juliette held her ground, willing herself to stay calm. She refused to flinch, even as the man let out another agonized scream. Alexander tightened the splint with deliberate precision, his brow furrowing as he tried to ignore the growing chaos around him. If you don't hold still, Sam, you'll lose the leg. The words came sharper than he intended. The large woman holding the injured man down, Nell, let out a wry chuckle, her grin flashing brilliantly white against her dark skin. That's what I keep telling him, sir. But he's a stubborn one, isn't he? Before Alexander could respond, a calm, unexpected voice cut through the noise. Knocking him unconscious might be the quickest solution. His hands froze mid-motion, the sound of her voice so at odds with the grimy, crowded room that it took him a moment to register its owner. He turned his head sharply, his gaze locking on Juliette Harcourt standing just inside the door. The first sensation was surprise. She was a vision of poise, the lavender hue of her gown glowing faintly in the dim light, her presence radiating a calm authority that seemed entirely misplaced in this grim setting. Then came the visceral reaction, entirely unwelcome. The faintest trace of her perfume reached him, clean and floral, cutting through the oppressive odors of the room. Something kicked beneath his ribs, an irritating reflex he immediately fought to control. What the devil was she doing here? Nell's laughter drew his focus back. That's precisely what I suggested, ma'am. But he won't have it. Alexander shook his head, wiping the sweat from his brow with the back of his hand. The faintest flicker of reluctant amusement tugged at the corner of his mouth as he glanced at Juliette again. Perhaps next time, Lady Harcourt, I'll consider it. Now if you'd be so kind, please step back. He meant it as a dismissal, but she didn't move. Instead, she held her ground, her gaze steady and unflinching. I once saw a man thrown from his horse, breaking a limb as badly as this. My father knocked him unconscious to set the bone before he regained his senses. The man neither died nor lost the leg. Her words made him pause. His gaze flicked to her face, catching a brief flash of something raw. Conviction colored her tone, but her tense shoulders hinted at unease, or perhaps a lie. The question escaped before he could stop it, curiosity breaching his usual reserve. "Your father?" She stiffened just enough for him to notice, the tightening of her shoulders, the brief press of her lips. She hadn't meant to bring him up, hadn't meant to say anything personal. That slip, however minor, only deepened the puzzle she represented. But Juliette recovered quickly, meeting his gaze squarely. "In the country, we often manage without the luxury of a physician. We must be resourceful." Resourceful. The word rolled around in his mind as he studied her. There was something in the way she said it, something measured and deliberate. A veil, he decided. She was hiding something, though for the life of him he couldn't tell what. Still, there was a glint of pride in her tone that caught him off guard. Alexander lingered on her words, on the defiance in her posture, before shaking himself free of the distraction. What did it matter if she had an impressive father? Or if her resourcefulness was as real as she claimed? It didn't change the fact that she didn't belong here, in the heart of London's misery. He turned back to his patient, whose head had lolled from the effects of brandy. Alexander checked the man's eyelids and straightened. He should be insensible enough now. He glanced toward the far corner of the room. "Mrs. Anders, if you would be so good as to show Lady Harcourt around the dispensary?" As Mrs. Anders stepped forward, a neat middle-aged woman with a calm demeanor and a roll of bandages in hand, Alexander spared Juliette one last glance. Her protest was immediate, her voice tight but polite. "Oh, I wouldn't wish to intrude, Dr. Bentley." Intrude? She already had. "On the contrary, Lady Harcourt." He did not bother to temper the sarcasm that bled into his voice. "I am grateful that a lady with so many calls upon her time has chosen to grace us with her presence." Her expression didn't falter, damn her composure, but there was a flicker in her eyes he didn't miss. Anger? Embarrassment? Perhaps both. He hoped it stung. She had no business here. Mrs. Anders interrupted smoothly, motioning toward a side corridor. "Shall we, Lady Harcourt?" Alexander didn't wait to see Juliette's reaction. Instead, he turned back to the injured man before him, forcing his thoughts to harden. Whatever curiosity she stirred in him, whatever momentary lapse her presence created, he wouldn't indulge it. She was an interloper in a world she couldn't possibly understand. And if she was here to play the savior, she'd soon learn that this place would tolerate no illusions. Not even hers. As Juliette followed Mrs. Anders into a larger room with a high ceiling, the atmosphere seemed to shift, heavy with a subdued reverence. Rows of close-set truckle beds lined the walls, their occupants silent save for the occasional groan or muffled cough. The air was cleaner than expected, faintly scented with lye soap and vinegar rather than the grime she'd braced for. Here the sick and injured lay under surprisingly clean blankets, their weary faces reflecting the faintest glimmer of hope. Juliette's throat tightened as she took it all in. Hope. It was a fragile, fleeting thing in this place, yet it lingered in the air, defiant against the odds. Mrs. Anders paused at the foot of the nearest bed. "These patients are too ill to return home if they have one. They need constant care." Juliette turned to study the row of beds. "Why do they not go to a hospital?" Mrs. Anders's face softened, a mixture of sympathy and frustration flickering across her features. "Many are frightened of the hospitals, ma'am. They fear they'll never come out alive." She gestured toward a man lying on the far bed, his leg in a splint. "The gentleman you just saw, a carriage knocked him into the gutter on Cheapside this morning. Someone suggested he be taken to St. Bartholomew's, but he conveyed his wish to be brought here instead. He knew Dr. Bentley would do everything to save his leg, rather than cut it off without a second thought." Juliette's gaze lingered on the splinted leg, her skepticism tempered by a note of hope she couldn't entirely suppress. "Dr. Bentley believes he can save it then?" Mrs. Anders nodded firmly. "He's a staunch follower of Dr. Pott's methods. They believe in preserving limbs whenever possible, even if it takes painstaking care. It's remarkable what the doctor can achieve with patience and dedication." Juliette's lips tightened, though something stirred beneath her careful composure, reluctant admiration she was not yet ready to examine. Well, I suppose we shall see if his methods prove successful. Mrs. Anders, undeterred by Juliette's guarded tone, led her further down the row of beds. If only we had space for more. She straightened a folded blanket at the foot of one bed, her movements automatic, habitual. Dr. Bentley works miracles, Lady Harcourt. Some arrive here all but dead, and yet with warmth, food, and a clean bed, they begin to heal. Juliette took in the scrubbed floors, neatly folded blankets, and the quiet hum of focused attendants. There was no wealth here, no luxury, but there was care. Intentional care. She felt a pang of something unfamiliar, envy perhaps, for the sense of purpose these people seemed to share. Juliette clasped her hands behind her back, studying the woman beside her. And you have been here long, Mrs. Anders? The woman blushed, her enthusiasm momentarily checked. 2 years, ma'am. Juliette's gaze traced the calluses on Mrs. Anders's fingers, the bleached knuckles that spoke of hours spent wringing linens. 2 years is a fair commitment. Tell me, how did someone of your refinement come to be here? And as I see no ring, I assume you are unmarried? Mrs. Anders's flush deepened. I'm a widow, my lady. Juliette's hand paused on the iron bed frame, the metal cool beneath her fingertips. Then we have that in common. Her voice grew gentler. Though in truth your presence here intrigues me. Mrs. Anders met her gaze, her face shadowed with a distant grief. My husband was a gentle schoolmaster. A curricle, recklessly driven, struck him one evening. He didn't survive. Something tightened behind Juliette's breastbone. A great misfortune indeed. For a fleeting instant, she thought of her own late husband, how very different their losses had been, and how much she envied Mrs. Anders for the love she must have known. Mrs. Anders dipped her head, gratitude roughening her voice. You're very kind, my lady. But compared to the hardships of many here, I am fortunate. She hesitated, then added, after he died, my son Joe fell ill with a severe fever. I had no money to call in a physician, but someone suggested I come to the dispensary. Following Dr. Bentley's instructions, I nursed Joe here for a fortnight. He recovered against all odds. Juliette's expression softened, her admiration growing despite herself. Dr. Bentley saved your son? Mrs. Anders straightened, her pride evident. He did, my lady. It made a lasting impression. I offered my services to Dr. Bentley, and he kindly accepted. We've had a home here ever since. Juliette inclined her head, moved by the woman's dedication. You have given him much in return. Dr. Bentley is fortunate to have you. Mrs. Anders shook her head, her expression earnest. No, my lady, it is Joe and I who are the fortunate ones. Dr. Bentley pays me a small stipend to wash the linens and tend the bandages. It may seem small, but it is everything to us. Juliette nodded thoughtfully, her fingers brushing against the fabric of her gloves as she absorbed Mrs. Anders's words. She wondered how different her life might have been if someone like Alexander Bentley had appeared when she and Lavinia were at their lowest. Chapter 10. The tang of carbolic soap and lye hung heavy in the close air, as Juliette continued through the dispensary, past narrow beds and the weary faces of those who lay upon them. Somewhere behind her a man groaned, a low, hollow sound that settled against the murmur of voices like a stone dropped in still water. But it was the memory of the formidable woman restraining the injured man that surfaced in her mind. She slowed her step, fingers trailing along the edge of a worn wooden partition. And the other woman I saw, the one with such impressive strength, does she have a similar story? Mrs. Anders's expression turned wry, a mixture of admiration and caution in the lines around her mouth. Oh no, ma'am. Nell's tale is quite different. She paused as though searching for the right words. Her former master brought her back from the West Indies and sold her to, well. Mrs. Anders hesitated, her attention dropping to her folded hands. A certain kind of establishment. Mrs. Anders's voice dropped, almost as if she regretted bringing it up. Her fingers smoothed the front of her apron. But I suppose a lady of your standing wouldn't be familiar with such places. Juliette held her gaze, her expression steady, and gave an almost imperceptible nod. On the contrary, I am aware of them. Her voice carried the calm of long practice. My late husband, you see, was a frequent patron. The admission settled between them, and Mrs. Anders's face softened, something like sympathy shifting behind her eyes. Forgive me, my lady. I didn't mean. Juliette raised a hand, the gesture small but certain. No need? It's the truth, and one I no longer see the need to conceal. Mrs. Anders's composure returned, her voice quieter now. Well, when illness took hold of her, Juliette met Mrs. Anders's hesitation squarely. Brothel. Her voice carried no judgment. Yes, my lady, the brothel decided she was no longer profitable. Mrs. Anders's voice tightened with distaste. They cast her out to fend for herself, left her to die in the streets. Dr. Bentley found her, brought her here and saw to her recovery. Something tightened behind Juliette's ribs. Nell's story resonated in a way that both surprised and unsettled her. And she stayed on to help him? She did. Once she was well, Dr. Bentley offered her the freedom to leave. A touch of pride colored Mrs. Anders's words. But Nell had nowhere else to go and, in truth, nowhere she wanted to be but here. She remains as devoted to him as any sister would be. She'd defend him with her life, I dare say. A faint smile found Juliette's lips. Admiration she had not meant to feel settling deeper despite her best efforts. It seems he has a way of inspiring devotion. Mrs. Anders's eyes gleamed with a similar loyalty. He's a rare man, my lady. Perhaps not the easiest to get on with at times, a wry chuckle escaped her. But his heart is in the right place. Juliette let the words settle. Whatever her initial reservations about Alexander Bentley, the people here held him in the highest regard. That alone spoke volumes. Mrs. Anders gestured toward a side corridor. Would you care to see the anatomizing room, Lady Harcourt? Juliette shook her head, something new and quiet in her expression. No, thank you, Mrs. Anders. I have seen enough to understand the heart of this place. I came to see how Dr. Bentley cares for the living. That is what truly interests me. Mrs. Anders gave her a surprised but respectful curtsy. As you wish, my lady. As they returned to the main room, Juliette's attention drifted instinctively toward Alexander Bentley. He stood bent over a patient, adjusting a splint with the sure, unhurried movements of a man who had done this 1,000 times, his brow furrowed in concentration. She watched his hands, deft, certain, and felt something unexpected settle beneath her ribs. This was a side of him she had never truly seen before. Her attention shifted to a new arrival, a woman of indeterminable age, wrapped in a tattered shawl, hugging herself as if it were the only warmth she possessed. She coughed incessantly, her thin frame shivering despite the faint warmth of the room. Dr. Bentley finished stirring an elixir and poured it into a small bottle, which he handed to the woman. His fingers brushed the back of her frail hand as he pressed it into her grip. This will ease your cough a little. He turned to Mrs. Anders. Mrs. Anders, our guest here hasn't eaten in 2 days. Please see that she receives a bowl of broth before she goes. Mrs. Anders nodded at once. Oh, indeed, I will. She gestured to the woman. Come, my dear. This way. She gave Juliette a quick curtsy and cast Dr. Bentley a parting glance that held a hint of reverence. I'll send Jonathan along. Last I saw him, he was tending to a boil. Dr. Bentley's sigh was barely concealed. Yes, please do. Alexander straightened, rolling his shoulders. Juliette stepped closer, genuine curiosity sharpening her features. What did you give her? For a brief moment, her tone threw him off. There was no disdain, no condescension, only a desire to understand. But the sight of her, pristine and polished in this grimy, stifling room, brought his cynicism rushing back. His hands were already busy with the next task, sorting instruments without looking her way. Oil of eucalyptus. It will relieve her temporarily, but she's in the final stages of consumption. What she truly needs is warm clothing and proper housing. The words left a bitter taste in his mouth, an acknowledgement of his limitations that always stung. He risked a glance at her and caught the faint furrow of her brow, her gloved fingers brushing the edge of the table. What was she thinking? Dr. Bentley's words landed on Juliette like a weight she had not expected to carry. Warm clothing and proper housing. Such basic human needs, yet here they sat beyond reach. Her eyes flicked to the empty doorway, where the woman had vanished with Mrs. Anders. Her fingers curled against the worn edge of the table. She needs more than that. The words came out quieter than she intended. It seems impossible, doesn't it, to provide enough for everyone here? Her quiet question startled him more than he cared to admit. Impossible. Yes, it often felt that way. Yet her voice, soft, almost wounded, unsettled him. Was she truly moved, or was this merely another performance? His jaw set, the confession scraping against his pride. It is? Without funds to sustain it, medicine can only reach so far. He paused, allowing the frustration that had been simmering all morning to flood him. But that is something people in your position might find difficult to understand. He regretted it immediately. The flicker in her eyes told him his barb had struck home, but he refused to soften it. Let her bristle. Let her see what real need looked like. Her spine straightened instinctively, and she met his eyes with cool defiance. Forgive me, Dr. Bentley, but it seems to me that fundraising could be an option you've neglected to explore. Her voice carried an edge now, one sharpened by the fire his words had ignited. I've met countless ladies who would leap at the chance to support such a noble cause. Perhaps a polite suggestion, or a well-placed invitation might have some effect. Fundraising. As if it were that simple. The memory of empty promises, of grand gestures that never materialized, rose unbidden. He let out a soft, humorless laugh. One brow arched. Ah. Do you truly believe society's ladies would trade their luncheons and musicales for the plight of the poor? His voice turned biting, the words laced with skepticism he could not entirely suppress. I'd be curious to know how many of your set would be willing to see beyond their feathered hats to look this kind of poverty in the face. Juliette's chin lifted. Feathered hats? Did he truly believe her so shallow, so blind? Heat climbed up her neck, but she kept her voice level. Her words landed sharp and clipped. More than you give credit for. I for one am here, am I not? The challenge hung in the close air, thick and electric. She refused to look away, daring him to dismiss her. Yes, she was. Impossibly so. But why? A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. He wanted to believe this was mere curiosity, a passing fancy for a woman of her station. Yet the conviction in her voice, the bright defiance in her expression, unsettled him. He forced his expression to neutral. You are. And what do you make of it, Lady Harcourt? Do you find our little dispensary sufficiently diverting? He regretted the sarcasm the moment it escaped his lips, but he couldn't stop himself. Her presence here was stirring emotions he had no desire to confront. Diverting? The word landed like a lash across Juliette's pride. Her jaw tightened, her fingers curling inside her gloves. Did he think her so shallow, so immune to what she had seen here? Her back straightened, every inch the Countess, even without her gloves. I wouldn't call it that. A dangerous edge crept into her voice. If anything, I find it humbling. He looked at her then, truly looked, as though he had not expected the honesty in her words. Something shifted between them, his dark eyes probing, searching, while she refused to waver. Her voice softened despite herself. And admirable. The work you do here is extraordinary, Dr. Bentley. These people owe you their lives. Her own words surprised her, their sincerity catching her off guard. Yet they rang true. In this place he wasn't the brusque, maddening man she'd sparred with at the ball. He was something else entirely, someone remarkable. When he only stood there, stunned into silence, Juliette pressed forward. And I would like to help, if you would allow it. It appears you could use an extra set of hands here. Her words hung in the air, bold and unyielding. She saw the flicker of disbelief in his expression, the way his jaw tightened as if her suggestion were utterly preposterous. But why not? Why shouldn't she offer? The weight of his skepticism pressed against her, but she refused to falter. An extra set of hands? Alexander's head snapped up, his hands halting over the neatly bound splint. Had she lost her mind? Lady Juliette Harcourt, in her silks and gloves, offering to work in this cesspool of misery? It was laughable. Ridiculous. And yet, there she stood, her posture defiant, her expression resolute, as though she truly meant it. The word left him before he could catch it. Help? His voice dropped, low and incredulous. You, Lady Harcourt, want to help here? He straightened, crossing his arms over his chest as his eyes raked over her, taking in the fine cut of her dress, the faint glint of jewels at her ears. She didn't belong here, not in this place where desperation clung to the air like smoke. His chin dipped, the question sharp and clipped. Tell me, how exactly do you propose to assist? Shall we fetch you a scalpel so you can join me at the table, or perhaps a broom to sweep the floors? I doubt those gloves of yours are made for washing linens. Her cheeks flamed at his mocking, and a sharp retort sprang to her lips, but she held it back. Instead, she met his stare squarely, the flare of indignation a cold, steady thing beneath her breastbone. I've no illusions about what you might ask of me, Dr. Bentley. I've seen enough to know that work here requires more than delicate sensibilities. She took a deliberate step toward him, the worn floorboards protesting beneath her boot. But I am not afraid of hard work, regardless of what you think of me. Or my gloves. A shadow crossed his features, but beneath it she caught the briefest flicker of something else. Was it surprise? Or something more vulnerable? It vanished in an instant, replaced by the stony mask she was beginning to know too well. She was serious. God help him, she actually meant it. Her steady eyes, her measured words, they were not the frivolous whims of some bored aristocrat. But that only made her offer more dangerous. Her presence was already a disruption, her every word and movement chipping away at the walls he'd spent years fortifying. If she stayed, if she truly involved herself here, it would only complicate things further. The fight drained from his voice, leaving behind a weariness he had not intended to show. You've no idea what you're asking for. This place, it's not meant for someone like you. He should have stopped there, should have left it at that. But the way she stood so close, her presence pressing against his every nerve, pulled one last bitter remark from him. And your gloves wouldn't last an hour. Her chest tightened, her pride battling with her desire to prove him wrong. She wanted to shout at him, to strip off the gloves he seemed so fixated on and throw them in his face. But she wouldn't give him the satisfaction. Instead, she removed her gloves slowly, deliberately, the motion as much an act of defiance as her words. Then perhaps I'll manage without them. The room itself seemed to hold its breath, heavy with unspoken tension. His attention dropped to her hands, bare now before flicking back to her face. For a moment she thought she saw something shift in his expression, something raw, almost hungry, but it vanished as quickly as it appeared. She clasped her bare hands before her, her pulse a wild, disobedient thing beneath her composure. If you'll excuse me, I'd like to see what needs doing. She had him cornered, and damn her, she knew it. Her bare hands were a challenge, every line of her daring him to refuse. He should send her away. Every instinct screamed at him to do it, to protect his world, his sanity, from her well-meaning disruption. But something in her words, in her actions, held him back. His jaw worked, the concession forced through his teeth. Very well. But don't say I didn't warn you. He turned away abruptly, the sharp edges of his frustration cutting into his resolve. She had no idea what she was walking into, but if she was so determined to prove herself, he wouldn't stop her. Yet as he watched her step toward Mrs. Anders, her head held high, a part of him couldn't help but wonder if she might be capable of more than he'd given her credit for. Alexander crossed his arms, watching as Juliette joined Mrs. Anders. Her every movement was deliberate, her chin lifted as though she meant to prove a point with each step. He hated how she disrupted the room, drawing the attention of patients who should have been resting. She was too composed, too polished, even with her gloves removed. What did she hope to accomplish here? The words escaped him under his breath, half irritation, half bewilderment. Lady Harcourt. What are you doing? Mrs. Anders handed Juliette a roll of bandages, her tone carefully neutral. She insists on helping. Alexander's jaw tightened. Helping. That's what they all said, the well-meaning ladies of society, who flitted through places like this, offering smiles and platitudes before disappearing back into their silken lives. They didn't understand what it meant to stay, to bear witness to the unrelenting grind of pain and loss. Juliette felt Alexander's stare prickling at the back of her neck, but she refused to let it distract her. Mrs. Anders was kind enough to guide her, showing her how to fold and stack the fresh linens. It was a simple task, but one that gave her a sense of purpose. Her hands faltered, though, when she heard Alexander's low voice behind her. The words landed like a challenge at her shoulder. Is this what you call charity, Lady Harcourt? Folding linens for an hour before returning to your carriages and ballrooms? Juliette stiffened, the words hitting harder than she expected. She turned to face him, her chin lifting. And what would you have me do, Dr. Bentley? Turn away and pretend none of this exists? Her defiance both irritated and intrigued him. She stood there, her cheeks flushed, her hair slightly disheveled, yet still impossibly composed. His frustration spilled over, the words coming sharp and cold. You don't belong here. You think your presence will change anything? You think a few hours of your time will undo years of suffering? These people need more than folded linens and good intentions, Lady Harcourt. He stepped closer, his voice dropping lower. What they need is someone willing to sacrifice everything. Can you honestly say you're willing to do that? His words struck bone deep, raw and unrelenting. He couldn't know, couldn't begin to understand what she had sacrificed, what she had endured. Her hands trembled, but she did not back down. You think I've never known sacrifice, Dr. Bentley? Restrained emotion roughened the edges of each word. You think my life has been untouched by hardship because I wear fine dresses and bracelets? With deliberate grace, she slipped the bracelet from her wrist. The diamonds caught the dim light as she let it fall onto the worn table with a soft clink. Her voice held steady, clear as glass. Sell it. Use the money to buy your precious supplies. Or don't. I've nothing more to prove to you. The bracelet lay on the table, its brilliance stark against the worn wood. Alexander stared at it, struck momentarily silent. It was a ridiculous gesture, ostentatious and unnecessary, but damn it, it was also bold. And sincere. For the first time, he felt his certainty waver. Perhaps he had misjudged her. Perhaps there was more to Juliette Harcourt than he had been willing to see. But pride, ever his shield, kept his voice sharp. You think that's enough? The words felt hollow even as he spoke them. She met his stare, her eyes blazing. It's more than you deserve. The bracelet lay gleaming on the worn tabletop, its fractured light dancing across the room's dim surfaces. Juliette felt an unexpected surge of satisfaction, not the satisfaction of charity, but of defiance. Defiance against Alexander Bentley's barbed skepticism, against the ways her late husband had reduced her, and against a world that had so often tried to silence her. Sacrifice is for fools, Sir Charles's voice echoed in her memory, a sneer wrapped in condescension. Ladies preserve their fortunes, they don't squander them on noble nonsense. How often he'd mocked her attempts at kindness, dismissed her dreams of doing more than filling the role of decorative wife. But as Bentley's sharp words replayed in her mind, as clear as her husband's had once been, Juliette realized something fundamental had shifted. Her resolve had hardened, strengthened by their clash. Whatever Alexander Bentley thought of her, she would show him, and herself, that she was more than society's shallow expectations. She gave Bentley one last burning look, meeting his stunned expression with fiery determination. Turning on her heel, she strode toward the exit, the sound of her boots firm against the stone floor, her spine impossibly straight. Paula scrambled to follow, the maid's face a mixture of shock and what might have been admiration. The waiting crowds parted for them as they swept through, the hum of the room fading behind them like an afterthought. The carriage was waiting at the curb, its driver watching curiously as Juliette climbed inside with a quick, precise motion. Paula barely managed to settle in beside her before the door snapped shut. The instant the carriage jolted forward, Juliette exhaled a long, unsteady release. The audacity of what she had just done left her reeling, exhilarated, and unsettled in equal measure. She let herself sink back against the seat, her hands trembling slightly as the anger ebbed, replaced by a restless, jittery thrill. Never in her life had she acted with such reckless abandon, such bold defiance. And yet the look on Alexander Bentley's face as she'd left, his mask of cold detachment cracking, leaving him stunned, perhaps even shaken, had been worth every rash impulse. The thought brought a slow, almost dangerous smile to her lips. She'd won this round, whatever he might think of her. Then, unbidden, a picture of Sir Charles came to mind, his face purpling with anger at her so-called reckless charity, his scathing remarks about foolish sentimentality ringing hollow now. The memory no longer stung. Instead, it amused her. Juliette tilted her head back, her laughter spilling out, soft at first, then richer, more vibrant as it filled the quiet carriage. It was laughter born of freedom, of defiance, and of the realization that, for the first time in years, she wasn't playing by anyone else's rules. She had surprised herself today. And perhaps, just perhaps, she had surprised Dr. Bentley as well. Chapter 11. Juliette's impromptu visit to Cannon Lane left her unexpectedly pleased, a quiet thrill rising each time her bare wrist caught her attention. That evening, as she fingered the accompanying diamond necklace, a dreamy smile crossed her lips. How many blankets could the entire set provide? The thought lingered in her mind, sweet and indulgent, if a touch scandalous. Though she doubted she'd go quite that far, for now. Several days after her visit to the dispensary, Juliette returned home from an early morning ride, the brisk air leaving her cheeks rosy and her spirits high. She had barely changed out of her riding habit when the maid announced an unexpected visitor, Dr. Bentley. Juliette froze, halfway out of her riding jacket, irritation flickering beneath her surprise. The audacity of the man. After the way he'd scorned her at the dispensary, he had the gall to call on her. She thought of refusing him outright, but in the end, curiosity got the better of her. She ordered him shown in and, after a few deliberate moments of making him wait, descended the stairs, checking that her hair was perfectly in place. She wore a gown of figured pale blue silk with cream lace, the low neckline veiled by a gauzy fichu that hinted at the smooth skin beneath. When she entered, Dr. Bentley stood by the window, his shadowed profile sharp against the garden's light. The moment she stepped inside, he turned. His dark eyes locked onto hers with that unnervingly direct stare, and the surprise caught her anew. The man was maddeningly handsome, his disapproval only sharpening his allure. She strode into the room with all the dignity she could muster, settling her expression into something approaching indifference. "You are an early caller, Dr. Bentley. Though unfortunately, my sister has yet to rise. I did not come to see Miss Pembroke. I came to see you." His voice was steady, unyielding. Her brows rose at this, but she gestured to a chair nonetheless. "Well then, won't you sit?" She sank onto the edge of a settee with deliberate grace. "Perhaps you'd care for breakfast?" "No thank you. I've already eaten, and I won't stay long." As he stepped forward, Juliette felt her nerves rise. She wasn't sure what she'd expected, but this unrelenting expression was unnerving. Just as her fingers toyed with the curl that rested on her shoulder, Dr. Bentley reached into his coat and withdrew something. In one swift motion, he tossed it onto the table between them. It landed with a soft but distinct clink. Her bracelet. Juliette blinked, first at the bracelet, then up at him, utterly bewildered. Before she could speak, his eyes burned with fury. His voice cut through the morning quiet, cold and precise. "Lady Harcourt, what exactly did you hope to achieve by such a gesture?" A chill ran down her spine, prickling her skin. She swallowed, forcing herself to hold his stare. I don't understand. I gave that bracelet to you in good faith. It was not some meaningless gesture." The accusation landed before she could brace for it. "Was it? You'll forgive me, my lady, if I do not share in your sentiment." His dark eyes bore into hers, unrelenting. Imitation jewelry may serve you well as an accessory, but it does precious little for the destitute. The word struck like an open hand, and Juliette's fingers flew to her throat. Imitation? She could scarcely process it. That bracelet is part of the Harcourt diamonds. It's worth a fortune. It's worth a fraction of that, Lady Harcourt. I had it appraised by 2 jewelers who confirmed what I suspected. The bracelet is a fake. For a moment the world around her seemed to blur, and she felt as if the ground had shifted beneath her. Her father's words echoed in her memory, recalling the pride with which he'd proclaimed her husband's wealth, and something bitter rose at the back of her throat. She blinked, looking from the bracelet to Bentley's stony expression and back again. No. The word escaped her, thin and fragile as glass. It can't be. Did you not know? He seemed to soften, just barely, as he watched her expression shift from shock to a kind of horrified comprehension. And at least he had the good sense to look embarrassed. I had assumed. Well, I do apologize. I know this is difficult to hear, Lady Harcourt. And I regret having to be the bearer of such news. Her breaths came shallow and quick as she stared at the bracelet, its polished surface mocking her. How could this be? What did it mean? Her hands clenched into fists, fighting the rising tide of humiliation and anger. Her voice came out tight, barely controlled. Thank you for enlightening me, Dr. Bentley. I had no idea. She paused, willing her racing thoughts into order, and straightened in her seat. It appears I've been deceived, and for that I apologize. I am as disappointed as you must be. He stepped closer, his manner shifting from accusation to something approaching gentleness. Lady Harcourt, please don't take this news too harshly. I know it must be quite a shock. But Juliette could barely hear him. 1,000 questions fought for dominance in her mind, each one louder than the last. If the bracelet was false, were the rest of the jewels also worthless? And if so, had Sir Charles known? She clenched her fists, the bitter taste of betrayal sharp at the back of her throat. Of course he had known. How ninny-brained she had been. Every line of her body went rigid with composure, the kind that held grief at arm's length. Thank you, Dr. Bentley, for bringing this to my attention. And now, if you please, I would like to be alone. He hesitated, clearly sensing her distress. Lady Harcourt, I didn't mean to upset you so deeply. I shouldn't have come with such bluntness. His voice softened further. Is there anything I can do for you? The word came out like the snap of a fan. Yes. You can leave. A flicker of surprise crossed his face, but he inclined his head, accepting her dismissal. He stepped back with a slight bow. As you wish. Good day, Lady Harcourt. With a last searching look, he left, closing the door softly behind him. As soon as he was gone, Juliette's poised facade crumbled. She reached out, gripping the edge of the table as she stared down at the bracelet, a sob escaping her throat. The thought that her jewels, the ones Sir Charles had so proudly claimed as part of the Harcourt legacy, were a mere illusion of wealth left her feeling hollow. Summoning her maid, she ordered the carriage and, with her jewel box in hand, left for the Strand to see a jeweler of her own. The short journey felt interminable, the city's noises nothing but a blur around her. She clutched the box tightly to her chest, steeling herself against the possibility that the other pieces might be worthless as well. The jeweler confirmed her fears in a matter of minutes. He examined each piece with a practiced eye, his verdict calm and professional but shattering nonetheless. Most of the stones were mere glass. Juliette thanked him with a tight voice before retreating to the carriage. The ride back to Queen Square blurred past, her thoughts tangled with betrayal and disbelief. Had her husband known? Had he taken some twisted satisfaction in leaving her a fortune that amounted to nothing more than lies and glass? Who else had known? As she stepped through the front door, Lavinia met her in the hall, her eyes wide with concern. Jules, dearest, I was beginning to worry. You look pale. Where on earth have you been? Her gaze fell on the jewel box clutched in Juliette's hands, her frown deepening. Why are you carrying your jewels around? Juliette looked down at the box, as if seeing it for the first time. With a shaky breath, she managed a small, strained smile. I had them checked. I thought one of the clasps might need repair. Lavinia's eyes softened with relief, though a trace of worry lingered. Are you certain you're all right, Jules? You seem distracted. And your bonnet is the old one. Juliette glanced at her hat and let out a dry laugh. Oh, that's Paula's fault entirely. I'll have to give her a scolding. Imagine being seen out in an old bonnet. She managed a wry smile, looping her arm around her sister's shoulders. Come, dearest. Let's have breakfast. I'm famished after my ride. It's really quite invigorating. But as they walked, her mind turned to the betrayal, her resolve hardening. Chapter 12. The scratch of newsprint filled the drawing room, as Lavinia turned another page of the Times. Juliette stared at the same fashion plate in the ladies' magazine she had been pretending to study for a quarter hour, the faint scent of chocolate cooling in her cup, doing nothing to settle the knot beneath her ribs. 3 days had passed since Dr. Bentley discovered the truth about the Harcourt diamonds. 3 days of attending every ball and soiree with her nerves wound tight, scanning each room for the first whisper of scandal. The ton thrived on such revelations. A juicy on dit like the false Harcourt diamonds would spread like fire in dry grass. Yet no whisper had come. She had seen no sign of Dr. Bentley himself, and gradually she had breathed a little easier, though her sense of indebtedness to him lingered. She admitted grudgingly that he was not the typical society beau. He did not paint his face nor patch it. His clothing, though respectable, leaned toward plain rather than extravagant. But it was more than a matter of taste, or the fact that his means likely didn't allow for the ostentation most men of the ton aspired to. No, Bentley's plain clothing and unpolished demeanor spoke of a man uninterested in pandering to the wealthy, a trait she grudgingly admired. Oh, only listen to this, Jules. There's been a riot in Cheapside. Juliette looked up from the ladies' magazine, her brows raised. A riot? Here in London? How extraordinary. Lavinia traced the article with her finger. It seems there have been several, actually. One's an anti-papist riot, but the one yesterday was about the high cost of food. They brought out the military, and over 100 people were injured on Ludgate Hill alone. Juliette's forehead creased as she thought of Cannon Lane. Cheapside. She set the magazine aside, the pages whispering shut. That's close to the dispensary, isn't it? Lavinia glanced up, nodding absently. Yes, I dare say it is. A spark of alarm surged through her. The dispensary would be overrun with the injured. Without another thought, she leapt to her feet and rang the bell, startling Lavinia. She was already moving toward the door. The dispensary will need supplies. But Jules, surely there are hospitals for that sort of thing. Yes, but most prefer the dispensary, and I for one cannot blame them. Lavinia pressed her hand to her collarbone, eyes wide. Oh, Jules, you don't mean to go there yourself, do you? Juliette nodded as a footman entered. Don't be troubled, Vinnie. I'll be perfectly safe. She turned to the footman. Thomas, please tell Mrs. Brisley to take out every freshly laundered sheet she can spare, cut half of them into strips, and pack the whole in a parcel. Then have the carriage brought around. The footman repeated her orders, one eyebrow climbing. Cut into strips, my lady? Juliette squared her shoulders. Yes, into strips. And as quickly as possible, please. It's urgent. After he left, Lavinia, who had been watching this exchange in open-mouthed astonishment, threw her hands up. Jules, is your attic quite to let? A laugh escaped before Juliette could stop it. Perhaps it is, but I do believe that dispensary will desperately need linens and bandages. Lavinia's expression softened into reluctant admiration. I'd never have thought of that, dearest. But you're not truly going to deliver them yourself, are you? The memory of Dr. Bentley's biting words still turned in Juliette's mind, a simmering frustration that refused to cool. You think folded linens and good intentions will make a difference? His disdain had cut deeper than she wanted to admit, not because of its cruelty, but because it implied a truth she couldn't quite shake. that her actions, while sincere, might still fall short of what was truly needed. But she had no intention of letting him dismiss her so easily. The morning air carried the sharp green scent of the square's linden trees, as Juliette stood in the entrance hall, overseeing the footman carrying parcels of freshly laundered linens toward the waiting carriage. She had personally seen to the cutting of bandages, the packing of blankets, and the organization of every supply they could spare. Lavinia watched the procession from the settee with thinly veiled astonishment. "You're really going through with it, Jules?" Lavinia hovered between curiosity and disbelief. "You're going to Cannon Lane yourself?" Juliette adjusted her gloves with calm deliberation, her chin lifting. "Yes, I am. And before you suggest it, no, I won't hear another word about leaving it to the servants. If Dr. Bentley thinks I'm incapable of offering real help, he is sorely mistaken." Lavinia's brows lifted. "And what if it's as dangerous as he suggested?" Juliette paused, her lips tightening, but the steel in her resolve didn't waver. "Then I shall be careful. But I will not let fear, or his opinion, keep me from doing what I feel is right." Her sister gave a faint sigh, shaking her head in exasperation. "You're impossible when you get like this." The corner of Juliette's mouth curved. "Perhaps." As the footman secured the last parcel, Juliette wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders and stepped out onto the cobblestone street. The carriage waited with its door open, and the sight of it sent a small thrill of purpose through her. This wasn't mere rebellion, it was proof that she was more than Dr. Bentley believed her to be. She wasn't some fragile creature, bound to parlors and ballrooms. The carriage ride was quiet, the rhythm of the wheels on the stones matching the beat of her resolve. As they neared Cannon Lane, the streets grew narrower, the atmosphere heavier. The aftermath of the riot still hung in the air, the acrid smell of spent powder and overturned market stalls, a tension that seemed to settle into every shadowed alley and soot street wall. When the carriage pulled to a halt in front of the dispensary, Juliette wasted no time. She stepped down onto the street, her footman trailing with the parcels in hand. The building was as she remembered it, weathered and unassuming, but alive with movement as staff and patients bustled in and out. The sight of a young boy sitting on the steps, clutching a makeshift bandage around his hand, tightened something behind her ribs. She began directing her footman, her voice calm but firm. "Place the larger parcels near the entrance. The bandages and smaller supplies can go to the staff inside." As she worked, the faint sounds of commotion grew louder. She glanced toward the far end of the street, where a small crowd was gathering. The tension was palpable, angry voices rising, the sharp edge of desperation cutting through the air. Her fingers curled at her sides, but she forced herself to focus, helping to unload the last of the parcels. "Lady Harcourt." The deep, familiar voice cut through the noise, sharp with alarm. Juliette turned just in time to see Dr. Bentley striding toward her, his coat flaring with the urgency of his steps. His expression was darker than she'd ever seen it, his jaw set hard with frustration, and something that looked startlingly like fear. "What in God's name are you doing here?" He reached her in 3 long strides, his voice low but taut with barely restrained anger. "This is no place for you." Juliette straightened, meeting his glare with steady defiance. "I came to deliver supplies. Surely you can't object to that." His gaze flicked to the parcels stacked by the dispensary's entrance, then back to her. A muscle jumped in his jaw before he spoke, the words clipped. "You shouldn't be here. Do you have any idea how dangerous this place is right now?" "I am perfectly aware of the risks, Dr. Bentley." She held her ground, her chin lifting a fraction. "But I won't let fear keep me from helping where I can." "You call this helping?" He gestured sharply toward the street, where the crowd was growing louder, more volatile. "You've put yourself, and everyone else, at risk by coming here. This isn't some charitable drawing room, Lady Harcourt. It's real and it's dangerous. I refuse to be cowed into inaction, simply because you think I'm incapable." Her voice rose to match his. "If you won't acknowledge my effort, then perhaps the supplies will speak for themselves." For a moment he stared at her, his jaw tight with barely contained frustration. Then, without warning, he turned to one of the staff members near the entrance. Jonathan, escort Lady Harcourt back to her carriage. Now? Dr. Bentley, that is entirely unnecessary. He stepped closer, his presence filling the narrow space between them. Before she could react, his hands came up to grasp her shoulders, firm but not unkind, his touch startlingly warm even through the layers of her clothing. The sudden nearness of him, the intensity in his dark eyes, the faint smell of carbolic soap clinging to his coat, sent a jolt through her that stole the argument from her tongue. You don't understand. His voice had dropped, rough and low, the words meant only for her. This isn't a game, Juliette. This street could turn violent in moments, and I won't have you caught in the middle of it. Her name on his lips. It was the first time he'd spoken it without the stiff formality of a title, and it sent a shiver down her spine. She stared up at him, her pulse unsteady, the charge between them something she couldn't quite name. I can take care of myself. Her voice came out quieter than she intended, still edged with defiance. Her gaze locked with his, refusing to yield despite the rapid thrum of her heartbeat. I'm not as fragile as you think. His grip on her shoulders tightened just slightly, enough to make her acutely aware of the strength in his hands. You're not fragile. Softer now, though no less intense. But you're still not safe here. And I cannot allow you to stay. The unspoken weight of his words hung between them, as though he'd revealed far more than he intended. His gaze dropped briefly to her lips, before snapping back to her eyes, and the tension spiraled into something almost unbearable. For a heartbeat neither of them moved, the noise of the street fading into the background. Then, as though the moment had broken something within him, he let out a sharp exhale and stepped back, his hands falling away from her shoulders but leaving a faint phantom warmth in their absence. I'll send Jonathan with you. His voice was tight, almost hoarse. Get back in your carriage. Now? Juliette blinked, momentarily stunned by the sudden shift, but the memory of his hands on her shoulders and the raw intensity in his eyes burned into her mind. She straightened, her pride warring with the unexpected flutter in her chest. Very well? She kept her voice measured, though her composure felt like it hung by a thread. But don't think this will be the last time you see me here, Dr. Bentley. He let out a faint, humorless laugh, his expression softening despite himself. Something in the way he watched her shifted, guarded, almost tender. And don't think I'll stop sending you away if it's unsafe. I'd rather you hate me than see you harmed. Her chest tightened, the words striking deeper than she cared to admit. For a fleeting moment, she considered saying something, anything, that might break the spell he seemed to cast over her. But the intensity of his gaze, the echo of his touch, left her momentarily unmoored. Jonathan appeared at her side, waiting to escort her, and she turned to leave, her movements deliberate, almost brittle. As she climbed into the carriage, she risked one last glance back at him. He stood in the same spot, his arms crossed, his expression shadowed and unreadable. The carriage jolted forward, and Juliette let out a slow, uneven breath, her fingers pressing into the folds of her skirt. Dangerous. The word repeated itself in her mind, unbidden, stirring a restless unease that had nothing to do with the riots or the streets she'd just left behind. Dangerous to her composure. Dangerous to her sense of control. Dangerous to the carefully constructed walls she'd built around her heart. She pressed her gloved fingers to her lips, as though she could physically hold back the thought before it fully formed. No. She wouldn't let herself go there, not now, not ever. Whatever had passed between them, if anything had passed at all, was nothing more than a fleeting moment born of tension and circumstance. And yet, the echo of his voice, the fierce protectiveness in his gaze, lingered, unsettling her in a way that no other man had before. She told herself it was simply his audacity, his refusal to back down, that had gotten under her skin. That must be it. But deep down, as the city blurred past the carriage window, she knew that wasn't the whole truth. Alexander Bentley wasn't dangerous because of his stubbornness or his sharp tongue. He was dangerous because, in a way she couldn't yet articulate, or perhaps refuse to, he'd begun to matter. Chapter 13. Alexander Bentley tolerated musicales with the resigned patience of a man whose real work waited in the narrow rooms of Cannon Lane. At the Duchess of Darnley's musicale, golden light spilled from crystal chandeliers, mirrored walls casting the room in endless reflections. Conversations hummed beneath peals of laughter and the soft clink of crystal. Alexander stood at the room's edge, wine in hand, the restlessness coiling through him impossible to settle. Across the room, a harpsichord's faint melody wove through the warm beeswax-scented air, its notes delicate but persistent, a genteel backdrop to the evening's frippery. His gaze moved over the assembled company with practiced indifference, though his attention snagged before he could prevent it. Juliette Harcourt. She stood among a circle of ladies, poised in a champagne silk gown, her smile a subtle curve beneath the candlelight's glow. Something tightened behind his ribs. She'd been in his thoughts too often since Cannon Lane. Her defiance, her courage, the way she had rolled her sleeves to the elbow and stepped into the filth of that street as though born to it. Even in this room of glittering peacocks, she commanded his attention. She didn't merely wear the room's opulence, she matched it, as though she were part of its design. Yet beneath her polish there was something else. Something raw. Something real. Dr. Bentley. Lavinia Pembroke's voice, sharp and knowing, sliced through his thoughts. He turned, schooling his features into a polite expression. Miss Pembroke. Always a pleasure. Is it? She arched a brow, her gaze darting toward Juliette. You look more distracted than delighted. Shall I assume it's the music, or my sister? Alexander allowed a faint smile to pull at his mouth. I'm not entirely devoid of appreciation for music, though I confess I find the company more interesting. Lavinia's smile widened, and her gaze flicked briefly toward her sister. I see. Or perhaps someone in particular has caught your attention? His pulse kicked, but he kept his voice even. I merely observed that Lady Harcourt seems to be enjoying herself. Doesn't she? Lavinia's voice held a mischievous edge. Though I imagine she'd be most intrigued to know you were watching her. He straightened, his tone turning drier. Miss Pembroke, I believe you enjoy making your own sport more than the musicale itself. Lavinia laughed lightly, a sound that drew Juliette's gaze across the room. Their eyes met briefly, and Alexander inclined his head in acknowledgement. She blinked, her expression unreadable, before turning back to her companions with an almost imperceptible shake of her head. He resisted the urge to approach her immediately, forcing himself to focus on Lavinia. And how is Lady Harcourt faring after the riots in Cheapside? I trust her sense of adventure hasn't led her into further trouble. Lavinia tilted her head, studying him with that same sly curiosity. Oh, she's quite well. In fact, she's been uncharacteristically quiet these past few days. I wonder if you might have had something to do with that. The words landed closer to the mark than he liked, sparking a flicker of guilt. Hardly. His reprimand at Cannon Lane had been harsh, but seeing Juliette in the midst of that chaos had shaken him more than he cared to admit. Lavinia's tone turned breezy. Well, if you do decide to speak with her, perhaps you'll inspire her to return to her usual self. She's rather dull when she broods. Alexander raised a brow, but Lavinia simply smiled and excused herself, leaving him alone once more. He glanced toward Juliette again, watching as she leaned over to whisper something to Lady Worthington. The delicate curve of her neck, the way a stray dark curl trailed along her collarbone, every detail pulled at him with a gravity he could neither explain nor resist. He tightened his grip on his wine glass and looked away. The harpsichordist struck the final chord, and polite applause rippled through the room. The intermission provided the perfect opportunity, and Alexander was moving toward her before he could second-guess the impulse. Lady Harcourt. He kept his voice low. She turned, her gaze lingering on him a moment too long. Dr. Bentley. A beat of silence. What a surprise. Is it? Her lips curved slightly, though the expression didn't quite reach her eyes. And here I thought you weren't one for drawing-room gatherings. Not typically. He paused, weighing his next words. But I find myself making exceptions. Her brow arched. He didn't give her the chance to deflect. I wanted to thank you. The linens you brought, they were indispensable. We used every last one. Something shifted in her expression, a softening she clearly hadn't intended. "I'm glad to know they were useful." Her voice was quiet, and he realized she was still wounded by his harsh treatment in front of the dispensary. She had to know it was only for her safety. He dropped his voice. "You must realize the extent of the need." The dispensary was overwhelmed. "Injured patients, those already ill, we couldn't have managed without your supplies." She tilted her head, studying him with an expression that was both thoughtful and guarded. "I can only imagine." Her words came slowly, carefully. "It must have been dreadful." Dreadful is an understatement. The words escaped before he could temper them, and the memory of Cannon Lane, its chaos, its desperation, pressed against his chest like a weight. Her lips pressed into a hard straight line. "Then you should have allowed my help." Her words were matter of fact, neither bitter nor angry. Alexander drew a breath. "Lady Harcourt," he began, and then paused, looking into her honeyed eyes, and nearly forgot what he meant to say. She lifted her chin. "Yes. Understand, on any other day." Juliette tilted her head, her gaze locking onto his with a challenge. "You sent me away twice, Dr. Bentley. Is that your pattern with women who try to help?" "I sent you away because I couldn't." His jaw tightened. "Couldn't what?" She held his gaze, unrelenting. "Couldn't bear the thought of you getting hurt." The admission slipped out before he could stop it, rougher than he intended. Her lips parted slightly. For a heartbeat neither spoke, the noise of the room fading to nothing. Then she straightened, her smile cool but her voice trembling faintly. "You underestimate me, Alexander." "Yes, but..." He took her hand then. "Propriety be damned." The warmth of her skin seeped through the soft kid leather of her glove, igniting a heat that traveled up his arm and settled somewhere deep in his chest. The curve of her fingers fit perfectly against his, her touch both delicate and steady. From somewhere nearby, a sharp intake of breath, the sound of a scandalized onlooker, reminded him of where they were, but he couldn't bring himself to care. The rest of the room might as well have dissolved into mist. "Juliette." His voice came out rougher than he intended. He wasn't sure if it was her name or her nearness that unraveled him, but the effect was the same. He stepped closer, the faintest brush of their shoulders sending another jolt through him. "I meant what I said. I couldn't stand to see you harmed." Her gaze lifted to meet his, wide and unguarded. "You think I don't know the risks? That I haven't faced them before? I think you don't yet realize the effect you have." His voice dropped low enough that the words were for her alone. "On anyone who crosses your path." Her lips parted slightly, her breath warm against his cheek, as he leaned in just a fraction closer. "And what of you, Alexander?" The words were barely audible, over the hum of the room. He smiled faintly, the curve of his mouth edged with something sharper. "You already know the answer to that." Her fingers trembled in his, before tightening, steadying. Her gaze faltered, flicking to his lips before locking onto his eyes with a mix of defiance and vulnerability. They stood like that, suspended in a charged silence, until the swell of nearby voices broke the moment. Juliette took a step back, her composure slipping back into place like a mask, though the flush on her cheeks betrayed her. "You're impossible." Though the words held no real conviction. "And you're extraordinary." Just as quietly, the truth of it clear in his voice. She cleared her throat, then pulled her hand from his, and he felt the loss immediately. At any rate. The formality of her words clashed with the warmth still lingering between them, but Alexander caught the faint tremor in her breath as she straightened, as if fortifying herself. Her gaze dropped for the briefest moment before rising again, steady but edged with vulnerability. "I want to thank you for discretion." Alexander's brow furrowed. Discretion? What in heaven's name was she talking about? Juliette leaned in, her honeyed eyes darting around the room as if gauging whether they were being overheard. Her usual poise faltered, replaced by something almost hesitant. The shift was as disarming as it was compelling. And then she touched his arm. Her fingers on his sleeve sent a jolt through him, sharper than he expected. The scent of her, delicate, a mix of rosewater and something uniquely her, washed over him, and he cursed his body's traitorous response. His focus splintered between the sound of her voice and the warmth of her touch. Yes, well, Dr. Bentley, she began, and then faltered. Alexander. More forcefully than he intended. The distance between them had become intolerable, her touch the only thing anchoring him. Her brow creased in confusion. I beg your pardon? He stepped just slightly closer, lowering his voice to match hers. Call me Alexander. We've reached a point where the formality feels misplaced. She blinked, clearly unsettled. Well, if you insist. His lips curved into a faint smile despite himself. I do. It seems only fair. Her lips parted briefly before her fingers tightened on his arm, the touch impossibly intimate. Alexander. This time the name came with a steadiness that seemed to settle something in her, though it sent his own composure spiraling. The flicker of warmth in her cheeks, barely noticeable unless one was looking and he was looking, caught his attention. Her composure slipped just for a moment, as she seemed to consider his words. May I call you Juliette? Yes, I suppose you may call me Juliette. Her name on her own lips was different from how he'd thought of it. Lighter, brighter. He rolled it over in his mind before speaking it aloud, testing the way it felt. Juliette. A faint tremor crossed her expression, almost imperceptible, and he felt a quiet satisfaction at having unsettled her. For once the control she always wielded so deftly seemed to falter. The subtle shift, a vulnerability she likely hadn't intended to show, stirred something unexpected in him. He leaned slightly closer, his voice dropping just enough to draw her focus back to him. You were saying? She blinked again, and something about the slight furrow in her brow amused him. I was saying, thank you. For your discretion. I am sure I do not know of what you speak. Juliette's gaze dropped briefly to the floor before rising again to meet his, her vulnerability now mixed with something resolute. You know perfectly well of what I speak. Then she lowered her voice to barely a whisper. My late husband's. The jewels. The words hung between them like a fragile thread, and Alexander understood. Her concern wasn't just for her reputation, it was for the truths she'd entrusted to him, truths that could ruin her if spoken aloud. The very idea that she thought him capable of betraying her trust stung more than he wanted to admit. He placed his hand over hers. Propriety be damned. From the corner of his vision, he caught the faint gasp of a nearby lady, whose feathered hat sat comically askew. Her wide-eyed stare darted to her companion, the whisper of fabric and muffled murmurs confirming their interest. Alexander was keenly aware of the shift in the room's energy, the subtle ripple of speculation their interaction had caused. There's no need for thanks, Juliette. His voice remained steady, despite the weight of the stairs pressing against his back. His fingers lingered just a moment longer than was proper, his resolve hardening. Your truth, not mine to share. Her eyes flicked briefly toward the murmuring crowd, before settling on him. Whatever apprehension she felt, she didn't pull away. Still. The word was quiet but certain. It means more to me than you know. So thank you. And then, like a spark catching flame, Alexander. Hearing his name on her lips, spoken with a mixture of caution and familiarity, stirred something in him he couldn't quite name. It wasn't just the sound of it, it was the way she let it slip, as though testing the waters between them. The warmth of it lingered even as she straightened, her composure returning like armor slipping into place. For a long moment they simply looked at each other, the space between them charged with something neither of them dared to name. Then the surrounding chatter surged, breaking the spell, and he let go of her hand reluctantly. Alexander exhaled sharply, glancing toward the supper room. May I have the honor of escorting you to supper? Her eyes widened slightly, and for a moment he thought she might accept. But then her expression shifted, regret shadowing her features. I'm afraid I've already promised Lord Rothsey. Something sharp and unwelcome twisted beneath his ribs, jealousy, plain and undeniable, before he could push it aside. Of course. As if on cue, Lord Rothsey appeared, all polished charm as he offered Juliette his arm. She glanced at Alexander, her gaze lingering as though she might say more, but in the end she slipped her hand through Rothsey's arm. "Good evening, Alexander." Soft, almost reluctant, before she turned away. As he watched her disappear into the crowd, Alexander felt a strange, restless energy settle in his chest. He clenched his hands into fists at his sides. This was dangerous. She was dangerous, not for the reasons he'd once thought, but because she stirred something in him he couldn't entirely control. And wasn't sure he wanted to. Chapter 14. Juliette turned over another gilt-edged card, the sharp crease of the envelope catching beneath her thumbnail. The breakfast table at Queen Square had all but vanished under the morning's post, routs, balls, assemblies, and the rich scent of coffee drifting between the sisters did nothing to sharpen her enthusiasm. She allowed each obligation into her diary, and refused to think beyond the season's end. Lavinia sipped her coffee, watching her sister over the rim. "Anything of interest this time, Jules?" "Oh, a host of the usual." Juliette sorted through the pile with a faint sigh, the gilt edges cool against her fingertips, their elegant scrawl promising delights she could barely muster the energy to imagine. "Nothing you haven't heard of, I'm sure." "And that one in your hand?" Juliette glanced down, nearly having forgotten it was there. "Oh, this." She waved it dismissively. "Just a financial statement from the bank. Nothing of consequence to you, dear." "We must have spent a prodigious amount of money since our arrival in London." Lavinia spread a bit of butter on her bread with clear satisfaction, the faint scrape of her knife against porcelain punctuating each word. "Still, it's been worth it, has it not?" The corner of Juliette's mouth lifted. "Quite worth it, I'd say." Lavinia set down her knife after a pause. "Mrs. Fairburn wanted me to remind you we're invited to Lady Winterbourne's breakfast tomorrow." "I hadn't forgotten." "I imagine Mr. Fairburn will be there as well?" "Oh, undoubtedly." A soft blush crept across Lavinia's cheeks. The color in Lavinia's cheeks made Juliette pause, her fork hovering above her plate. Lavinia had grown more confident since their arrival in town. Gone was the quiet, hesitant girl who'd once shrunk from social gatherings. In her place was a young woman more self-assured and spirited, qualities Juliette encouraged but hadn't fully anticipated. "You haven't changed your mind about him, then?" Juliette set her fork down. The words came quick and breathless. "No, I haven't. Not in the least." "Then you have my blessing, Vinnie. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters." "And your happiness matters to me too, Jules." Lavinia looked up with sudden earnestness, her fingers curling tight around the handle of her teacup, her gaze direct. "You've been so wonderful, making everything perfect for me. But I wish you'd take your own prospects more seriously. This season could be a golden opportunity for you as well. You receive gifts daily, invitations at every hour, yet you show no particular interest in any of the senders." Juliette poured herself another cup of coffee, feigning a calm she didn't entirely feel. The liquid splashed into porcelain, the only sound between them for a moment. "It's their motives I find questionable, Vinnie. But they adore you. And not just the rakes who try to charm you with flattery." Lavinia's eyes lit with frustration. "Many seem genuinely devoted. Juliette, surely you can't want for more than an honorable offer of marriage?" Juliette paused, stirring her coffee, her gaze drifting to the window. The gray light filtering through the panes softened the gilded edges of the room, though her thoughts felt anything but soft. "Perhaps not. But I suspect their persistence has more to do with the thrill of the chase than anything sincere. If I were to accept one of them, I imagine the appeal would vanish in an instant." She set the spoon down. "No, they pursue me because I am difficult to win. To them, I'm more of a wager than a woman." Lavinia let out an exasperated huff. "Tush, Jules. Not every man's heart is governed by such nonsense." Juliette's mouth curved. "Perhaps not every man. But I'd be a fool to ignore the risk." Her mind wandered, unsettled. Genuine devotion, did it even exist anymore? Since her husband's death, she'd hardly paused to consider remarriage, but not because she still harbored feelings for him. Quite the contrary. His betrayal and debts had left her with a distaste for commitment, a preference for the independence she now enjoyed. And while she appreciated the freedom and the admirers who came with it, she could not deny a creeping, unbidden curiosity. The memory of Alexander Bentley's hand over hers surfaced without invitation, the warmth of his touch sending a current up her arm that settled in her belly. She pressed her lips together, irritated by the heat rising to her cheeks. Why did his words sting when society's chatter never did? And yet every time she thought of him, her mind flooded with his piercing gaze, his challenging words, the way he looked at her as if she were more than what the world assumed. He was neither a rake nor a desperate suitor, but he was all the more vexing for it. If he held the same determination to dismiss her as she did him, why did he haunt her so? You know they've taken to calling you the Black Widow, don't you? Because you've refused to take even a lover, much less a husband. Lavinia's smile was teasing, but her eyes stayed watchful, cutting into Juliette's reverie. Juliette blinked, startled out of her thoughts, her coffee cup clinking against its saucer as she set it down. She raised an eyebrow, letting her composure mask the irritation simmering beneath. I've heard it. Idle nonsense. I pay it no mind. Some say it's because you still pine for your late husband. Lavinia's gaze held steady, unwavering. Juliette forced a smile, though something sharp turned behind her ribs at the memory. The edges of his betrayal flickered at the margins of her mind, a shadow she quickly shoved aside. It's a convenient enough story for the gossips to entertain themselves with. Let them think what they will. It pleases the dowagers, I'm sure. Lavinia's expression softened as she set her knife down with a quiet clink. Jules, really? You never talk about him. A momentary pang rose in Juliette's chest, not from any lingering affection for her late husband, but from the shadow of the deception he'd left behind. And the reminder that she had at least once given her heart too freely. But she didn't intend to share that with Lavinia. Not today. Juliette's smile held steady. Dearest, there's nothing to discuss. I've enjoyed London's intrigue more than I expected. It's half the fun. Lavinia gave her a dubious look, clearly unconvinced. But Juliette maintained her smile, hoping to steer her sister's thoughts away from questions she herself was still trying to answer. She forced a laugh, a sound more hollow than she'd intended. Besides, it's rather exhilarating to keep them all guessing, don't you think? But as she raised her cup, her thoughts turned once more to Dr. Bentley, and something warm and unwelcome stirred beneath her composure. Lavinia huffed, clearly frustrated by Juliette's evasions. Before she could press further, however, she brightened, a mischievous glint lighting her eyes. Well, shall I share the latest rumors from the tattleboxes? Juliette lifted her cup, feigning a yawn. Oh, do spare me. But you'll want to hear this one. Lavinia leaned forward conspiratorially, barely able to contain her amusement. Apparently, we're not who we seem. According to the latest tale, we're supposed to be the king's byblows. Juliette choked on her coffee. What on earth? The king's children? How absurd. Lavinia laughed. I know. As if His Majesty had nothing better to do than siring incognito daughters left and right. Surely one of your admirers came up with that ridiculous notion while in his cups. Juliette's lips twitched despite herself. The Tun has certainly taken quite an interest in us. Lavinia grinned. It could be worse. Then, more seriously, I'll have to rise early for Lady Winterbourne's breakfast. Not to worry, Vinnie. It's a social breakfast. It won't begin until the afternoon. Lavinia groaned. These late hours are becoming the bane of my existence. I barely have time to sleep. Just then, the footman entered with a deferential bow. Mr. Fairburn requests a moment of Lady Harcourt's time. Juliette's eyebrows rose, and she turned to Lavinia. Were you expecting him? Lavinia paled, shaking her head. No, I wasn't. Juliette rose from her chair. Very well. Show him into the sitting room. She turned back to Lavinia, reaching out to clasp her hand. This shouldn't come as any surprise, should it? Lavinia's face lit with equal parts hope and anxiety. No, but oh, Jules? Juliette squeezed her sister's hand, then smoothed down her gown and drew a steadying breath before sweeping from the room. When she entered the sitting room, Nathaniel Fairburn stood by the fireplace, his hands clasped behind his back. He turned as she crossed the threshold, boyish nerves evident in his pale cheeks and wide eyes. Good morning, Mr. Fairburn. Juliette offered him a warm nod. Do have a seat and tell me what brings you here. She settled into a chair, arranging her skirts with calm deliberation, though she could see that her ease only made him more anxious. It is kind of you to see me, Lady Harcourt. His words tumbled over each other, color climbing his neck. I felt I must come early, to be sure I'd catch you at home. Indeed, Lavinia has told me you're aware of my early habits. She offered a reassuring smile. It's no inconvenience at all. He blushed and warmth crept into her regard. Thank you, my lady. Well, you must know, I have been seeing a great deal of Miss Pembroke since her debut. It has been rather noticed. Juliette folded her hands in her lap, amusement softening the formality. And so, it may not come as a surprise to you when I say. He paused, swallowing visibly before continuing. When I ask your permission to marry her. I am devoted to her, Lady Harcourt. I shall do my utmost to make her happy. Juliette kept her voice even, though warmth crept into it. She already seems quite happy in your company, Mr. Fairburn. He nodded fervently. That is indeed gratifying to hear. However, Juliette went on, her voice turning more serious, affection alone does not sustain a household, Mr. Fairburn. Are you quite sure you're prepared for the responsibility? He took a deep breath. My living is modest at present, but in a year or two my uncle, Devonshire you know, has promised to improve my situation. I shall inherit his living once the current holder retires. Juliette inclined her head, letting her relief show. That is indeed a comfort. As he looked at her with a hopeful, boyish expression, Juliette felt a pang of nostalgia, thinking back to the days when she'd watched over Lavinia with a mother's care. She'd been more than a sister, and now that care was bearing fruit in the form of Lavinia's happiness. Juliette rose from her chair, her expression grave but not unkind. Understand, Mr. Fairburn. My sister's happiness is of paramount importance to me. He straightened, earnest conviction steadying his voice. It is my sole consideration, my lady. And I shall strive to be worthy of her, though I am only too aware of my many failings. A smile warmed Juliette's words. Oh, come now. The ability to make another person happy is a rare gift indeed. She turned to the footman, who had reappeared at the threshold. Fetch Miss Pembroke, please. I believe we ought to toast this happy occasion. Mr. Fairburn took her hand, pressing it gratefully, his face bright with unrestrained joy. You shall not regret this, Lady Harcourt. I swear it. A shadow of apprehension crossed Juliette's face as she met his eager gaze. I am quite certain I shan't, Mr. Fairburn. Her smile turned thoughtful, a faint prayer rising within her, for her sister's happiness, and for a match built on kinder ground than her own had been. A moment later the door opened cautiously, and Lavinia's face peeked around the edge, eyes wide and expectant. Juliette laughed, beckoning her forward. Come in, dearest. We were just discussing an announcement in the Gazette, if, that is, you are in agreement? For a moment, Lavinia simply stared. Then with a laugh of pure joy, she dashed across the room, throwing her arms around her sister in a gleeful embrace. Chapter 15. Shall I be allowed to tell everyone? Lavinia clasped her hands together, as she and Juliette arrived at Lady Winterbourne's house the following afternoon. Juliette smiled at her sister's innocent delight. I see no reason why you shouldn't. After all, it's official now. Lavinia's face lit up. Only imagine. Engaged to a clergyman, and before Francesca Bentley no less. Quite the accomplishment. Juliette cast her sister a wry look. Although Francesca does have her choice of half the eligible men in London. Lavinia's chin lifted with smug satisfaction. True, but she'll be terribly vexed all the same. Juliette stifled a laugh as she took in the room, spotting Lady Winterbourne making her rounds before they even reached her. The Countess approached them, with the enthusiasm of a well-meaning matchmaker who just succeeded. Congratulations, Miss Pembroke. Such a splendid match. Lady Winterbourne turned to Juliette, her smile widening. And you, my dear Lady Harcourt, must be thrilled. Juliette inclined her head, amused by the Countess's zeal. I am indeed. Though I do wonder, how did you hear of it so soon? Lady Winterbourne gave a delighted laugh. Oh, Mrs. Fairburn has been here for all of 10 minutes, quite unable to contain the news. She nodded across the room, where a proud Mr. Fairburn stood surrounded by well-wishers. Lavinia, barely excusing herself, rushed over to his side, her cheeks flushed with pride. Juliette watched her go, pride and something quieter, something that ached, tangling together in her chest. Juliette drew a breath that was nearly a sigh, feeling almost as happy as her sister. As she glanced around the bustling room, her gaze settled on Francesca Bentley, one of the celebrated beauties of the ton, who for once was not the center of attention. Francesca's slight frown at being momentarily overshadowed brought Juliette a quiet, mischievous satisfaction. Though she knew Francesca to be a sweet-natured young woman, and far from empty-headed, the rare sight of her momentary vexation was difficult not to enjoy. But then her gaze landed on him. A tall, familiar figure standing just beyond the throng. Alexander Bentley. The room seemed to narrow for an instant, the noise dimming at its edges. Of course he would attend, it was a breakfast hosted by Lady Winterbourne after all. Yet she hadn't expected him here, and certainly not looking like this. Alert, purposeful, and entirely at odds with the languid chatter of the room. Why was he here? The question stirred in her mind, unbidden, though she had no right to wonder. And yet she did. Her stomach tightened, and she tried to pull her attention away. She had been so determined not to think of him, to push aside the inconvenient warmth his presence always seemed to bring. But here he was, uninvited in her thoughts yet again. Was it relief she felt at seeing him? Or something more foolish still, something dangerously close to gladness? She swallowed hard and forced her gaze elsewhere, though her thoughts refused to follow. Whatever had drawn him here, she silently resolved, was of no consequence to her. And yet her resolve already felt threadbare. Steeling herself, she approached as he stood in conversation with a few ladies, a polite smile ready on her lips. Dr. Bentley. Her voice came out softer than she'd intended. Have you heard the news? His gaze shifted to her, lingering a beat too long, and the weight of his attention pressed against her composure. Yes, I have. His tone was polite but distant, as if his thoughts were elsewhere. I've already offered my congratulations to Mr. Fairburn. A fortunate man indeed. Juliette arched a brow, attempting to conceal her amusement. I think they're rather well suited. She studied his reaction, hoping to detect a flicker of the man who'd been so concerned with her well-being, but his expression held steady. Do you? His gaze drifted, as though her opinion mattered less than whatever was preoccupying him. His attention seemed elsewhere, and she felt a strange urge to pry, to understand what had him so vexed. An afternoon gathering is a rare sighting for you, Dr. Bentley. A note of unease threaded through her words. His response came without hesitation, but carried no warmth. There's a very good reason why I'm here today. The words were cool, inscrutable, as if that reason should have been obvious. The comment left Juliette feeling both stung and foolish, though she refused to let it show. Instead, she matched his gaze, letting an intrigued smile curl her lips. I wouldn't imagine it's merely for the champagne and conversation, though both are certainly tempting. His mouth quirked ever so slightly, a hint of something almost flirtatious, but then he reclaimed his usual reserve. Let's just say it's not the champagne that called me here. His voice flattened, the intrigue of his words overshadowed by a coolness she hadn't expected. What a shame. Juliette leaned in just enough to hint at a shared confidence, her expression one of mock solemnity. I was about to ask if I might tempt you into a glass. For a split second his gaze lingered on her, his expression unreadable, though his eyes held something she couldn't quite name. And then, just as she felt they might finally breach this odd distance between them, Lord Winterbourne's boisterous voice cut through, sweeping her back into the swirl of the room. Lady Harcourt, I can't allow my brother to monopolize you any longer. Lord Winterbourne's arm slipped around her with practiced familiarity, steering her toward the dining room. It's not every day I have the privilege of escorting the most ravishing woman in the room. She shot Dr. Bentley a glance over her shoulder, only to find him already turning away, his attention swiftly diverted to a nearby dowager eager for his conversation. Juliette suppressed a frown, swallowing the sting his aloofness left behind. What had she done to deserve such coldness from him now? Lord Winterbourne was a shameless flirt, and something of a reformed rake, but she knew now that his charm masked a harmless fondness for the sport of flirtation. The pistol she'd once kept beneath her pillow, in case of his untoward advances, now felt like an unnecessary precaution. He'd become more of a rascal than a threat. Juliette raised an eyebrow at his jest, amusement brightening her eyes. I believe your daughter to be that, Lord Winterbourne. He chuckled, leading her through the crowded drawing room toward the dining area. A fetching chit. I'll grant you, Lady Harcourt, but her mind, well, that's a different matter entirely. You are being rather unfair. Juliette's lips quirked, softening the reproach. His voice dropped to a conspiratorial murmur. Unfair perhaps, but accurate. There's little but windmills in that one's head. She laughed softly. Most men demand no more than a pretty face and a few charming smiles. He glanced down at her, with something close to admiration. That may be so. But then most men have not had the fortune to know you. As they entered the dining room, Juliette took in the lavish spread, platters piled high with delicacies, countless hands already reaching to sample the offerings. She turned back to him, a playful glint in her eye. Always the flatterer, Lord Winterbourne. He selected a chicken leg, and held it up as if it were a prize, grinning. Would that my words had any effect? She laughed, shaking her head as she reached for a glass of champagne. Now you're being quite absurd. He paused mid-bite, eyes gleaming with mischief. Absurd, am I? Tell me, Lady Harcourt, do you still keep a pistol beneath your pillow? Juliette hesitated, only the briefest second. Not always, Lord Winterbourne. She met his gaze without missing a beat. These days I carry it in my muff during the day. Unfazed, he leaned in, his voice a low murmur. And is there ever a danger of being ravished by day, my dear? It's rather likely. Her grin sharpened. Though I would detest being robbed by a rogue just as much. His roguish grin deepened, reminding her faintly of his younger brother's more serious countenance. Then it seems I must resign myself to worship you from afar. Juliette dismissed him with a smile, fully aware of the tease. And a great honor it is. He cast his eyes to the ceiling, with theatrical resignation. Indeed. 'Tis all that remains to me, if you refuse to afford me the highest honor. She laughed, her own amusement mingling with the mirthful hum of the surrounding crowd. Lord Winterbourne's antics might have once vexed her, but she'd come to see him as a harmless flirt. After all, she mused, he had long since learned his lesson, his rakish tendencies now worn like a well-used coat. She watched as he poured them each a glass of champagne, his gaze drifting beyond her. Your brother appears terribly occupied. She cast a glance back over her shoulder, catching sight of Alexander Bentley deep in conversation. Winterbourne chuckled, handing her the glass. Far too serious, as always. Affection warmed his voice. It's good that he's a man of medicine and not society. The poor man would go mad otherwise. Juliette sipped her champagne, considering. Indeed, Dr. Bentley seems ill-suited to the frivolities of the ton. Her words were light, but she couldn't deny the small, persistent tug of curiosity she felt toward him. Ah yes. Winterbourne nodded. Alexander's far more comfortable healing the poor wretches of Cannon Lane than enduring endless social calls. She couldn't resist another glance in Alexander's direction, noticing how he seemed entirely unaffected by the noise and distraction around him. His gaze, however, shifted just enough to catch hers, a brief charged collision that sent warmth flooding up through her chest. Winterbourne leaned in, his murmur sly. "Don't worry, Lady Harcourt. The poor man wouldn't know what to do with a lady like you, even if he tried." "Oh, I wouldn't be so sure." The words came out daring and playful, even as warmth crept into her cheeks. Before he could respond, his wife's voice cut through the crowd, causing the Earl to start and drop the chicken bones. "Winterbourne. What's the pucker, my dear? Can I not attempt to seduce a young lady without being interrupted? Two of Francesca's suitors are set to duel in the garden. You must put a stop to it." "Ha? Would you have me spoil my own daughter's fun?" But with a sheepish grin, he excused himself, leaving Juliette momentarily alone. She took a sip of her champagne, her gaze lingering on Dr. Bentley amidst the bustling crowd. How strange, she thought, to feel herself stirred by a man so resolutely apart from the glittering ambitions of the ton, especially one who today seemed so far removed from her as well. Chapter 16. Lady Worthington sidled up beside her, the sweep of a lace fan doing little to conceal her arch expression. "Dr. Bentley is quite the topic tonight." Juliette glanced toward the crowd. "Is he?" Not far away, Alexander Bentley leaned toward a young woman, offering her something from the refreshment table. The woman laughed, clearly not the least displeased by his attentions. Something tightened beneath Juliette's ribs, an odd, unwelcome pang she refused to examine. After all, why should she care? It wasn't as if his attentions concerned her. And yet she couldn't quite look away. The Countess dabbed at the corner of her mouth, still working through the lobster mousse. One can always count on the Winterbournes to provide a novel diversion. They cannot be blamed for the actions of those men who choose to duel over Francesca. I am not referring to that, which is almost commonplace. If Lady Winterbourne has her way, we shall all be inoculated against the smallpox today. Juliette's brow drew together. "I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Lady Worthington. Inoculated? What exactly does that entail?" Lady Worthington tilted her head toward Dr. Bentley, who stood near Lady Winterbourne. "According to her ladyship, it's a method of prevention. She had Francesca inoculated 3 years ago, and now insists on presenting her daughter as living proof of its efficacy." "Ah?" Juliette's gaze strayed to where Alexander stood. His earlier aloofness, was this the reason he'd seemed so preoccupied? The realization brought a strange sense of relief, though it did little to soothe the lingering sting of his manner. Lady Worthington's nose wrinkled. Unconventional indeed. "I dare say Lady Winterbourne takes her patronage of that young doctor to excessive lengths at times." Juliette raised a brow. "Dr. Bentley is a dedicated man, and he appears rather devoted to advancing medicine." Lady Worthington's expression grew tight. "That may be, my dear, but this method of his, this notion of introducing a weakened form of smallpox into the body, is quite repellent to most of us. To risk such a procedure on oneself? It's unthinkable. And worse, there's not a shred of proof to assure us that it's effective, let alone safe." Juliette glanced across the room. Still, Lady Winterbourne appears convinced of its worth. Lady Worthington's fan snapped shut. It's one thing to subject the unfortunates of Cannon Lane to his experiments, but inflicting it upon polite society is quite another matter entirely. Her gaze softened, however, and she gave Juliette a gentle smile. "Do forgive me, my dear. I've been wanting a word with Felicity Carlyle. She's been waving me over for ages. Excuse me, won't you?" Juliette nodded, but her attention was already drifting to Dr. Bentley. Lady Worthington's concerns echoed the murmurs she'd overheard from others in the room. This inoculation, as Dr. Bentley termed it, was certainly not for the faint-hearted, but the man's confidence, his resolve, intrigued her nonetheless. As soon as Juliette re-entered the drawing room, she was immediately aware of the lively, even contentious conversations rippling through the crowd. Lavinia, her cheeks flushed and her eyes bright with excitement, hurried over to her side. Lavinia caught her arm, dropping her voice low. "Jules, isn't this the most fascinating thing?" Juliette managed a small, uncertain smile. "It's certainly unusual." The words came out measured, caught between her lingering hurt over Alexander's coolness and a reluctant admiration for his resolve, though perhaps more worthy than many here would admit. A glint of rebellion sharpened Lavinia's gaze. "Nathaniel has forbidden me to take part, but I can't help thinking he's being terribly unreasonable." Juliette's expression shifted. She drew her sister aside, her grip firm on Lavinia's arm. "Lavinia, he is not being unreasonable in the least. In fact, I wholeheartedly agree with him. You mustn't even consider it." Lavinia's face fell. She glanced toward Dr. Bentley. Poor Dr. Bentley. He looks as if he could use someone to stand by him. The comment struck a chord, uncomfortably close to the ache Juliette carried herself. With a gentle squeeze, Juliette guided her sister to a quiet corner, her own mind tangled as she prepared to say what propriety demanded of her. She chose her words with care. "Listen, dearest. Mr. Fairburn is right to be cautious. It's a wife's first duty to honor her husband's guidance, especially in matters that concern him so deeply." The words felt heavy on her tongue, at odds with her own growing conviction about Alexander's work, but she forced herself to continue for Lavinia's sake. "You must consider Mr. Fairburn's wishes. If you intend to be a devoted wife, start by respecting his concerns now. Do you really wish to give him cause to think you're unruly?" Lavinia let out a slow breath. "No, you're right. I don't wish to start off on the wrong foot. You're very sensible, Jules, even if I don't like it." Juliette's shoulders loosened by a fraction. "It's only that you must remember marriage requires compromise." She hesitated, almost grimacing as she heard the words coming from her own lips, words she herself found painfully hard to embrace. After her own experiences, advocating obedience, even in the gentlest sense, seemed more hypocritical than she cared to admit. But she cared deeply for Lavinia, and knew her sister's future rested on a steady foundation. She forced herself to push down her own reservations, to focus on her sister's happiness rather than her own scars. She glanced across the room, where Mr. Fairburn watched Lavinia with a slightly anxious expression. Juliette touched her sister's arm. "Now look over there. Mr. Fairburn is eyeing you, like a man afraid he might lose his most precious treasure. Go to him and set his mind at ease." Lavinia followed her gaze, and a gentle smile softened her expression. "You're right, Jules." Her shoulders eased. "I only hope I can develop even a fraction of the good sense you possess." As Lavinia slipped away to join Mr. Fairburn, Juliette watched them reunite, hoping her sister's marriage would follow a different course from her own. Then her gaze drifted back to Alexander Bentley. He stood tall before the skeptical crowd, the tightness in his jaw betraying the effort it cost him to maintain his composure. Juliette felt a surge that had nothing to do with the earlier sting of his coolness. This was indignation, sharp and unyielding on his behalf. He lifted his chin. "I have proven its effectiveness." "Oh, indeed?" came a sneering voice from the crowd. "And on whom exactly?" "The ragamuffins of Cannon Lane, no doubt." Laughter spread through the group. Alexander's hand curled into a fist at his side, a muscle working in his jaw, his composure beginning to fray. Lady Winterbourne's voice rang out, attempting to restore order. "Shame on you all. Just look at my daughter, unmarked after 3 years. Smallpox doesn't come twice, you know." Another guest's laughter carried over the rest. "I'd prefer it never come once." The Countess, undeterred, tried again. The Empress of Russia believed in inoculation strongly enough to have it done herself. A dismissive voice rose from the back. "Well, she isn't here to tell us that herself, is she?" The sight of Alexander, standing so resolutely against the tide of ridicule, stirred something fierce in Juliette. She'd seen his tireless devotion before, his quiet strength, but now she felt it more keenly, a raw, protective anger at the injustice of their mockery. Whatever this was, admiration, protectiveness, or something she dared not name, it left no room for hesitation. Lady Winterbourne's gaze swept the room, searching. "Won't one of you be the first to take a chance?" Juliette caught Alexander's eye across the room. For a moment, the hum of conversation receded, leaving only the intensity of his gaze meeting hers. Something in his expression, a quiet determination straining against frustration, spurred her forward before she had time to think. She stepped forward with deliberate purpose, a current of nerves and resolve propelling her. This wasn't about the crowd or even her own curiosity. It was about the man standing alone against their skepticism, a man she admired more than she dared to admit. Juliette lifted her chin, her voice carrying across the room with a quiet defiance that dared anyone to challenge her. "I don't understand this reluctance. Dr. Bentley is not a man to lead us astray. After all, his services are far more within our reach than most of the luxuries we indulge in." She let her gaze sweep the crowd, the faintest curve of amusement at her lips softening the sting. If Lady Winterbourne was willing to trust her own daughter's health to this treatment, I see no reason we shouldn't show similar courage. A murmur spread through the room as heads turned, astonished at her words. Lavinia's voice cut through the surprise, panicked. "Jules, you cannot. I won't let you. You forbade me, remember?" Juliette turned to her sister with a reassuring smile, though the flutter beneath her ribs betrayed her composure. "No, darling. I didn't forbid you. I only encouraged you to listen to Mr. Fairburn. This is my choice, and I am quite certain of it." Then she met Alexander's gaze once more, feeling the weight of her decision settle over her as she addressed him. "Tell me, Dr. Bentley, what must I do?" Alexander's posture loosened, the rigid line of his shoulders easing as he seemed to truly see her for the first time that evening. Surprise crossed his face, then gratitude, and then something warmer there and gone before she could name it. His mouth curved into the faintest hint of a smile, one she felt was meant solely for her. "It is merely a small scratch, Lady Harcourt. Nothing more." Juliette's fingers went to her cuff, steady despite the heat rising along her neck. "Then let's not keep them waiting." She wouldn't let the crowd or him see her hesitation. Murmurs and curious glances spread through the crowd as Alexander brought a chair forward, gesturing for her to sit. She settled into the chair and glanced up at him. "I shall not faint, you know." His gaze held hers, steady and sure, though the corner of his mouth threatened a smile. "Of that, I am confident." He adjusted the chair's angle so the room could see. "However, if you sit, everyone can see for themselves how resolute you are." She lowered herself into the seat, keenly aware of the warmth of his hand steadying her arm as she smoothed her skirts. "Ah, so you think me a spectacle, Dr. Bentley?" He leaned down to prepare his instruments, their faces now just inches apart. "Only a little." His mouth was close enough that the next words reached her alone. "Thank you." The words carried a weight that emptied the room around them. For a brief moment there was no crowd, no murmuring guests, no procedure. Only this. "I trust you." The admission slipped from her before she could rein it back, raw in a way she hadn't intended. Something shifted behind his eyes, warm and unguarded, before his professional mask slid back into place. He dipped a small knife into the vial of cloudy liquid. His voice settled back into its usual steady tone. "Just a scratch." He turned her wrist upward, his touch cool and careful against the soft skin there. A tremor of awareness ran through her. She steadied her breathing and aimed for lightness. "Mind you, if I do faint, I fully expect you to catch me." His lips curved, a small, conspiratorial thing, as his fingers lingered on her wrist a second longer than necessary. "I shall be ready. But for what it's worth, Lady Harcourt, I believe you're made of stronger stuff than that." The scratch was quick, a brief sting that faded before she could register it. He was already putting away his tools, and the inoculation was done. She rose smoothly, a strange blend of exhilaration and defiance rushing through her. The eyes of the crowd weighed heavily, but she refused to give them the satisfaction of seeing anything but poise. She tilted her chin, a touch of playfulness softening the formality. "I am obliged to you, Dr. Bentley. Please do send me a bill for the fee at your earliest convenience." Something warm and approving entered his expression. "Only if you insist, Lady Harcourt." The hum of voices swelled around Alexander, punctuated by bursts of nervous laughter and the rustle of silk as guests queued for inoculation. The sharp tang of the inoculating solution mixed with the room's perfumed air, and the crowd that had mocked him only minutes before now shuffled forward with tentative courage. And it was Juliette who had turned the tide. Alexander dipped his knife into the vial with practiced precision, his movements steady even as his mind churned. He had performed this procedure countless times before, but never under the scrutinizing gaze of the ton, and never with the stakes so strangely personal. And certainly never after his own actions had cast an unintentional shadow. His earlier aloofness toward her, born of distraction rather than design, now sat uneasily in his chest. He nodded to the next guest in line. "Lady Simmons. This will only sting for a moment." The lady extended her arm hesitantly, her eyes darting to the small bandage on Juliette's wrist. Alexander followed her gaze, catching sight of Juliette across the room. She was speaking with her sister, her posture composed, her expression unreadable. But he noticed the faint color in her cheeks, the way her fingers toyed with the edge of her sleeve, as though she were reliving the moment they had shared. A moment that had unsettled him entirely, leaving no room to pretend otherwise. "Doctor?" Lady Simmons prompted, her voice quivering. Alexander drew his attention back. "My apologies." The scratch was quick and clean, eliciting only a slight wince. "There. You'll want to keep it covered for the next few days." As Lady Simmons stepped away, another guest took her place, and then another. Yet, through the flurry of introductions and reassurances, his mind kept circling back to Juliette. Her voice, calm, unwavering, still echoed in his ears, carrying with it a weight he couldn't ignore. She had stood by him. Publicly. Unflinchingly. It was a stark contrast to Eleanor. Eleanor had been his first love, a bright and spirited woman whose laughter had once lit up the dim halls of his life. Yet even in Eleanor's brightest moments, she had never shown the quiet, fierce courage Juliette had revealed today. He had proposed to her, believing their shared dreams could weather anything. But when the realities of his work at the dispensary became clear, long hours, the stench of sickness, the endless stream of desperate souls, she had balked. Her ultimatum had come with all the gentle cruelty of a dagger cloaked in silk. Her or his work. For a time he had agonized over the choice, torn between his heart and his convictions. But in the end, it had been no choice at all. His work was who he was, the very essence of his purpose. Eleanor had left, and though he bore her no ill will, the wound of her rejection had never fully healed. Until today. Juliette's courage, the way she had stepped forward, her chin high, her voice firm as she carried his name into the crowd's scrutiny, was a kind of loyalty he had never dared to hope for. She had come to his dispensary, bringing linens during the riot, unafraid to soil her gloves or risk her reputation. And now, in this room full of judgmental eyes, she had not only defended his work but had offered herself up as proof of its worth. The memory of her hand beneath his still lingered, the warmth of her skin vivid against his recall. Her gaze had seared into him, her quiet "I trust you" unraveling something deep inside. It was not only trust she had offered him, but a glimpse of something more, something he dared not name. Could she possibly feel the same? The thought was a terrifying one. A sharp voice cut through his reverie. "Dr. Bentley, would you mind explaining the process again?" Lady Worthington stood nearby, her expression taut with skepticism. A reminder of the same doubts he'd faced all evening, yet one glance at Juliette steadied him. She had silenced worse than Lady Worthington. He straightened. "Of course, Lady Worthington. The process involves..." But even as he spoke, his gaze strayed to Juliette, catching her mid-laugh as she spoke with Lavinia. When her eyes met his across the room, the crowd seemed to thin to nothing between them. The pull of it, equal parts thrill and longing, unmoored him in a way he had not permitted himself to feel in years. After Eleanor, he had sworn never to let his heart dictate his course again. Yet here he stood, teetering on the edge of something beyond his control. Juliette Harcourt was unlike any woman he had ever known, practical, fearless, and maddeningly complex. Everything he had convinced himself he could not have. Another voice reached him, and he turned to find Lady Winterbourne gesturing for him to continue. He nodded, his hand steady as he prepared the next dose. But inside, the certainty that had guided him for his entire life wavered. Juliette Harcourt hadn't just earned his admiration, she had unknowingly laid claim to his heart. And for the first time in years, he questioned the boundaries he had so carefully drawn. That terrified him more than any scalpel or syringe ever could. Lavinia rushed up to Juliette, eyes shining. "You were magnificent. Utterly fearless, you didn't flinch for a second." Juliette's lips curved, though a strange heaviness lingered in her chest, mingling with a faint exhilaration. "There was little to make a fuss about, Vinnie, truly." Lavinia let out a breathless laugh. "Though I wished to, I doubt I would have dared. Jules, truly I'm proud of you." The compliment struck an unfamiliar chord. Juliette had always prided herself on her composure, but this had been different. She hadn't acted out of a calculated sense of duty or propriety. She had done it for him. The thought unsettled her, even as it stirred a quiet warmth. Alexander Bentley, with his unyielding convictions and that inscrutable gaze, had drawn something from her she had scarcely realized was there. Glancing around, she felt the enormity of her action, the attention, the whispers, the speculative glances from the crowd. Had she overstepped? Had she exposed too much of herself, revealing more than she had ever intended? For all her outward composure, the answer now seemed frighteningly clear. The words slipped from her, almost to herself. A dreadful mistake, perhaps. Her fingers pressed against the fabric of her skirt. Lavinia took her hand, squeezing firmly. "Nonsense. You've done a brave thing, and everyone can see it." Juliette forced a smile, though her thoughts remained elsewhere. Across the room, Francesca Bentley swept past them, chin high, her lip curling with disdain. How unbearably dull. Everyone rushing forward, as if it were a prize at a fair. Juliette watched her go, suppressing a flicker of amusement. Whether Francesca's disdain stemmed from jealousy or mere disinterest hardly mattered. For the first time, Juliette felt no need to shrink beneath the glittering confidence of the ton's most celebrated beauty. Let them think what they would, this was hers. Her gaze drifted toward the door, where Lady Winterbourne bustled among the growing line of willing participants, her expression radiating triumph. Behind her, Alexander worked with quiet focus, his movements practiced and steady. And then, as if he felt her watching, he looked up. Their eyes met, and for a fleeting moment the crowded room fell away. His gaze was steady, warm, stripped of its usual reserve, and it undid something careful inside her. Was he grateful? Impressed? Or was it something more? Whatever it was, the slight curve of his lips, the conspiratorial, almost tender smile, felt like an answer to a question she had only just begun to ask herself. "Are you truly all right?" Lavinia's voice broke the spell, pulling her back to the present. Juliette turned to her sister, her composure still not fully gathered. For all her earlier resolve, she could no longer ignore the truth rising to the surface. She loved him. Somehow, impossibly, it had already happened. And though the realization terrified her, it brought with it a strange sense of calm. Her smile came easier this time, genuine to its edges. "I could not be better, my dear." And for once, she meant it. Chapter 17. The letter from Sir Charles's cousin caught and curled in the grate. Another shameless demand for money reduced to ash. Juliette stepped back from the fire, the acrid bite of burnt paper sharpening the bergamot-scented air of the morning room. 5 days since the inoculation, and still no fever, no marks. Nothing but a fading scratch on her wrist, and the unexpected deference of a society that had watched her volunteer with their mouths hanging open. She might have done it to support Alexander, but her peers' quiet awe was an unanticipated reward, one she savored in between wedding preparations with Lavinia and the steady arrival of calling cards. The footman appeared in the doorway. "Dr. Bentley has called, Lady Harcourt." An unwelcome jolt ran through her before she composed herself. He was not a man for idle morning calls. She arranged herself by the mantel, hands folded, and waited as he was shown in. She offered him a steady smile. "Alexander." An unexpected pleasure. He inclined his head. "Juliette. I intended to call sooner, but I've been quite busy. You've added significantly to my workload, and for that, I must thank you." The reserve in his face eased, warmth breaking through. "It took courage, what you did." Warmth crept along her cheekbones. "Not nearly so much as you imagine. It seemed the least I could do." His gaze settled on her with an intensity that made the room feel smaller. "The demand for inoculations has tripled. I trust you're well?" She kept her chin level, her voice even. "Perfectly. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't surprised. I half expected to find myself bedridden." He stepped closer. "And that you're not has pleased many, I'm sure. No fever? No soreness?" "Alexander, really? I'm not on my deathbed. But I will confess." She lifted her sleeve to show him her arm. "There's been some throbbing. I imagine that's normal?" He took her arm, gently holding it up to the light. His fingers against her skin sent a sudden thrill through her, and she forced herself to stay still under his careful scrutiny. When he let go, his thumb lingered on her wrist a beat too long. "It's healing beautifully." She withdrew her arm, the warmth lingering where he touched her. "Of course it is. I'd expect nothing less from a doctor of your considerable reputation." The compliment drew an unexpected smile from him. "You flatter me, Juliette. I only wish others shared your faith. With time they may." She arched an eyebrow. "And with full purses, no doubt." His smile widened, and she felt her own curve in response. "If only that were my primary concern." Color rose in her cheeks, though she refused to let it show. "Well, Dr. Bentley, you have stirred quite the frenzy in the ton with your inoculation practices. Have you ever been so inundated by fashionable society before?" His lips quirked in a restrained smile as he watched her, almost as though he were studying her, perhaps reliving the moment she'd volunteered for the inoculation, when she'd stunned everyone, himself included. "Hardly. Though I owe that to you. I never imagined society would embrace the idea with such fervor." He drew closer, and something in the room shifted. His voice settled to something lower, more private. "Now tell me. You suffered no lingering effects? No fever or fatigue?" She shook her head. "To my disappointment, I'm quite myself. Though truthfully, I half expected to see myself freckled with poxmarks." Alexander's expression softened. He lifted his hand with gentle authority, his fingers grazing her chin, tilting her face slightly to the left. "Let me have a look then, just to be certain." He stepped closer, his breath warm against her cheek, as he angled her face toward the light. "Not a single mark." His thumb traced the line of her jaw, his voice low, as if the rest of the room had ceased to exist. "Were you ever stricken with the pox?" The closeness, the press of his fingers warm against her jaw, stole the steadiness from her voice. "No. Not exactly, at least." She couldn't resist the urge to tell him, to enjoy his look of surprise. "It's said that milkmaids never suffer the pox, Dr. Bentley. In the country we have our beliefs." He raised a brow, a touch of disbelief flickering across his face. "Milkmaids? So you believe yourself immune?" Her smile wavered for a fraction of a second. Had she said too much? Alexander's keen gaze didn't falter, and for the first time, Juliette wished she hadn't indulged in the anecdote. But it was too late to take it back. She lifted her chin, a spark of mischief in her eyes. "When I was a child, I often helped with the cows. And wouldn't you know, I developed a few small sores on my hands. My nurse assured me I'd be safe from smallpox ever after." His hand paused on her face, his thumb tracing the curve of her cheek. "A child's tale." He shook his head, unable to hold back a faint smile. And yet it's worked in your favor. Luck or otherwise. The warmth of his touch lingered, as a flicker of unease wormed its way into her chest. Her past, so carefully concealed, suddenly felt fragile under the weight of his scrutiny. She forced herself to laugh lightly, dismissing the tension. If I'd told you all that beforehand, would you have let me volunteer? The amusement drained from his face. Juliette, I might have insisted you stay as far away as possible if I'd known of your ingenious immunity theories. Juliette raised her chin, a spark of defiance lighting her gaze. You're too quick to dismiss it, Alexander. After all, I believe there may be much about country remedies you've yet to learn. A glint of intrigue crossed his face. Then perhaps you'll enlighten me. I am, after all, forever seeking to broaden my knowledge. Her smile turned coy. If you curry my favor, I might indeed share more, although, she let the word hang, weighted with suggestion. For a heartbeat they stayed like that, the unfinished thought stretching taut between them. His gaze dropped to her mouth, lingering there with undisguised interest. Every rational thought scattered, replaced by a sharp awareness of how little space remained between them, and how desperately she wanted it gone. But neither moved, each held captive in a spell that bound them closer than was proper. His voice dropped, sudden and low, meant for her alone. Thank you. It was more than just gratitude, it was layered, carrying an intimacy that left her flushed. She hadn't known her body could feel like this, light and aflame all at once. But the rush of exhilaration was tinged with unease, an old, bitter voice whispering that such things were not meant for her. The words came out uneven, barely her own. It was the least I could do. Their eyes met, and the steady, unguarded warmth in his gaze pulled her in like a current. This closeness, this strange intimacy, it was foreign and thrilling, yet it unnerved her in its intensity. Could he see how much she craved this moment? How she ached to feel something, anything that wasn't rooted in duty or obligation? Her lips parted, her breath unsteady as his fingertips lingered below her cheekbone. His touch was gentle, but it carried a weight that left her trembling. She had been touched before, hands that had been cruel, grasping, indifferent, but this was nothing like that. His touch wasn't a demand. It was a question, and every nerve in her answered. His thumb traced the edge of her jaw, and when he spoke his voice was rough-edged, careful. Juliette. There was hesitation in it, as if he too were testing the fragile boundary between them. His name left her lips before she could think to stop it. Alexander. And then his mouth found hers. It wasn't a gentle overture, but a bold, searing claim that stole her breath and left her grasping for balance. His mouth was warm, firm and demanding, moving against hers with a mix of restraint and unbridled need. The world around her spun away, leaving only the consuming heat of his kiss and the rush of blood loud in her ears. Juliette gasped softly against him, her hands rising to his chest. The wool of his coat was rough beneath her palms, but the solid breadth of the man beneath it was unmistakable. Her fingers curled into the fabric, clutching at him as her lips parted, welcoming him deeper. Alexander's hand slid along her shoulders, his touch firm yet reverent. She shivered as he eased the fabric of her gown aside, baring her shoulder to the cool air. The chill lasted only a moment before his mouth replaced it, warm, deliberate, tracing a path from her shoulder to the hollow of her neck where he lingered as though learning her by touch. Each press of his lips sent heat flooding through her, waking sensations she had not known she was capable of feeling. A sound escaped her, half breath, half surrender, as his hands, strong and faintly calloused, slid down her arms, a contrast of tenderness and claiming. His forehead dropped to the curve of her neck, his breath unsteady. Juliette. Her name came from him broken, rough, less a word than a confession. The sound of it, rich with longing, sent a shiver down her spine. His fingers traced the line of her collarbone, featherlight but devastating. She tilted her head back, eyes closing as she gave herself over to the moment. This was nothing like the lifeless touches she had endured in her past, the cold duty of a loveless marriage. This was vivid and consuming, not merely desire, but a recognition, deep and startling, that she was capable of wanting someone this fiercely. That she had been dormant, and he had woken her. Alexander's mouth found hers again, hungrier this time, and she answered with a boldness that should have shocked her. Her hand slid upward, fingers threading into his hair. The low sound that escaped him, part restraint, part surrender, sent a thrill blazing through her, kindling a desperate, reckless wanting she had no name for. His hands found her waist, drawing her closer until no space remained between them. The heat of him surrounded her, burning away doubt and fear and every careful rule she had built her widowhood upon. Nothing mattered except this moment, this man, and the way he made her feel alive for the first time in years. His forehead pressed to hers, his breathing ragged. "Juliette." His voice scraped against itself. "You undo me." Something cracked open inside her at the raw vulnerability in his voice. She cupped his face in both hands and kissed him again, with the fervor of a woman claiming what she had only just discovered she wanted. His mouth left hers, tracing the curve of her jaw to the hollow of her throat. Each touch unraveled her further, her head tipping back, her world narrowing to the warmth of his mouth and the steadying grip of his hands. And then, like a cruel snap of reality, hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. "Jules, you'll never believe, oh." Lavinia's exclamation shattered the moment like glass, and Juliette sprang away from Alexander, her hands flying to her gown to hastily pull the fabric back over her shoulder. Her chest heaved as she struggled to catch her breath, the lingering heat of Alexander's touch still burning on her skin. Alexander stepped back, his hair disheveled, his face flushed. He cleared his throat, his composure sliding back into place with practiced effort, though his lips, slightly swollen from their kiss, betrayed him. Lavinia's eyes were wide, darting between them as the color rose high in her cheeks. I didn't mean to interrupt." Her voice was caught between embarrassment and undisguised intrigue. Juliette smoothed a trembling hand over her hair. "You weren't interrupting, Vinny. Dr. Bentley was just leaving." The last word came out steadier than the rest. Alexander inclined his head, avoiding Lavinia's gaze, but his eyes found Juliette and held, a beat longer than propriety permitted. "Until the Devonshire ball, Lady Harcourt." The words were pitched low, meant for her alone. With that he turned and left, and the room felt suddenly too large, too empty, still humming with everything they had not said. Juliette pressed a hand to her collarbone, willing her pulse to slow. As Lavinia stepped closer, her expression an extraordinary blend of shock and mischief. Lavinia folded her arms. "Well, that certainly didn't look like a typical house call." Juliette shot her a warning glance, her cheeks flaming. "Lavinia?" But her sister only grinned wider, triumph glinting in her eyes. "Jules? You look absolutely undone." Juliette turned to the door through which Alexander had vanished. Her lips tingled, her skin still alive with the memory of his touch. She didn't need to admit anything. Her silence said it all. The approach to Devonshire House blazed with torchlight. Carriages crowded the long drive, their wheels grinding against the gravel, while eager footmen jostled at the mansion's grand entrance. The night air carried a heady mingling of horse, coal smoke, and the waxy sweetness of the link boys' flames, which flickered in the breeze and threw dancing shadows across the stone facade. From the velvet interior of their carriage, Juliette watched the procession, the torchlight reflected in her unreadable gaze. The Dowager Duchess of Devonshire's soirees were legendary, and tonight, the distant strains of music and the bright cascade of laughter spilling from the open doors filled Juliette with an anticipation she hadn't expected. Lavinia leaned forward, craning her neck to peer out the window. "Everyone will be there." Juliette's lips curved in a faint practiced smile. "Indeed. But only one person matters to you, my dear." Though her thoughts were far from her sister's wedding preparations. Lavinia settled back into her seat with a dramatic sigh and a grin that bordered on giddy. "I only wish I could say the same about you, Jules. Then I could be truly content." Juliette turned to her sister with a wry glance. "Let me enjoy this evening as it is. Isn't that enough?" But Lavinia wasn't done. Her gaze softened as she looked at her sister. "Jules, why don't you wear your diamonds anymore?" Juliette's smile faded, and she glanced out the window. Because she wouldn't dare think to wear the charade. After a pause, her gaze fixed ahead. Here in London the diamonds are, well, they're hardly unique. It's all the more striking to remain unadorned, don't you think? Her fingers toyed absently with the edge of her glove. The words came easily, but they left a bitter taste on her tongue. The truth, about the glass masquerading as heirlooms, the sting of her late husband's deceptions, was a weight she refused to share. To wear those jewels now felt like a betrayal of her own integrity, a painful reminder of the facade she had once been forced to maintain. Lavinia tilted her head. When you married Sir Charles, I was just a child, she began hesitantly, her words carefully chosen. Of course I was overwhelmed at the time. The honor, the grandeur of it all, it seemed almost like a fairy tale. But now? I wonder. Her cheeks colored faintly. I wonder if he was ever truly the man you would have chosen for yourself. Juliette forced a smile, though the question landed like a blow to the chest. She smoothed her gown with steady fingers. It hardly matters now. Were it not for Sir Charles, we wouldn't be here tonight, preparing for your wedding, enjoying all this. Let's remember it that way. Lavinia's expression turned wistful. But I can't imagine it now, not after falling in love with Nathaniel. It must have been so different for you. Juliette gave a small, hollow laugh, the sound betraying none of the turmoil stirring within her. I assure you, I have no intentions of repeating the experience. Lavinia's brows drew together in earnest concern. But don't you want that too? A life with someone who truly cares for you? Jules, when I moved to Worcestershire with Nathaniel, I just worry about you. The carriage jolted forward a few paces, giving Juliette a moment to glance away. The question hit far closer to home than her sister could have known. She had spent years carefully constructing a life that required no one's affection, no one's devotion. But Alexander, his touch, his voice, his maddening, consuming presence, had unraveled that certainty with alarming ease. She couldn't let him unravel her further. Her smile settled into place, serene and practiced. Don't fret over me, my dear. When the time comes, I'll manage. Perhaps I'll take a house by the sea, a place to catch my breath and rediscover the quiet pleasures of the countryside. A soft laugh escaped her. I hear Elmstone in Sussex has become quite the destination, what with the Prince of Wales visiting. I might have to see what all the fuss is about. Lavinia's eyes went wide. The sea? Why, you've never even seen it. Juliette's gaze grew distant. No. But I hear the air there is wonderfully fresh, and I think it might be a welcome change. Lavinia studied her for a moment, her expression softening. And would you go alone? The question caught her off guard, her thoughts turning unbidden to Alexander. She pictured him standing on a windswept cliff, his coat billowing, his dark eyes meeting hers with that same intensity that had burned through her just hours ago. The thought was as thrilling as it was impossible. She dismissed the treacherous image. Yes. It would be quite the adventure, don't you think? As the carriage drew to a halt at the foot of the grand steps, Juliette turned to her sister. And you shall visit me there, my dear. It would be quite the adventure for us both. Lavinia smiled, her earlier melancholy replaced by a hopeful spark. You're right, Jules. I know I fret, but someday soon, I just know a gentleman will come along who will make you fall hopelessly in love just as I did with Nathaniel. She paused, a mischievous twinkle entering her gaze. Or perhaps one already has. Juliette's spine straightened, though she kept her expression composed. And what exactly do you mean by that? The words came out carefully light, but her fingers tightened on the folds of her gown. Lavinia let out a laugh, shaking her head. Oh, don't play innocent with me, Jules. I walked in on the two of you, remember? You and Dr. Bentley. Lavinia. Juliette's voice cut through her sister's words, sharp enough to stop her mid-sentence. She smoothed her hands over her skirts and lifted her chin, though her cheeks betrayed her with a telltale warmth. That was a moment of imprudence. Nothing more. Lavinia's grin didn't falter. Imprudence? Jules, you looked as if you were ready to melt into him. She leaned closer, her voice dropping conspiratorially. And don't tell me he wasn't just as affected. I saw the state of his hair and well, you know I'm not blind. Juliette's cheeks flamed and she turned toward the window, watching the torches blur past. She drew a measured breath. Dr. Bentley is a man of reason and science. Whatever happened was a mistake. We both know it. Lavinia's brow furrowed. Jules, I saw the way he looked at you. That wasn't a mistake, it was. She hesitated, then smiled gently. It was real. The word struck something raw inside her. Real. The one thing she could not allow herself to hope for. She drew a slow breath, forcing her emotions into submission. She turned back to Lavinia, composure locked in place. Real or not, it cannot be. You forget, my dear, that I am a widow. My life is not my own to squander on foolish notions of romance. Dr. Bentley understands that as well as I do. Lavinia's brow creased with concern. Jules, you're not some relic meant to be kept on a shelf. Don't you deserve to be happy? Juliette's smile wavered, but she held it in place. I am content, Vinnie. And that is enough. But even as the words left her lips, Juliette felt the ache of their falsehood. Contentment was not what she longed for, not now, not after Alexander's touch had awakened something in her she could no longer ignore. Lavinia stepped from the carriage and glanced back, her expression soft with knowing. Perhaps. But I still think you'll find your adventure closer to home. In London, or in the arms of a certain doctor. They ascended the grand steps side by side, torchlight warming the stone beneath their slippers. Juliette drew a deep breath and lifted her chin. The strains of a waltz, and the bright murmur of voices spilled from the open doors. Tonight she would dance and smile, and let the ball's brilliance drown out everything else. Whatever lingering thoughts of Alexander Bentley, pressed at the edges of her composure, could wait. Tomorrow she would grapple with the truth. But tonight, she would revel in the fleeting, glittering illusion of ease and joy. Chapter 18. Lavinia's fingers tightened on Juliette's arm as they reached the top of the grand staircase, where the Dowager Duchess of Devonshire stood to receive her guests. The scent of hothouse roses and melting beeswax hung thick in the air, mingling with the low hum of conversation rising from the ballroom below. The Duchess, renowned for her beauty and influence, held an event that every person in the ton would sell their very best silks to attend. Juliette knew their invitation was an honor, and despite the strain of the season pressing at her temples, felt a flicker of excitement for the night ahead. They were hardly inside the ballroom when suitors and acquaintances flocked around them, especially now that Lavinia was officially betrothed. Juliette noted her sister's flushed excitement, but even as gentlemen came forward to request her own hand, her thoughts kept drifting. Tonight, rather than retreat to the card rooms, she'd made the unusual decision to accept each offer for Lavinia's sake, casting her sister a reassuring smile before moving toward the dance floor. The ballroom was a swirl of jewel-toned gowns and polished smiles, filled with the echo of laughter and music. Juliette marveled at the lavish spectacle of it all, but felt a wistfulness she hadn't expected. As she took her place for the first dance, she realized that as much as she'd enjoyed this season, she would be content to see it end. No more worrying about prying questions, or anyone finding out long-buried secrets. Soon the whirlwind of attention, gossip and appearances would quiet, allowing her to settle into something more purposeful. What that purpose would be, however, she did not know. She drifted through the evening, twirling and smiling through each set, casting an eye at each entrance with an awareness she refused to examine. She tried to ignore the eager beating of her heart, but with each moment that passed, she grew more impatient, wondering if he would come at all. Then, as if answering her silent wish, the steps of the dance brought her face to face with Alexander. Something in Juliette's chest lurched, swift and traitorous. She arranged her features into a careful smile. I thought you decided not to come. The words came out lighter than she intended, though she despised how her spirit soared at the sight of him. Bentley's eyes glinted as he bowed over her hand. You couldn't imagine I'd pass up the chance to take you to supper, especially when I've been attempting to do so all season. She raised an eyebrow, arching her lips in a smile. Attempting? I must have missed any particularly bold endeavor on your part, Alexander. Perhaps so. He gave a mock sigh, casting her a look of exaggerated regret. You're far too accustomed to the attentions of others, I'm afraid. A mere country doctor must scarcely warrant your notice. Country? When was the last time you've been in the country? Fair enough. Juliette dimpled, enjoying the playfulness of the moment. Consider it rectified. You now have my undivided attention. He straightened, mock gravity settling over his features despite the grin that widened at its edges. Excellent. I hope you might have a set free for me, on your crowded card? Her laughter bubbled up before she could stop it. You may hope, but I'm afraid my card is quite full. She tipped her fan toward him. However, I shall certainly allow you to take me into supper. His gaze lingered on hers a moment too long. Then I shall count down the moments until supper. A current ran the length of her spine before they parted and returned to their partners. She watched him move back to the lady beside him. A dowdy, colorless creature Juliette resented without any rational cause. The feeling was unfamiliar and uncomfortable, jealousy, and it stayed with her, making her anticipate supper more than ever. The evening progressed with the crowd thickening and the air growing stifling. People fanned themselves between dances, but few seemed to mind the heat. She'd barely caught her breath when Bentley reappeared at her side, one brow raised. Not dancing, Juliette? She hid her surprise, unfurling her fan with a touch of fluster. Lord Bowers was to partner me, but you're surely aware of his unfortunate accident. I trust he's recovering? Alexander's eyes sparked with humor. A high-heeled shoe and a gavotte, fatal for a gentleman unpracticed in vanity's finer arts. He's twisted his ankle rather spectacularly, I'm afraid. I wrapped him up and sent him off to his carriage with strict instructions to rest it for at least a se'night. Juliette's fan paused mid-flutter, her expression one of exaggerated sympathy. How exceedingly conscientious of you. I prescribes a visit from you to soothe his recovery. Is that so? His voice dropped, his expression softening in a way that sent warmth spreading through her. I might have recommended it to anyone. The air thinned between them, his gaze holding hers with an intensity that made speech impossible. He gestured toward the dance floor, and without a word, she placed her hand in his and let him lead her forward. Every nerve in her body came alive as they stepped into place among the other couples, his hand a steady, commanding presence at her waist. The warmth of his palm seemed to burn through the fabric of her gown, branding her with an awareness she could not shake. The lively strains of the music swept over them, but all she could focus on was the firm press of his fingers and the charged heat of his proximity. Each swish of her skirts as they turned sent a ripple of exhilaration coursing through her, her pulse quickening with every brush of their bodies. The room blurred at the edges, her world narrowing to the intensity of his gaze and the pull between them. From across the room, Lavinia caught her eye, smiling knowingly as if she were delighted to see her sister finally enjoying herself. When the set ended, Juliette was breathless, a giddy laugh escaping her lips. Bentley bowed low. That was worth the wait. She lifted her chin, the smile on her lips at odds with the weight settling in her chest. You should have tried harder. He held her gaze, something warm and deliberate in his eyes that made her feel dangerously unsteady. Perhaps you're right. It's a mistake I don't intend to repeat. Juliette barely had time to respond before the crowd began pressing toward the supper room. Lady Worthington swept past with a sniff. A pleasure to see you partaking in the diversions, Lady Harcourt. Mourning has its uses, but it should not last forever. Juliette gave her a gracious nod, but her mind was entirely elsewhere, lingering on Bentley's last words. He was beside her once again, his hand on her arm guiding her with a firmness that sent a jolt of awareness through her. The crowd was thinning, but instead of leading her directly to supper, he pulled her toward a secluded alcove hidden behind heavy curtains. Supper is in the other direction. He paused, his gaze steady on hers. Are you truly hungry? No, but... He drew her closer, his voice low against the noise of the crowd. Good. His thumb traced a slow circle against her wrist. "Because I want a moment alone with you." She should have felt uneasy, but instead, warmth spread through her, leaving her both thrilled and vulnerable. "Why would you want that, Alexander?" "Here." His mouth curved, but his eyes were serious. "Perhaps to tell you, I've surrendered entirely to your charms." "Stop jesting." Without warning, he cupped her face in his hands, the calloused warmth of his palms cradling her as though she were something precious. His eyes locked onto hers, dark with intensity, searching her as though she were the only person who existed in that moment. Everything between them seemed to hum, charged and alive, pulling her toward him like a tide she could not fight. His voice came rough and low, scraping against something raw inside her. "No, Juliette." A breath. "I'm serious. I want to marry you. Tell me that's something you want to." The words cracked something open inside her, something she had sealed shut long ago. For a single, suspended heartbeat, the world went quiet, nothing but the two of them and the impossible weight of what he had just offered. A part of her longed to surrender, to believe in the promise of his voice, in the future his words painted. And then he moved. His lips found hers, not tentative but urgent, a declaration made in touch rather than words. The world tilted as he kissed her, his mouth warm and firm, coaxing hers into response. Heat unfurled in her chest, a sensation so visceral it left her trembling. His fingers slid into her hair, tangling there, anchoring her as though he feared she might slip away. She clutched at his lapels, desperate to steady herself against the overwhelming force of him, the exhilaration coursing through her sharper than anything she had ever known. The kiss deepened, every press of his lips unraveling the walls she had so carefully built. She leaned into him before she could think better of it, her whole body answering what her mind still resisted. A soft, involuntary sound escaped her throat, a plea or a surrender. She could not tell which. But then the memories came, swift and merciless. Sir Charles's anger, his scorn, his betrayal. The nights she had spent alone, wondering if love was merely a lie people told themselves. Grief and disillusionment cut through the haze of desire like a blade, freezing her where she stood. She tore herself away, her breath ragged, her hands trembling. The space she put between them felt fractured, like glass shattered across a marble floor. Alexander's hands remained half raised, as though afraid to let her go entirely. "Juliette." His voice was heavy with concern. She stepped back, shaking her head, her chest heaving with the effort to contain the storm inside her. Her gaze dropped to the floor. "No." The word came out brittle, barely formed. "It's not possible. It can't be." Pain flickered across his face, but she couldn't bear to look any longer. The warmth of his touch lingered on her skin, a cruel reminder of what she'd just lost, or had never truly allowed herself to have. His jaw worked, something bitter and wounded hardening his features. "Then it's true." A pause, sharp as a blade. "You still grieve for him, don't you?" "Alexander." Tears pricked her eyes as she raised a trembling hand to her lips. He looked away, his expression shuddering. "I might as well be in my grave, for all the chance I'll ever have with you." His words landed like a blade between her ribs. She could not bear it. Lifting her skirts, she fled into the corridor, tears blurring the gilded walls into streaks of gold. She did not know where she was going, only that she had to escape the agony of what she had just lost, if she had ever truly had it at all. The echoes of her own footsteps trailed behind her like a ghost of what might have been. "Lady Harcourt." "Juliette. Don't rush off like that." The familiar voice stopped her cold. She turned slowly, dread coiling in her chest as she saw the man she had least expected to meet in this corridor. The name fell from her lips before she could stop it. Mr. Blackwood. Arthur Blackwood, dressed in the height of Parisian fashion with powdered cheeks and an extravagant wig, looked every inch the dandy. He bowed low, an overly familiar grin on his face. "Lady Harcourt, I've been waiting for the pleasure of finding you alone." From behind him, Bentley emerged from the shadows, his expression taut as he sensed the tension. The room tilted. A chilling realization struck her, and the ground beneath her seemed to sway as she met Blackwood's piercing gaze. The last thing she saw before darkness claimed her was his triumphant, knowing smile. The Duchess of Devonshire leaned in, her smile soft and indulgent. Poor dear. In such a crush, it's no wonder one might take a turn. How fortunate we had you here, Dr. Bentley. As the Duchess moved away, Juliette turned her attention to Alexander, who was seated close beside her on the edge of the sofa. He carefully set down the vinaigrette he'd been holding, and with a touch so gentle it made her heart ache, tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. His voice was warm, filled with a tenderness that pierced her more deeply than any indifference ever could. Do you feel better now? The word barely formed. Yes. Her heart caught between the comfort of his presence and the painful reminder of what she believed she could never have. She glanced around, her eyes searching. Where is Mr. Blackwood? A shadow crossed Alexander's face, but the Duchess stepped forward once more. Oh, that peculiar fellow was terribly concerned, my dear. But I do believe he's made his exit. No need to fret over him. Juliette exhaled, tension easing slightly, though her mind still whirled with questions and fears. Just then, Lavinia burst into the room, her face pale with worry, her eyes wide. Jules? Oh, darling, are you all right? Alexander stood, stepping back to give Lavinia room, and in doing so withdrew from Juliette's side. She felt the loss of his closeness acutely, the aching emptiness left in his wake. She watched him retreat, her gaze lingering on him with a longing she couldn't suppress, but there was nothing to say, no way to reach him. Juliette forced a reassuring smile for her sister. It's nothing. Just a faint spell. I'm perfectly fine now. Lavinia sank down beside her, clutching her hand. I was so worried. All I heard was that you'd been taken ill. Alexander's tone was carefully measured, stripped of every shade of feeling. Your carriage has been summoned, Lady Harcourt. Allow me to escort you home. His face was a mask, the tender warmth from moments before vanished as though it had never been there. The loss of it cut deeper than Juliette expected. She knew she should do the same, erase every memory of that stolen moment, bury it in the farthest recesses of her mind. Gathering her courage, she swung her legs over the edge of the sofa and stood, steadying herself as Lavinia rose alongside her. Without looking directly at him, she summoned what little resolve she had left. Thank you, Dr. Bentley, but Miss Pembroke will accompany me. Lavinia slipped her arm protectively around Juliette's waist. I'll see to her, Doctor, rest assured. If you'd be so kind as to inform Mr. Fairburn where I've gone. He offered a stiff bow. As you wish. Each step across the room cost her. She had entered the season with such careful intentions, planning every move with precision, only for everything to unravel beyond her control. And now, of all people, Arthur Blackwood had returned, and Alexander Bentley, the one man who made her feel truly alive, had slipped out of reach. At the doorway she stopped, unable to resist one final glance back. Alexander stood where she had left him, his face expressionless, his eyes an unfathomable dark. She flinched, caught in his gaze, the depth of her feelings laid bare. He loves me. The realization should have filled her with joy, but instead it nearly broke her. For just as she had begun to feel the stirrings of hope, the darkness had swallowed her whole. Chapter 19. Alexander rode hard toward the park, the sharp scent of damp grass and fresh earth cutting through the brisk morning air. He hadn't slept. He couldn't, not with Juliette's words echoing in his head, her rejection slicing through him with a precision he hadn't thought possible. It wasn't the refusal itself that gnawed at him, he'd faced rejection before. It was her refusal. The way she'd spoken, her voice heavy with sorrow and something else, something he couldn't name. It didn't sit right. And then there was Blackwood. The man's name had slipped from her lips with such vehemence that Alexander felt as though he'd been struck. Who is Arthur Blackwood to her? The question was a constant drumbeat in his mind as he spurred his mount forward, his thoughts a tempest. Was Blackwood her lover? Her confidant? Or was he something darker, a shadow from her past that she couldn't escape? Alexander had sworn to himself that he would let her go if that was what she truly wanted. But the truth was a slippery thing, and until he held it in his hands, he couldn't walk away, not from her, not from the love that had taken root in his heart. He saw her before she saw him, her figure bent low over her horse, her hat threatening to take flight as the wind whipped through her hair. She rode with an abandon that sent a jolt of concern through him. This wasn't the composed, reserved Juliette he knew. This was someone desperate, someone fleeing. She was magnificent. But there was a fragility in her wildness that made his chest tighten. He reined in his horse, cutting across her path, and reached for her reins before she could bolt again. He steadied both horses, his grip on her reins unyielding. "I will be heard, Juliette." She sat stiffly in the saddle, her face pale, her eyes brimming with anguish. He dismounted in one fluid motion, his boots crunching against the gravel as he approached her. Her chin lifted, the mask she wore barely holding. "Alexander, we have nothing more to say." He reached up, his hands firm but gentle as he lifted her from the saddle. She didn't resist, though her posture was rigid, her gaze avoiding his. He set her on her feet, but didn't release her. "You may have nothing to say to me, but I certainly have something to say to you." She stepped out of his reach, her back straight, her hands fisting the folds of her riding habit. He let her go, though every instinct screamed at him to hold on. His voice came out steady, at odds with the storm raging inside him. "I've asked you this once already. But I'll ask again, in the light of day, so you can see that I'm not in the least foxed." He drew a breath, his chest tight with the weight of what he was about to lay before her. "Juliette, will you marry me?" Her head jerked up, wide eyes brimming with unshed tears. "We settled this last night." His hand cut through the air between them. "It's not settled. I can't let this rest. Dead memories can't hold you, Juliette. I can. And what's more, you make me happy, Juliette. More than I ever thought possible." She turned away, her shoulders shaking as silent tears fell. He wanted to reach for her, to pull her close, but he held back, sensing that she needed the distance. His voice dropped, quieter now. "I know there are men of great means who aspire to marry you. And that I am not worthy." She whirled to face him, tears glistening like diamonds on her cheeks. "Stop that." The words snapped out of her with a force that surprised them both. "You are more than worthy. She broke off, shaking her head. "It's not you, Alexander. It's not your worth or your life. It's impossible." Frustration slipped through his careful restraint. "Why? Tell me why. Is it your life you object to, or is it?" His jaw tightened. "Is it Blackwood?" Her face crumpled, horror flashing in her eyes. For a moment she looked as though she might deny it, but then the words burst from her like a dam breaking. The words tore from her, raw and trembling. "Yes. Yes, Alexander. It is Arthur Blackwood who stands between us." The name was a knife to his chest, and yet, there was something about the way she said it, the despair in her voice, that made him pause. This wasn't the confession of a woman in love with another man. This was something else. Something darker. Before he could press her further, she tore herself from his grasp and ran to her horse, the groom scrambling to assist her into the saddle. He watched her ride away, her figure growing smaller until it vanished entirely. His hands clenched into fists, his nails biting into his palms. Something wasn't right. Blackwood wasn't just a rival for her affections. He was a threat, a shadow hanging over her that she couldn't escape. Alexander didn't know the nature of that threat, but one thing was certain: he wasn't going to give up on Juliette. Not now, not ever. He mounted his horse, determination hardening his resolve. If Blackwood was the reason Juliette believed they couldn't be together, then Alexander would face him. And he wouldn't rest until he uncovered the truth. Far from solving her problems, Juliette's early morning ride had left her more distressed than before. The crisp air and galloping horse had done nothing to quiet the storm within her. Returning to Queen Square, she felt shaken and unsteady, scarcely able to face the day ahead, a day she knew would be as fraught as the one before. She handed her gloves and riding whip to the waiting servant, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached up to remove her hat. As she tugged at the pins holding it in place, a voice, smooth and mocking, cut through the silence of the hall. "You are still an uncommonly beautiful wench, Juliette." She froze, the hatpin slipping from her fingers. Slowly she turned to see Arthur Blackwood reclining in a chair, his legs crossed lazily as he pared his nails with a small gleaming knife. His smirk was as insolent as ever, his presence filling the hall with a threat she could taste at the back of her throat. Her voice came out taut, barely restrained. "I thought you would waste no time in coming here." Blackwood slipped the knife into his coat, rising with a languid grace that made her bristle. "I merely wished to ensure we could speak in privacy. From what I've gathered since my return from Paris, you've become quite the darling of the ton. Your dance card must be positively overflowing." His words were a nettle, sharp and deliberate, but Juliette forced herself to remain composed. She turned toward the stairs. "You've wasted your time. We have nothing to discuss." He trailed after her with maddening ease. "Oh, I think we do. You've done quite well for yourself, my dear. You and your charming sister. Miss Pembroke, I hear, is betrothed to a scion of a noble family." "Impressive." Juliette's spine stiffened. "I am very pleased with Lavinia's choice." Blackwood chuckled, his voice dripping with mockery. "I have no doubt, but who would have believed it possible 18 months ago when you came to Harcourt Manor? Of course, you spent so much time schooling yourselves in the way of being a lady, did you not? Remarkable, you have done very well, my dear." Juliette stood rigid as he circled her. "Tell me, Juliette, which of your wealthy suitors do you plan to ensnare next?" Her chin came up. "None of them." Her eyes flicked to the footman stationed nearby. "We had best go into the sitting room." She glanced at the footman once more. "Please ensure I am not disturbed while Mr. Blackwood is here." Blackwood's grin widened, his gaze gleaming with satisfaction. "How very prudent of you, Juliette. A little tête-à-tête to discuss the past, perhaps? Or the future?" Without dignifying him with a response, she ascended the stairs, her movements brisk and controlled. Blackwood followed, his steps leisurely, as though he were a guest rather than an intruder. She led him to the sitting room and closed the door firmly behind them, turning to face him with a glare sharp enough to cut glass. "This is a very pleasing house, Juliette, but it needs must cost a pretty penny to maintain." Her patience fractured. "Why are you here, Mr. Blackwood?" He took his time, letting his gaze wander the room before settling on her. "Concern, my dear. Concern for your welfare. When you didn't reply to my last letter, I feared some terrible mishap had befallen you." A harsh laugh escaped her lips, bitter and humorless. "Unfortunately for you, I am hale and hearty." His smirk deepened, his eyes gleaming with malice. "Unfortunate? No, my dear, your health is most advantageous to me. If anything had happened to you, it would have been to my detriment." Juliette's jaw tightened, her hands balling into fists at her sides. "When we last met at Harcourt Manor, I recall giving you a sum of money on the express condition that you go abroad and leave me in peace." He lowered himself onto the brocade sofa with an air of ownership. "That was my intention. But I underestimated just how costly the continent can be. Naturally, I would like to return. Italy, I hear, is particularly lovely this time of year." Juliette drew a deep sigh as he brought out his snuff-box and took a pinch. "If only I could help you realize that dream. Unfortunately, I have nothing left to give." His expression flickered with surprise, quickly replaced by a knowing smirk. "Come now, Juliette. You cannot expect me to believe that. Extravagance on my part is not to blame, I assure you. You really are a foolish chit, Juliette, if you seek to gammon me in this way." Bitterness sharpened her words. "It's the truth. Charles was sinking in his debts when he died. You should know that. You shared his recklessness. Gambling, drink, doxies. Any vice which existed, my late husband enjoyed. He must have been in done territory for years. When I sold the manor, most of the money went to pay his creditors." Blackwood's composure fractured, his expression going hard. "What a Banbury tale. You are in high feather here in London. The manor was sold, the debt settled, and what little remained was spent on launching Lavinia into society. Once she is wed, I assure you there will be nothing left. His eyes narrowed, his smirk faltering. And the Harcourt diamonds? Surely those remain. Juliette smiled grimly. I had planned to sell them to provide for myself after my sister was married. He smiled again. Very well. Sell some of them now. Not everything, naturally, for I am not a greedy man. I ask only for a small portion to enable me to go to Italy and live in the manner every gentleman should. It is only what Charles would have wished. His smile turned into something of a sneer. If he failed to record that wish, it was only because he did not expect to die so soon. Juliette threw back her head and laughed. The jewels? Fine looking, are they not? I thought you might know about them too. Charles sold them years ago. What I wear are paste replicas. You lie. Juliette met his glare with one of her own, unflinching. Take them to a jeweler. You'll see they're worthless paste. For a moment he stared at her, his anger simmering just beneath the surface. Then, as if regaining control, he leaned back, his tone turning dangerously smooth. If what you say is true, how do you intend to live, Juliette? Scraping by like a pauper? Her eyes blazed with fury. I'll manage without resorting to the parasitic existence you've perfected. Blackwood's lips twisted into a sneer. Oh, no doubt. You'll simply marry again. You did it once, didn't you? A drunken old fool who couldn't see past your beauty. Surely it will be easier the second time. Her voice did not waver. I'll never marry again. Though even as she spoke, her mind betrayed her with a fleeting image of Alexander, his eyes, his hands, his impossible proposal. How could I risk anyone discovering what I truly am? Something ugly shifted behind Blackwood's eyes, and before she could step away, he seized her arm in a bruising grip. His fingers dug into her flesh. You'll marry, Juliette. And soon? Unless you'd rather I whisper the truth into eager ears. Imagine the scandal. What would Lavinia's fiancé say? Rage trembled through her. You're vile. You wouldn't dare. His grip tightened. Try me. Otherwise, I might find the temptation to speak to a few well-known tattle baskets on the origins of a certain person. Think how delighted they would be, with a few well-chosen audits about Lady Juliette Harcourt. She averted her face from his, so she would not be forced to see his hideous grin. I imagine Mr. Fairbairn's family would be most interested too. Her voice shook. Lavinia has nothing to do with this. My dear, I am not proud to call you cousin. I would prefer to remain silent on that score alone. However, I am certain I shall not be forced to do any other, for you will be married and a wealthy lady. No. Oh, come now, there must be one you favor. After Charles, there must be a more attractive choice. A sudden commotion outside snapped her focus. Her blood chilled. What if Lavinia saw this? She wrenched against his grip. Let go of me. Chapter 20. The door burst open, and it was Alexander Bentley, not Lavinia, who rushed in, followed by two footmen. One of the footmen stepped forward, his words faltering as the scene unfolded before him. My lady, Dr. Bentley would not. Alexander's gaze swept the tableau, Juliette's rigid posture, the way Arthur Blackwood stood far too close, his hand gripping her arm. The color drained from Alexander's face, replaced by a simmering fury. Before Alexander could speak, Juliette wrenched her arm free with a sudden burst of strength and shoved Blackwood with both hands. Her action, though small, caught him off guard, and he stumbled back a step, his eyes widening in surprise. The movement mirrored too closely the moment that haunted her, the night her husband had died, and a sharp pang of panic shot through her. For a brief, paralyzing second, the memory surged forward, locking her limbs in place. Arthur regained his footing, his expression darkening with anger. He straightened his coat with an air of disdain. One of your suitors, I presume? His lip curled as he cast Juliette a lewd smile. Well, you always did possess the ability to make a man's blood grow hot. Alexander's face contorted with fury. His fists clenched and he took a step forward, his voice cutting through the tension like a blade. "Juliette, who is this insolent popinjay?" Juliette forced a steadying breath, her hand still trembling. "Sir Charles's relative, Mr. Arthur Blackwood." She swallowed hard and turned toward the footman, her voice firmer now. "It is quite all right." Mr. Blackwood was just about to leave. Blackwood's lips curled into a mocking smile. "Ah, but not before we finish our little conversation. After all, my dear Juliette, I've only just begun." Alexander moved closer, his presence commanding, but Juliette's hand shot up, silently imploring him to stop. She didn't want this to escalate, not yet. There were too many eyes, too much at stake. Arthur sauntered toward the door, glancing over his shoulder at Alexander with a curl of contempt at his mouth. "So, you're one of Juliette's importunate suitors." Alexander's hands flexed at his sides, his anger barely restrained. "And if I am?" Arthur's sneer deepened. "I pity you, for you will never do. It's quite obvious, sir, your pockets are to let. Make the most of your doxy before she weds another, someone more able to provide her with pretty baubles." Juliette's fists clenched at the insult, but Alexander reacted swiftly. He crossed the room in 2 strides, seizing Arthur by the lapels and slamming him against the wall with enough force to rattle the nearby picture frames. "You impudent coxcomb!" Arthur's smirk faltered, replaced by a flash of fear. His hands clawed at Alexander's grip. "Unhand me at once." The command came out thin, wavering. Alexander pressed him harder against the wall, his voice low and deadly. "You lying worm! I'll give you the thrashing of your life, if you do not beg Lady Harcourt's pardon." Juliette darted forward, her fingers closing around Alexander's arm. "Oh, let him go, I beg of you. He is not worth your indignation." Her plea seemed to reach him. Though his hands tightened briefly on Blackwood's lapels, Alexander released him with a shove, stepping back but remaining coiled like a predator ready to strike. Arthur staggered, his face pale, but he quickly regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with malice. Arthur straightened his cravat with shaking fingers. "Not worth it, eh? You say I am not worthy. By God, madam, you will live to regret that utterance." Juliette's hands twisted together. "Please, Mr. Blackwood. You have nothing to gain. Be pleased to leave for now." Arthur adjusted his coat, his sneer returning. "Oh, I will go, my lady." His gaze cut disdainfully toward Alexander. "But not before this gentleman knows the truth about the woman he's defending." Alexander took a threatening step forward. "Enough of this slander." But Juliette raised her hand again, stopping him. Juliette lifted her chin. "No, Alexander. Let him speak. I am done with pretenses." Arthur's eyes gleamed with triumph as he stepped closer, his voice dripping with venom. "Not content with her good fortune in marrying my cousin, she conspired to murder him." "Murder him, I say. Why else would she pay me to stay away?" Juliette sank onto the sofa, her head buried in her hands. "That is not true." Her body was racked with convulsive sobs. Arthur continued, emboldened by her reaction. "Oh, she escaped punishment, of course. The magistrate fell easily for her honeyed lies, but everyone now shall know how her husband truly died." Alexander's expression darkened further, his hands balling into fists. But instead of giving in to rage, his voice dropped to a deadly calm. He reached into his coat and retrieved a small pouch. "You listen well, Blackwood." He shoved the pouch into Blackwood's chest. "These are sufficient funds to see you to Calais. Be on the first packet boat tomorrow, for if you are still in London after that, you will not live the day through." Arthur's chin came up, though his voice trembled. "You wouldn't dare." Alexander's gaze was glacial. "A word to the men on Cannon Lane, and you'd vanish without a trace." The room fell deathly silent. Arthur's bravado crumbled under the weight of Alexander's threat. He glanced nervously between Alexander and Juliette, then with a muttered curse, turned on his heel and fled. Alexander followed him out the door. Ensuring the insolent man left promptly, Alexander Frog marched him out of the house. His grip tightened on Blackwood's shoulder, his fingers digging in just enough to make the other man flinch. Every step down the stairs was a battle to keep his fury in check. His resolve to end this sordid confrontation without resorting to violence was the only thing anchoring him. Arthur Blackwood stumbled as Alexander's iron grip propelled him toward the front door. The air in the house was thick with unspoken threats, the kind that clung to a man's skin long after he'd left. Blackwood's once arrogant smirk had disintegrated into something closer to fear, though he made a poor attempt to mask it with a sneer. Alexander's hand tightened on his collar, propelling him forward. "Move." The word carried the weight of a death sentence. The gathered footmen watched the scene unfold with a mixture of amusement and approval. One even dared a satisfied smirk as Blackwood tripped on the threshold, catching himself awkwardly before turning to glare over his shoulder. The glare faltered under Alexander's steely gaze. Blackwood wrenched free on the threshold, his voice wavering despite the bravado. "You've made your point. No need to play the savage, Dr. Bentley." Alexander stepped closer, looming over him with a calm that was more menacing than any outburst. "This is me playing the gentleman." His eyes held Blackwood's without blinking. "If you force me to go further, you'll learn very quickly just how savage I can be." For a moment Blackwood hesitated, his eyes darting to the street, as though calculating the distance to safety. But Alexander took another step, and that was all it took to send him scrambling down the stairs. His coattails flared behind him as he moved quickly. A man who knew his bravado had reached its limit. Alexander stood motionless on the cobblestones, his chest heaving, as he watched Blackwood vanish into the labyrinth of London streets. The man's sneering words still rang in his ears, but Alexander focused instead on the one undeniable truth: Blackwood was gone. Banished. For good. He had ensured it. Relief coursed through him, though it was quickly tempered by the memory of Juliette's face, her pallor, her trembling hands, the weight of her secrets written in every strained line of her expression. She had fought so hard to keep her walls intact, to hold her anguish at bay, and yet they had crumbled in front of him. The thought filled him with equal parts protectiveness and resolve. He flexed his hands, which still itched with the memory of gripping Blackwood's coat. It had taken every ounce of restraint not to do more, to ensure the man bore physical proof of the damage he'd inflicted. But violence would not have soothed the storm inside him. No, his focus had to remain on Juliette, on proving to her that she was safe, that he saw her for who she truly was, not the sum of her mistakes or the victim of a cruel past, but a woman of extraordinary strength and resilience. His gaze shifted upward to the window of the sitting room. She was there, he knew, likely standing as still and silent as when he'd left her, bracing for the rejection she thought was inevitable. A pang of sorrow pierced him at the thought of her doubt, her belief that he might turn away from her because of the life she had been forced to endure. She did not yet understand, but she would. She would know without a shadow of a doubt that there was nothing in her past or future that could make him leave her side. With renewed determination, he turned and strode back into the house, his steps deliberate and firm. As he climbed the stairs, the distance between them shrinking with each stride, his resolve solidified. Whatever remained to be said, whatever fears she still harbored, he would face them with her. Juliette Harcourt was not a woman who needed saving. She was a woman who needed to be seen, and Alexander would spend the rest of his life proving she would never have to stand alone again. Reaching the door, he paused, his hand resting on the brass handle. He allowed himself a single breath to gather his thoughts. Then he opened the door and stepped inside. Juliette stood at the window, gazing out at the street below, her hands clasped tightly before her. The world outside moved with an infuriating normalcy, the flower seller's cart trundling by, a child skipping along the cobblestones, a coachman urging his horses forward. It felt wrong, this calm, when her own world had been so thoroughly upended. Alexander was gone. He had seen the truth of her, the darkness of her past, and he had left. It was what she had expected, wasn't it? What she deserved. Yet, the hollow ache in her chest told her otherwise. She pressed a hand to her stomach, willing the tumult within to subside. The sound of boots on the stairs made her turn sharply. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered, unbidden and unwelcome. No, it couldn't be. It wouldn't be. She smoothed her hands over her skirts, steeling herself for whatever news the footman would bring. The door opened. Alexander strode in, his expression resolute, his gaze locking on hers. Juliette pressed her fingers to the windowsill, her composure slipping in an instant. She blinked, unable to reconcile the sight of him with the certainty she had clung to just moments before. His voice was firm, decisive. "I doubt if you will be troubled by that creature again." His eyes searched hers, but she could only stare back, mute with shock. The name left her lips before she could stop it. Alexander. She gripped the windowsill behind her. "Why are you here?" His brow furrowed, a flicker of frustration crossing his face. He crossed the room in quick strides until he stood before her. "Why am I here? Did you think I would leave after what I heard? After what I saw?" "Juliette, I meant what I said. I love you." She stepped back instinctively, her hand rising to her lips. "You cannot love me." Her voice trembled. "Not after?" "Stop." His voice was a quiet command, firm but gentle. "I heard every word that man spewed. I saw how it hurt you, how it tore at you. And I don't care, not about your past, not about your fears, not about anything except the woman standing before me." Juliette shook her head, tears stinging her eyes. "You don't understand. I'm not the woman you think I am. I'm not worthy of." His hand caught hers, his grip fierce. "You are worthy of everything. More than you believe, more than you allow yourself to hope for. And if you think I'll stand here and let you condemn yourself, you are sorely mistaken." She sank onto the sofa, her movements heavy with defeat. Her voice was thin, worn with years of carrying too much weight. "Mr. Blackwood did not lie, Alexander. My father was Sir Charles Harcourt's head stable boy." He moved to her side, kneeling until his face was level with hers. Incredulity and tenderness warred in his expression. "Do you think I care about that? Do you think it matters to me in the least?" The words fell from her lips, barely a breath, as though saying them aloud would finally break her. "I killed him." "Killed or murdered?" She looked down, shaking her head. "Heaven knows I wished him dead often enough." Alexander's hand covered hers, warm and grounding. Tell me what happened. Let us be done with this once and for all." She exhaled shakily, still unable to meet his gaze. "He was a drunkard, a bully, and I hated him." Her voice cracked. "There was not a day of our marriage that I didn't wish him dead." He gave her hand a reassuring squeeze. "One cannot die from wishing, Juliette. How did it happen?" She swallowed hard, her voice trembling as she recounted the night. He had been drinking, as he always did, with Arthur Blackwood and some other cronies who greased his boots. When he came up to my room, it was very late. I'd been asleep for hours. He could hardly stand upright. The moment he tried to touch me, I pushed him away. He was so drunk, so furious. Her voice faltered, tears pooling in her eyes. He hit me, but this time I hit him back. He stumbled, fell, and struck his head on the fender. He must have died instantly. Her eyes met Alexander's, filled with guilt and shame. I did kill him, you see. Some would call it murder. Alexander's thumb traced a slow circle over her knuckles. The magistrate didn't. And neither do I. Her gaze flickered with hope, but it was quickly doused. Alexander. He leaned closer. I have seen the results of too many drunken, cruel men who took their fists to women they swore to protect. I could never blame you for surviving. She looked up at him, her tears spilling over. But I wished him dead, Alexander. Every day, I wished it. His voice held nothing but certainty. And yet, it wasn't your wish that killed him. It was his own cruelty, his own choices. You bear no guilt, Juliette. She closed her eyes, letting the truth of his words settle over her like a bomb. I feel no regret for his demise. Alexander's lips curved in a faint, wry smile. Good. He paused, studying her. Does Lavinia know? A ghost of a smile crossed Juliette's lips. No. The manor dazzled her, by the idea of living in such a grand place. She never saw what happened behind closed doors. And for that, I am grateful. Why did you marry him, Juliette? Her gaze dropped to their joined hands. I had no choice. My father had just died. Lavinia and I were homeless, desperate. Charles's proposal was a lifeline. A terrible one as it turned out, but a lifeline nonetheless. He nodded, respect for her resilience clear in his eyes. And now? Her fingers tightened on his. If anyone were to discover what I truly am. He tilted her chin up, forcing her to meet his gaze. They won't. And even if they do, I don't care. No man fortunate enough to earn your love would care about anything else. He cupped her face, his thumbs brushing away her tears. Let it go. Let me carry it for you. Let me be the one who holds your pain, your fear, your everything. You are not alone anymore. Her lips trembled as she stared into his eyes, so full of love, so free of judgment. I don't know how to do this. Her voice broke. I don't know how to let someone love me. He drew her closer, his forehead nearly touching hers. Then let me show you. Let me love you, Juliette. Marry me. Something inside her cracked open at his words, at the conviction in his voice. The words fell from her lips like a prayer. I love you. That is all that matters. His lips found hers, a kiss that was both a promise and a plea. Heat surged through her, melting the ice she had wrapped around her heart. She clung to him, her hands tangling in his hair, her body yielding to the strength of his embrace. Until she remembered. Juliette pulled away with a sharp intake of breath, her fingers trembling as she placed them against his chest. This is madness. Her voice shook but held firm. You need a wealthy wife, Alexander, someone who can provide you with the security and status you deserve. I have nothing now, not even my jewels to sell. Her words hung in the air, a challenge she expected him to meet with reason. Instead, he smiled at her, slow and warm, the kind of smile that disarmed her every defense. I've managed just fine without a wealthy wife until now. And I don't plan to start needing one. She stared at him, her heart pounding as his words sank in. Alexander, you cannot mean. I mean every word. He reached for her, drawing her back into his arms, and this time she did not resist. The floodgates of her emotions broke as she clung to him, her lips seeking his in a kiss that spoke of longing, surrender, and the kind of hope she had not dared feel for years. She poured every unspoken word into the kiss, every apology, every promise. Time ceased to matter, the world outside faded to nothing. At last, when her head rested against his shoulder and their hands lay entwined, a quiet contentment settled over her. It was a foreign feeling, fragile but impossibly sweet. For the first time in years, Juliette felt she might drown in her own happiness, and she welcomed it. The words slipped from her on a breath. Yes. His smile broke through like the sun after a storm. Yes. Her voice was stronger now, steady and sure. Yes. I'll marry you. His thumb traced her jaw, tenderness softening the playful edge that had crept into his expression. There is one thing I must ask of you, my love. She lifted her head to look at him, her lips curving into a soft smile. Anything. I have nothing left to hide. His grin widened. Good. Then would you please dispose of the pistol you keep beneath your pillow? Juliette blinked, startled, before laughter bubbled from her lips. She shook her head. I had forgotten all about it. But you're right. I won't need it anymore. His brow arched in mock curiosity. And dare I ask why you kept it there in the first place? She tilted her head, her expression momentarily serious. After Charles died, I swore no man would ever come to my room uninvited. The pistol was a precaution. Alexander's arms tightened around her, his expression shifting to one of profound admiration. A chuckle rumbled through his chest. A precaution that has apparently been put to good use. Do you know you terrified my brother half to death with that pistol? Her laughter spilled out again. Lord Winterbourne? Well, he ought not go climbing through ladies' windows in the night. A lesson I am certain will not soon forget. The poor man still pales at the mention of it. I dare say you've made him a faithful husband to Augusta, at least for now. Her eyes sparkled with mischief. Perhaps Augusta has spoiled him for all others. Alexander's voice dipped lower as he leaned closer to her. You've certainly spoiled me for all others. Juliette leaned back in Alexander's embrace, her fingers tracing idle circles over his hand. Mischief threaded through her voice. You know, I've been thinking. You could use an extra pair of hands at the dispensary. His hand paused over hers. He drew back to look at her, brows furrowing. Absolutely not. Her lips twitched with amusement at his immediate refusal. I've some skill with medicines. She tilted her head, feigning innocence. And I've managed worse than unruly patients before. Besides, her teasing smile widened. Think of how it would scandalize the ton. Lady Juliette Harcourt, dispensing remedies instead of batting her lashes at suitors. Alexander arched a brow, his lips curving into a sly smile. Lady Juliette Harcourt? My darling, I believe you mean Mrs. Juliette Bentley. Warmth flooded her at the way he said her future name, his voice rich with possessiveness. She pretended to frown, crossing her arms in mock defiance. A mere Mrs. Bentley dispensing tonics and tinctures? Scandalous indeed. His eyes softened. You'll make it the most envied title in all of England. But you're still not working in my dispensary. Her laughter was soft but filled with defiance. We shall see, Dr. Bentley. Her voice carried the unmistakable note of a challenge. He groaned, pressing a kiss to her temple. I already know I've lost this argument, haven't I? Juliette tilted her head, her laughter soft and free as the weight of her past slipped away. Completely. Epilogue. The dispensary on Cannon Lane buzzed with quiet purpose, the air faintly scented with soap and antiseptic. Though the rows of truckle beds and occasional groans painted a somber picture, there was a persistent thread of hope in the room. Alexander's gaze landed on Juliette, calm and composed as she handed a vial to an elderly patient. Her quiet assurance seemed to ease the man's wheezing cough, her soft-spoken words laced with compassion. Juliette placed the vial carefully into his weathered palm. 2 drops in water 3 times a day. It will help your breathing. Mrs. Anders will see that you have enough. The man's frail hands trembled as he accepted it, gratitude lighting his eyes. Thank you, Mrs. Bentley. Her smile softened. Just Juliette. You're in good hands here. Alexander watched her move through the ward. What had begun as a curiosity on her part had grown into something extraordinary, her hands deft, her words soothing. She belonged here, among the lives she helped mend and the hope she restored. Mrs. Anders appeared at her elbow, a crease between her brows. The Harhound syrup is gone. Juliette nodded. We'll need more by evening. I'll see what we have in the apothecary. She handed the tray to Mrs. Anders and turned toward the small side room where they kept their stores. Alexander watched her go, then followed, curiosity tugging at him. He passed Nell, bustling between beds with a basket of bandages, and clapped Jonathan on the shoulder as the young man carried coal for the hearth. Keep the fire steady. Jonathan gave a quick nod, and Alexander continued to the apothecary. Inside, Juliette moved with purpose, her skirts brushing the scrubbed floor as she scanned the rows of neatly labeled jars. The faint scents of lavender, camphor, and eucalyptus mingled in the air. Reaching for a jar of marshmallow root powder, she measured the contents with practiced precision, her brow furrowed in concentration. Light streamed through the apothecary window, catching the loose strands of her hair. Alexander leaned against the doorway, watching her move with quiet confidence, a woman utterly at ease in her new world. How had he been so fortunate? How had this remarkable woman, with her strength and compassion, come to share his life? Juliette's thoughts drifted to the patient she had just left. The elderly woman's cough had rattled like brittle leaves in a winter wind, her breathing labored and shallow. Marshmallow root and slippery elm, they would soothe the rawness in her lungs. With a steady hand, Juliette measured the roots into the mortar and began grinding them into a fine powder, the rhythmic scrape of pestle against stone grounding her. The faint earthy scent of the roots rose around her, mingling with the sharper notes of camphor lingering in the apothecary. She took a deep breath, a quiet contentment settling over her. This was her life now, one of purpose, filled with work that mattered. Once she had been the gilded mistress of Harcourt Manor, wrapped in silks and weighed down by secrets. Now she wore an apron dusted with herb powder, her days spent in service to others. The difference filled her with a quiet, unexpected pride. The soft click of the door startled her, breaking her reverie. She turned sharply, her hand tightening instinctively on the edge of the work table. Alexander stood just inside the room, his presence filling the small space, his gaze settling on her with an intensity that made her skin warm. She set down the pestle. "Alexander, what are you doing here?" He stepped closer, his boots barely making a sound on the scrubbed floorboards. His eyes never left hers, their intensity making her feel as though he could see straight through to her soul. "Watching you." His voice was low, unhurried. "You're mesmerizing." Her cheeks flushed. She gestured toward the mortar and pestle with a faint laugh. "I was just preparing something for Mrs. Croft. Nothing remarkable." His lips curved. "On the contrary. You've learned enough to ease suffering, Juliette. Enough to save lives." His praise caught her off guard. Her fingers brushed over the rim of the mortar, as if to ground herself. "I'm still learning. There's so much I don't know. And yet you've changed my life." He crossed the small room to stand before her, his hand reaching up to brush a stray curl from her cheek. The gesture was so tender, so achingly reverent, that her fingers went slack against the stone. Her voice faltered. "Alexander." His thumb brushed her cheek, leaving a trail of warmth. His voice roughened. "You amaze me. Every day, more than the last." The words settled between them, heavy with meaning. She looked up at him, something fierce and tender tightening in her chest as she saw the pride in his eyes, the love that made the room feel too small. The apothecary, the dispensary, the bustling world outside, it all faded to nothing. There was only him. He reached for her without hesitation, his hand sliding around her waist to pull her against him. Before she could form a protest, or remember the work waiting beyond the closed door, his lips descended on hers in a kiss that was both tender and resolute. It was the kind of kiss that stole breath and reason, unraveling her defenses with every slow, deliberate movement of his mouth against hers. The world outside the apothecary fell away. Juliette's hands found their way to his chest, fingers curling into the fabric of his coat as if to anchor herself. When her hand slid upward to tangle in his hair, Alexander groaned softly, the sound vibrating between them and sending a shiver down her spine. When they finally parted, her cheeks were flushed, her breathing uneven as she pressed a hand lightly against his chest. Her eyes darted toward the door. "Alexander, someone might walk in." His grin was utterly unrepentant. "Let them. It would only confirm what they already suspect, that I'm madly in love with my wife." She laughed, a warm and breathless sound that filled the small room, even as she tried to maintain some semblance of decorum. "You're insufferable. And you're divine." He brushed a stray curl from her flushed cheek, his thumb tracing the line of her jaw. "Do you have any idea what you've done to me, Juliette? How you've utterly undone me?" She pushed lightly against his chest, a wry curve to her lips. "What I've done is distract you from your work." He released her reluctantly, as she turned back to the work table. "And yet I'm the happiest distraction you'll ever have." Juliette reached for the chamomile tincture, her fingers steady despite the way her pulse still thrummed from his kiss. As she measured a fresh dose into a vial, she felt Alexander's presence behind her, warm and steady, like a hearth on a winter's night. She did not need to turn to know his gaze was on her, following her every movement. She kept her eyes on the vial, amusement threading through her voice. "Alexander, if you're going to hover, you could at least make yourself useful." "I am perfectly useful right here." She could practically hear the grin in his voice, and it was all she could do to suppress her own smile. She turned just enough to catch his expression, a mixture of pride, adoration, and playful defiance, and shook her head, her amusement softening into something deeper. "You're impossible." He stepped closer, brushing his lips against her temple. Impossible. And yours. Before she could turn, his hand slid to her waist, drawing her back against him. The warmth of his chest against her shoulders, the familiar scent of clean linen, and the faintest hint of spice, undid whatever composure she had left. Her voice carried more surrender than protest. Alexander. Quiet. The word was low and rough, a caress in itself. I've waited long enough. Her laugh quavered as his lips grazed the curve of her neck. You've waited since breakfast. It's been an eternity. Both playful and entirely unrepentant. The vial she held slipped from her fingers, clattering softly onto the table. Her hands found his arms, fingers curling instinctively against the firm muscle beneath his sleeves, and her thoughts dissolved into him. She tried once more, though the effort was half-hearted at best. Alexander. We're in the dispensary. Someone might. His lips brushed her pulse, stealing the rest of her words. Let them wait. He turned her in his arms, his movements deliberate, as if savoring every second. Her back met the edge of the work table, the cool wood a sharp contrast to the warmth between them. His hands cradled her face, his thumbs brushing over her cheeks with a tenderness that made her chest ache. Then his lips found hers, and the kiss was neither tentative nor restrained. It was acclaiming, deliberate, consuming, and whatever protest she might have formed dissolved against his mouth. She pulled him closer, her fingers tangling in his hair. Her lips curved against his, the words escaping between kisses. I might have some idea what you've done to me, doctor. I find I enjoy your diagnosis. He drew back just enough to meet her eyes, his own dark with tenderness and mischief. Diagnosis? The prognosis is far graver, my love. You have rendered me incapable of rational thought, unfit for polite society, and thoroughly, hopelessly yours. Her laughter spilled out breathless and warm. I should think I've improved you. Though I dare say your bedside manner is utterly scandalous. His answering grin was slow and devastating, and then the small sunlit apothecary disappeared around them. When they finally surfaced, Juliette's cheeks were flushed, her breathing uneven, her hair thoroughly mussed. Her skirts bore the unmistakable creases of a stolen moment, and she suspected her appearance told a story she could not deny. She attempted to restore some order, but the effort was largely futile. Laughter and reproach mingled in her voice. Alexander. We can't linger. Someone will notice, and then what will they think? He grinned, entirely unrepentant, his thumb brushing over the telltale blush staining her cheek. I don't particularly care what they think. His voice was still rough, his grin maddeningly boyish. Though I rather like the idea of them knowing just how madly in love I am with my wife. Warmth flooded through her at his words, impossible to suppress, but she gave him a pointed look as she smoothed her hair and straightened her clothing. Well, madly in love or not, I would prefer to be able to hold my head high when we leave this room. Alexander's lips curved into a slow smile, as his gaze roamed over her, taking in every rumpled detail. Juliette, my darling, there isn't a person alive who could look at you now and not see a goddess. She swatted at his chest, her laughter bubbling out despite herself. You are impossible, Alexander Bentley. Utterly impossible. He caught her hand and brought it to his lips. True. But you love me for it. The soft, affectionate smile on her lips belied her exasperated sigh. I do. But for now, let us at least attempt to make ourselves presentable. He stepped back slightly, his hands raised in mock surrender, though the mischievous twinkle in his eye remained. Very well, Mrs. Bentley. I will endeavor to appear the picture of propriety, until the next time I get you alone. Juliette shook her head, her cheeks still flushed as she moved to tidy her hair and adjust her bodice properly. Alexander watched her with unmasked admiration, his gaze softening as the moment stretched between them. Finally, he offered her his arm, a smirk tugging at his lips. Shall we rejoin the world, or would you like me to take you straight home to continue this discussion in private? Her laughter filled the room, light and unrestrained, and for a moment the apothecary seemed to hold nothing but joy. It was not until she reached for a bottle of tonic that she sobered, the teasing glint in her eyes replaced by something tender, something new. "Juliette?" She laughed softly, straightening her skirts, and turned back to the work table. Her hands moved instinctively, reaching for a small jar on the upper shelf. Alexander leaned against the table, watching her with a mix of admiration and satisfaction. His curiosity sharpened as she retrieved the jar, the faintly floral aroma reaching him. "What's this?" She placed the jar on the table, her tone matter-of-fact. "Raspberry leaf and nettle." He stepped closer, brushing a strand of hair from her face, his fingers lingering at her temple. "Another one of your remedies?" Her voice softened. "Yes. For strengthening." His brow furrowed. "Strengthening? Which patient needs it?" Her fingers went still on the jar. When she met his gaze, her eyes glimmered with warmth and quiet certainty. "It's not for a patient." Alexander tilted his head, his frown deepening. "Then who?" She smiled then, a slow, radiant smile that sent a wave of anticipation coursing through him. "It's for me." His gaze flickered between the jar and her face. When realization struck, his hands froze at his sides. Hope and disbelief threaded through his voice. "Juliette, are you saying?" Her smile widened, her hand coming to rest on her abdomen. "Yes. We're going to have a child." For a heartbeat, Alexander could only stare at her, the words sinking in. Then his expression broke open, a mixture of joy and wonder lighting his face. He spoke as if saying it aloud would make it more real. "A child?" Juliette nodded, her own eyes shimmering with unshed tears. "Yes." He swept her into his arms, lifting her off the ground as a laugh, rich and unrestrained, escaped him. He spun her once before setting her back down, his hands framing her face, his lips capturing hers in a kiss filled with overwhelming emotion. "A child?" When they parted, his forehead rested against hers. "You've made me the happiest man alive." Her voice trembled with emotion. "And you have made me believe in happiness again." He kissed her again, his hand resting over hers where it covered her abdomen. In that moment, the apothecary, the dispensary, the bustling streets of London, all of it fell away, leaving only the promise of the future they would share. The apothecary door swung open with a sudden burst, the sound echoing down the quiet hallway as Alexander strode out, his face alight with unrestrained joy. Behind him Juliette followed, her cheeks flushed, her laughter bubbling uncontrollably as she tried to adjust her disheveled skirts. She caught at his sleeve. "Alexander. Must you?" He did not stop. His steps quickened as he entered the dispensary, his voice cutting through the quiet hum of activity. "Everyone. We have reason to celebrate." Every gaze in the room turned to him. "We're expecting a child." A moment of stunned silence gave way to a chorus of cheers, the somber dispensary bursting into unexpected celebration. Nurses, patients, and attendants smiled and clapped, their weariness momentarily forgotten. Even Mrs. Anders, usually reserved, stepped forward with a bright smile, clasping Juliette's hands. "Oh, my lady, what joyous news!" Nell, standing by a pile of fresh linens, gave a sharp whistle. "Looks like Dr. Bentley's been busy with more than just remedies." Her voice drew a round of laughter from the room. Juliette's cheeks burned, her hand tightening in Alexander's. He glanced down at her, his eyes brimming with adoration. His voice dropped low enough for only her to hear. "You're glowing? And you are insufferable." He chuckled, pulling her closer. "Perhaps. But this is a moment worth sharing." As the room swirled with well wishes, Juliette's gaze traveled over the faces around her, Mrs. Anders's genuine warmth, Jonathan's boyish grin, Nell's irrepressible mischief. The dispensary, once a place she had regarded with trepidation, now felt like home. A place of life, love, and promise. Alexander leaned closer, his lips brushing her temple. "You gave me hope when I thought it was lost. Now together, we'll do the same for our child." She turned to him, her smile radiant, her hand coming to rest over his. "Yes. Together."
We hope you have enjoyed this presentation of A Season of Borrowed Diamonds, written by Violet Sinclair, narrated by Isadora Blythe.